Lord of Mysteries, Lord of Order by Da Bai Bu Shi Xiong. Chapter 176-200. A deep blue, almost black, bolt of lightning shot out from the grand and spacious church, accompanied by an explosive roar. That was a terrifying sonic boom. And unlike a normal sonic boom, it seemed to be mixed with the wailing of the wind domain. This was from Sea King Yan Courtman. Aaron, under the illumination of the crimson eye, barely escaped the state of spiritual exhaustion. He supported his sore and swollen head, observing his surroundings, feeling a sense of urgency. Ariana's historical projection had already dissipated. Without its hidden concealment, the commotion here could no longer be kept secret. Not far away, at the very center of the battlefield, the severely wounded Weather Warlock, now completely mad, roared, gathering the surrounding mist, as if about to transform into some unspeakable monster. The sun-chasing scepter in Varna's hand surged with endless light, seemingly transforming into a sun that had descended upon reality. The domain of chasing light enveloped the transforming Weather Warlock. Pure, scorching light, like that of a blazing sun, dispersed the mist and forcefully interrupted the transformation. Richard had already closed his eyes at this moment. Drops of silver blood emerged from his body, and one mercury-colored complex symbol after another converged, instantly forming a huge, illusory, scaleless snake. On the surface of this silver-white giant snake, dense patterns and symbols formed interconnected wheels, with different markers around each wheel. With a cold, crimson gaze, the giant snake soared into the air, above the Weather Warlock, curled its body, and bit its own tail. Its shadow enveloped him, like a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. An illusory river flashed past, and that small area of space seemed to be isolated from the outside world. Fate's cycle caused the Weather Warlock, who had lost the ability to resist, to fall into a peculiar state. Time maintained a certain degree of flow, but was fixed within a certain range, cycling back and forth, maintaining balance and continuity. Having realized that certain uncontrollable factors might emerge, Wei Ang-Sai-Ting decisively sealed him first and handed him over to Varna. Using his last bit of strength to disrupt the fate current of this space, he sent Richard, whose eyes were bleeding, to Aaron's side, and said with a somewhat anxious tone. "Hurry and leave. I can already feel it, that guy is coming soon." Watching the giant snake's illusion completely dissipate into the air, and Varna disappear with the sun-chasing scepter and the Weather Warlock, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. He grabbed Richard, whose condition was unknown, with his left hand, and crushed a dark gold rune with his right. This was an interference rune Aaron had created himself above the dark gold mist, using the power of the Sephira to respond to himself, which could disrupt any potential pursuit and investigation later on. After doing all this, he looked at Astrolfo, whose figure had emerged from the spirit world, nodded, and then began his journey. Feeling Aaron's aura rapidly disappearing in the spirit world, Astrolfo stood in the center of the half-collapsed valley. The complex patterns on his body gradually became illusory, as if some kind of shielding had been lifted, and an invisible fluctuation spread into the spirit world. Spiderweb-like cracks covered the void. A blood-yellow arm, wrapped in rags and filled with wriggling rotten flesh in its crevices, pierced through the spirit world and violently grabbed at Astrolfo. Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt, illuminating the surrounding sea, struck down. Electric snakes began to dart around, followed by dense, silver-white lightning bolts, each with bared claws. The lightning storm successfully blocked the huge arm reaching out of the spirit world. Amidst a roar that made all living beings and spirits tremble, Astrolfo's figure quietly disappeared. As if pulled by some force, the deep black waves surged up, nearly 10 meters high. These waves were like a wall created by a god, pushed by an invisible hand, surging towards the offshore mountains of Bansancy port. This was the tsunami created by Sea King Yan Courtman. This could already be called a calamity. Although he was still some distance away from here, he, who could already control this sea area, could exert influence from afar while en route. This was a Sequence 3, a saint close to the angel rank. Upon sensing the aura highly similar to that of the Rose school of thought, he did not hesitate and immediately attacked with full force. The sound of crashing waves, like an explosion, woke all the travelers and residents in Bansancy port from their sleep. Looking at the sky covered by silver-white lightning, the swirling dark clouds, and the giant waves outside, they felt as if doomsday from mythical legends had arrived, and all fell into a state of panic. Inside the giant waves created by the tsunami, a fundamental illogical and unscientific chaos appeared. An indescribable vortex rapidly formed, tearing at the hull, causing the terrifying waves to collapse with astonishing speed. A giant sword, seemingly condensed from the light of dusk, emerged from the vortex. Accompanied by chaotic and violent aura, silver armor with mottled bloodstains appeared on the arm holding the giant sword. The terrifying lightning storm struck the armor without causing a ripple. As the giant sword slashed out, an orange, yellow and brown mixed sword light cut through layers of tsunami and sped towards the distance. Perhaps the object that attracted him disappeared, or perhaps it was due to the limitations of the spirit world itself. After delivering this strike, the terrifying arm retracted back into the spirit world. A few minutes later, Jan Kortman, enveloped in lightning and holding the sealed artifact with code name 0-23, the Staff of Divine Punishment, appeared on the seaside mountain that had been completely destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. There was a bone-deep wound on his left arm. The orange-yellow power mixed with black light clung to the wound like a maggot, eroding against the flickering silver-white electric arcs. Jan Kortman closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, discovering that not only was the spirit world of this area completely chaotic, but even the aura that might have remained was completely covered by the aura of that terrifying creature just now. Besides the surging anger, there was also an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. Suddenly, his spiritual perception stirred, and he instinctively turned his gaze to his side and back. There, a flash of light and shadow, and an illusory door emerged, from which a figure stepped out. The figure wore a simple and plain linen robe and had long silver hair. He was a male, with gentle features, a beautiful face, and eyes that held a hint of indifference within their tenderness, as if observing fate and every person in the world from a bystander's perspective. Behind him, layers of pure, illusory wings formed by light spread outwards, obscuring the red moon. A hint of surprise flashed across Jan Kortman's still angry face, his pupils constricted, and his mind quickly recalled the texts recorded within the Church of Storms, accessible only to archbishops and other members of the Sacred Synod. Fate Angel, the Tail Swallower, Ouroboros, the King of Angels who believes in the true Creator. Jan Kortman, already injured, did not bother to consider why this terrifying existence had appeared here. He raised the Staff of Divine Punishment, and simultaneously chanted the honored name of Pope Gad II of the Church of Storms in his mind. Even if he, holding a Grade 0 sealed artifact, could contend with ordinary angels, this clearly did not include the one standing opposite him, and only an angel could truly unleash the full power of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Ouroboros did not care what the Archbishop of the Church of Storms did. For him, who had accommodated two sequence 1 Beyander characteristics, and with the gods of the fifth epoch having retreated to the astral world, the Church of Storms would not actively provoke him. Looking down at the shattered valley, a shimmering river appeared simultaneously in both his eyes, encircling the entire area. Silently, the valley that had been destroyed in the lightning storm reappeared. Suddenly, the illusory river was violently disturbed. The auras of several angels mixed together, and the recently reset scene shattered, returning to its ravaged state after the great battle. The tail swallower Ouroboros watched quietly, motionless for a long time, a slight curve on his lips, as if he had discovered something interesting. Bansi, Medici, Wei Ang Sai Ting. A beam of light composed entirely of lightning broke through the swirling dark clouds, accompanied by a fear-inducing thunder, and landed beside Jan Kortman, transforming into a human figure. He wore a triple crown inlaid with sapphires, emeralds, and other gemstones, and a deep blue, almost black, robe. Embroidered on it with gold and silver threads were symbols of lightning, storms, and the ocean, exuding a profound and majestic aura, giving the feeling of an impending great storm. It was indeed an earth angel, the spokesperson of the Storm Lord, Pope Gad II, who had governed the Privy Council for nearly a century. The staff of divine punishment actively delivered itself into his hand, behaving completely unlike a Grade 0 sealed artifact. At the same time, Ouroboros also slightly turned his head to look at His Holiness the Pope, his indifferent pupils no longer showing any outward emotion. East Tarok County, Loen, Iriseel, East Taker Manor. Aaron returned here, holding Richard, whose eyes were bleeding, completing the final disruption through Astrolfo's connection with the terrifying existence in the spirit world. As long as they didn't actively expose it, no one would know that the East Taker family had obtained a sequence 2 Beander characteristic. Thinking this, Aaron looked at Richard, who had regained consciousness, and his hand, which had grown some silver-white scales, with some concern, and couldn't help but ask. "Counselor, your eyes." Risho's eyes were tightly closed, blood flowing down his cheeks. He skillfully took out a black cloth, recovering his eyes, and said in a relaxed, even matter-of-fact tone. "This is a necessary backlash. All gifts of fate require a price. I am already a demigod, and the speaker bore part of the backlash for me, so this injury is only temporary. I will recover in at most a month." Richard coughed twice, and said in a hoarse voice, "I'll have to trouble Earl Your Highness during this time. My power is a bit out of control. Anyone who enters a certain range of me will be afflicted with bad luck." Aaron was stunned for a moment and did not feel any so-called bad luck. He then nodded. The reason he returned to East Tarok County was because he considered Risho's condition unsuitable for the perilous South Continent. After settling the counselor and explaining the precautions, Aaron went directly to the underground hall of the ancestral tower. As soon as he entered the hall, covered in red copper rust, a strong aura of iron and blood, accompanied by a terrifying, almost tangible pressure, assailed him. Aaron's steps paused slightly. He saw Varna, dressed in classical full armor, with red hair and brown eyes, standing in the center of the hall. The entire hall was enveloped by an ancient array pattern. The sun-chasing scepter, entirely crimson gold, like the sun, was plunged into a silver-white and blood-red intertwined ball of light, which was also the center of the entire array. "The decree array patterns left by my imperial father are buried here, which can help me suppress and wear down that weather warlock. With your Grade 0 sealed artifact, even if the contamination he suffered is of a high rank, we can obtain his Beander characteristic in at most a week." Emphasizing the words, "Grade 0 sealed artifact," Varna said with a half-smile. "Not only that, that Grade 0 sealed artifact can also extract additional Beander characteristics of Sequence 3 and below. No wonder the demigod Beander characteristics you gave the family before were so pure." Aaron coughed dryly. Still unsure how to explain, he simply feigned ignorance. Without pressing for details, Varna pointed to the sun-chasing scepter. "I will keep this sealed artifact for now. You can come back and retrieve it in a week." Aaron nodded. After leaving the underground hall, he began his journey, teleporting several times before finally returning to St. Anne's in the South Continent. The intersecting sea area of the Violent Sea and the Mist Sea, Saris Island, port area. Anderson covered his face with his hat, propped his legs on a chair, and listened to William Blake's shouting nearby. He clicked his tongue and said, "I didn't expect that after all this, it's still you accompanying me. I didn't realize our friendship was so deep." William Blake, his face full of black lines, stopped shouting. "I'm a Sequence 6 notary, not some nobody. Anyone you ask in the Olid Islands would know I've been hanging out with you lately. I've boarded your pirate ship, and I can't escape now. If I couldn't beat you, I'd want to tie you up and send you to those lunatics from the Iron and Blood Cross Order." Anderson shrugged carelessly. "I've said it before, their brains seem to have been eaten by zombies. Even demigods, aren't they still easily played around by me? I shook them off quite easily. Don't worry, I'm the strongest hunter in the Mist Sea. I can definitely lead you to the treasure in the Divine Battle Ruins. Hee hee, by then, Just as he was about to instill some more of his toxic wisdom into this wavering crew member, Anderson seemed to sense something. He flipped his hat onto his head and sat up. A beautiful lady, wearing a white linen shirt and a dark red coat, appeared at the dock. Her dark, charming curly hair was tied up high, wrapped in a white headscarf. She wore well-fitting beige trousers, and her figure was tall and slender, yet graceful. As she looked around, her eyes occasionally lost focus, appearing hazy and particularly alluring. "Is this a demoness?" Anderson, curiously observing the lady and sensing the strong sense of temptation, curved his lips into a sunny smile and walked towards her. Tracy, who had recently advanced to Sequence 5 Demoness of Afflictions with the help of her mother, Katerina Pell, felt a surge of murderous intent within her as she sensed the man walking towards her, his gaze blatant, as if he were observing a rare animal. Then, remembering her mission and sensing that the other party's sequence might not be lower than her own, she forcefully suppressed her distorted desire for slaughter and decided to enter the island as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Anderson and Tracy turned almost simultaneously, looking towards the northern sea area of Saris Island. A huge naval fleet appeared on the horizon, slowly approaching, with the East-Taker family crest hanging from the flagship. Watching the massive fleet enlarge in his pupils, and feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the leading flagship, Anderson reined in his smile, his brow furrowing slightly. Not far away, Tracy was even more decisive. No longer caring if she would be noticed, a phantom black flame flickered, and her body vanished quickly from her original spot. Amidst the sudden exclamations, Anderson withdrew his gaze from the sea, glanced to the side with a slight curl of his lips, as if disdainful, then returned to his stall. He saw William Blake hastily packing his luggage, looking as if he was rushing to escape, his expression quite similar to some of the pirates around him. Anderson stood with his arms crossed, a smug expression on his face, watching him pack. Only when all the luggage was packed did he let out a sneer. "What are you preparing to do? Are you so eager to go on an adventure with me?" Already accustomed to this guy's foul mouth, William Blake glanced around and said in a low voice, "I just found out that this fleet was dispatched by Loen to the South Continent, preparing to participate in the war in West Bayon. They should be here for supplies, and there must be a demigod among them. We're already being hunted by the Iron and Blood Cross Order, so it's best to lie low for now and avoid any unnecessary trouble." Anderson looked him up and down with an idiotic gaze and retorted, "Are you a pirate?" William Blake paused for a second, then shook his head. "Then are you on the Loen Navy's wanted list?" Looking at his teammate who was still shaking his head, Anderson naturally retorted, "Then why are you running? With this Loen demigod here, even if that not-so-smart demigod from the Iron and Blood Cross Order knows we're here, he won't come." Recalling the demoness who had given him a sense of danger just now, Anderson looked back towards the interior of the island and muttered, "But we do need to be more low-key. It's not just the Navy that's dangerous here. Dash 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 dash." In the waters near Bansancy port, a cluster of sparkling, crystal-clear bubbles appeared out of thin air, converging to form a human figure. Bernardet, dressed in a white Intis-style shirt and a dark black jacket, stopped her forward movement because she sensed danger. As a Sequence 3 inches master of prophecy, she could peer into the secrets of fate, gain revelations, and make prophecies. It was for this reason that she could, to some extent, also sense the fluctuations of fate, which brought her here. Looking at the vaguely visible Bansancy port in the mist, she pondered for a moment, her spirituality stirring. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes, almost transparent and without eyelashes, emerged, then attached themselves to the invisible servant Bernardet had summoned. Manipulating the invisible servant to move slowly, as if breaking through some boundary, Bernardet, through the Eye of Secrets, seemed to see a lightning storm encircled by a phantom long river. As soon as she stepped onto Bansancy port, before she could manipulate the invisible servant to make any other reactions, a silver-white electric snake directly shattered it. With the blessing of clairvoyant, the Eye of Secrets did not immediately disappear. As if momentarily disoriented, the vision transmitted by the invisible servant recovered, and the invisible servant returned to its original place, the injuries it had just sustained seemingly an illusion. Bernadette's eyes darkened. As someone who also controlled a portion of the authority of fate, she was not greatly affected and voluntarily dispersed the invisible servant and the Eye of Secrets. Looking at the phantom river that subtly enveloped the entire area around Bansancy port, Bernadette muttered to herself with some confusion. Cycle of fate. Which one could it be? Dash 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 dash. South Continent, Pass River Valley, Lloyd City. This ancient and magnificent city was situated on the vast plains of the Pass River Valley. Unlike other cities, it was divided into an inner city and an outer city, with clear stylistic differences between the two. The inner city was smaller, with distinct ancient Baron Empire and Highland Kingdom characteristics, while the outer city was much larger, its style leaning entirely towards Loen, with a strong northern continent city-state flavor. As the largest city in the northern part of the Loen Kingdom's East Bayon colonial area, the reason for such disparate styles was primarily because Lloyd City itself was built on Hameln City, which was under the rule of the Highland Kingdom. The original city-state became the inner city, and the newly added outer city was both to strengthen governance and to cope with the covetous Intis colony to the west. Aaron sat on the steam special train, looking at the magnificent city outside the window while listening to the introduction of the city. Ever since the battle at Bansancy port ended, Aaron returned to St. Anne's, brought Barrett, Harland Rooney, and Evelyn with him, found the main force they had separated from earlier, and together they took the steam special train to Lloyd City. Accompanied by the hum of the train, Aaron was the first to step off and saw the crowd who had already received the news and were waiting there. Leading them were two men in Loen lieutenant colonel military uniforms. One was Glenwell, who had arrived earlier, and the other was a young man with golden hair and blue eyes, clearly of Loen descent. Feeling the unique law fluctuations of a judge emanating from the other party, Aaron raised an eyebrow, already guessing his identity, Audrey's second brother, Alfred Hall. Aaron smiled and nodded, handing Alfred the letter Audrey had sent with him last time. "This is what Audrey asked me to give to you." Alfred calmly took the letter. He didn't think much of it, assuming it was a letter his sister had given him when they were in Backland. He clearly knew that the two had a good private relationship. After exchanging pleasantries with the welcoming guests, Glenwell led Aaron to a carriage, where a stranger was already seated inside. Upon Aaron's arrival, the man stood up to bow, and his face underwent a series of changes. Then a familiar face emerged. It was Darren Sharoto, the faceless who had arrived in the South Continent long ago to handle intelligence work. As the carriage moved, Darren cautiously inserted a charm into a hidden slot within the carriage compartment. With a burst of spiritual fluctuation, the compartment was isolated from the outside world. He then lowered his voice and said, "Earl, my informant in Bayon received a message. It seems something big happened in Bansancy port." Unconsciously recalling the battle in Bansancy port and somewhat curious about how it ended, Aaron clenched his fist to his mouth, coughed twice, and asked very frankly, without any guilt. "What happened?" Darren thought for a moment and said cautiously, "I'm not sure exactly what happened, only that it might involve high-level power from the Church of Storms. It's said that Sea King Jan Kotman was even injured. As a result, the encirclement originally targeting the King of the Blood Moon had to be temporarily suspended. And a few days ago, all shipping routes to Bansancy port were cancelled, and all ships entering the waters near Bansancy port disappeared." Aaron frowned slightly. He indeed didn't know what happened in the end, only that Astrolfo, who had acted as bait, had not encountered any problems. "Did some unexpected change happen that I don't know about?" Recalling Wei Ang Sai Ting's last words, Aaron's expression shifted slightly, and he silently prayed for Jan Kotman in his heart. Then, suppressing the emotions in his heart, he calmly said, "What was the outcome? What is the Church of Storm's attitude? Even if the Punishers are known for being irritable and reckless, in matters of such importance, the necessary procedures will still be followed, such as making preliminary confirmations, and sealing off the surrounding sea area." Of course, all of this takes time. Fei Lun recalled the information from the intelligence report and sighed with a smile. There won't be a Bansancy port for a long time. The Church of Storms has officially sealed off that sea area, and the public announcement states that it's due to an ancient evil spirit worshipped in Bansancy port. Aaron hummed in agreement, not offering his own opinion. After thinking for a moment, he changed the subject and asked, "How is the task I assigned you earlier coming along? Have you investigated it thoroughly?" This concerned the ritual for advancing to sequence 5 inches disciplinary night, and Aaron, whose judge potion was almost fully digested, was very serious about it. Fei Lun nodded gravely, took out a small booklet from his Y and handed it to Aaron, explaining at the same time. These are the Intis and Fosak Beyonders who have been confirmed to be lurking in Lloyd City during this period. The Intis intelligence department in the South Continent is controlled by a marionettist. This individual also possesses the faceless ability and has evaded many searches. During this time, even with the help of Military Intelligence Department 9 and the Church, and the use of a certain sealed artifact, we haven't been able to pinpoint their location. Aaron flipped through the roster in his hand and said indifferently, "The situation is not clear now. Even if Intis is stirring, they haven't entered the war. There's no need for us to provoke them at this point." Fei Lun nodded in agreement and said with a smile, "I think the same as you, Earl, so our main investigative direction is the hidden personnel from Fosak. When Fosak suddenly started the war in West Bayon, they left many traces in Lloyd City. After such a long time and various methods, we finally determined her identity and address. She is now going by the name Valerie Susan and is the owner of a Red Theater in the outer city, and also a Sequence 5 Feet Reaper." Aaron's expression was a bit strange. He had never heard of a female Reaper before. He wondered what it would be like to become a male. Quickly stopping his stray thoughts, he glanced at the sunset outside the carriage window and said to Glenwell and Darren Sharoto, "No time to lose, let's act tonight." Lloyd Outer City, East Borough. The Red Rose Theater was still noisy and lively deep into the night. In the reception room in the backyard, Valerie Susan, with her sturdy build and distinct Northern Continent features, sat sprawled on the sofa. She used dried, yellowish tobacco leaves to wrap nearly 10 kinds of South Continent herbs and spices layer by layer, cutting them into long strips. Then, lighting it and biting the end, Valerie Susan took a deep puff and slowly exhaled white smoke tinged with light blue, contentedly saying to the guest on the single sofa beside her, "Now this is a cigarette, a real cigarette." Enzo, sitting on the opposite sofa, expressionlessly looked at the somewhat wild lady and went straight to the point. "Shaman King Kalaman is currently occupied and has left Pass River Valley, so he arranged for me to meet with you. I can relay anything you need." Nodding and taking another deep drag from her cigarette, Valerie finally smiled and said, "No need to be so nervous. Haven't our collaborations with your Rose School of Thought in West Bayon been very successful? If all goes well, the war in West Bayon might end soon. That demigod from the East Taker family in East Bayon is currently confronting the Archbishop of the God of Combat Church. Earl Aaron arrived in Lloyd City today. The Archbishop's intention is to invite His Excellency the Shaman King to find an opportunity to ambush and kill him, making the situation even more chaotic." As soon as Valerie finished speaking, she saw Enzo's face on the opposite side change drastically. The hunter's instinct gave her a slight premonition of danger. It came so suddenly, so urgently, that Valerie immediately judged the problem to be significant. But before she could even lunge from her original position, her vision went dark, as if she had directly seen the deep night outside, and a strong urge to sleep came over her. Enzo, on the other hand, suddenly had an indescribable, unnameable, strange premonition. He immediately closed his eyes, shutting them tightly. He didn't know why he was doing this, but as a mid-sequence Beyander of the fate pathway, trusting his intuition was an instinctive reaction. Immediately after, Enzo frantically turned, trying to rely on his spiritual intuition to rush out of the room, but suddenly his body stiffened, and he stood rooted to the spot, completely sluggish. Imprisonment, death. As the law was cast, invisible ripples spread, and Aaron's figure suddenly appeared. Without any hesitation, the sword of judgment, in his hand, imbued with the death law, directly slashed towards Enzo. Enzo, still with his eyes closed, felt a sudden surge of alarm in his heart. His foot suddenly stepped on a pebble, and his body immediately lost balance, falling heavily to the ground. Thump! The pain and shock made Enzo instantly break free from that sluggish state, regaining a smooth feeling. Enzo was no stranger to such accidents. As a winner, he always managed to gain an advantage and seize victory through various low-probability events. Without any hesitation, having regained his mobility, he instantly directed all the bad luck he had accumulated towards the direction from which the sense of crisis originated. Enzo, who was still contemplating which direction to escape after the opponent's attack missed, had not even managed to curl his lips when a sharp pain struck, and his consciousness rapidly slipped into a bottomless abyss. Looking at the horror and confusion remaining on the tightly shut head, and feeling the red moon mark on his wrist, Aaron moved his arm slightly, shaking off the blood from the sword blade. As a favored one of the night, blessed by the authority of misfortune, even the misfortune of Richard, who was already a demigod, could not affect me, let alone someone who wasn't even a demigod. He withdrew his gaze from the careless unlucky fellow and looked at Valerie, who had already broken free from the nightmare's influence. Even under the effect of imprisonment, she had still reached Aaron's vicinity due to her powerful physical constitution. Witnessing Enzo's tragic death, and realizing she had fallen into an ambush, she had given up hope of escape and intended to fight with all her might. The silver ring on her index finger disintegrated, condensing into a terrifying sword of dawn. Bloody light surged, and the great sword swung out, accompanied by the Reaper's weak-point attack. He looked at the suddenly appearing sword of dawn with some surprise. Feeling the violent aura, Aaron's expression became a few shades more serious. His figure continuously vanished and reappeared, as if he was running at high speed around Valerie. Relying on the short-distance teleportation provided by the Traveler's Badge, and the danger premonition of the Devil's Button, Aaron could always dodge the opponent's attacks in advance. For a moment, Valerie, who was driven mad by using this sealed artifact, even thought her enemy was not one, but a group. The Traveler can always create the effect of an encirclement by himself. After about 5 minutes, Valerie, who hadn't hit her target yet, her eyes gradually turned gray, her movements suddenly became sluggish, and she became slow, as if glue had been poured into her mind and joints. Good opportunity. Aaron, who had been dodging by short-distance travel, his eyes instantly sharpened, and he once again used the laws of imprisonment and whipping to forcibly control Valerie, who was in an abnormal state, raised the judgment sword in his hand, and calmly chanted, "Death." Feeling the threat of death, Valerie, who was driven mad by the side effects of the sealed artifact, finally sobered for a moment in her mind, and just as she was about to manipulate the flames, she merged herself with the flames for short-distance teleportation to avoid danger. As if expected, the low, ancient Hermes word sounded, accompanied by an invisible wave reverberating within the area isolated by the law of confinement. Teleportation is forbidden here. The crimson flames surrounding Valerie flickered for a while, but failed to move her from her spot. Correspondingly, Aaron's short-distance travel was also forbidden, and his figure appeared directly in front of her, which was also the reason why Aaron had not used prohibition before. Having missed her last chance to counterattack by using a flame flash, Valerie looked at the longsword emanating a deathly aura, knelt on one knee, and plunged the sword of dawn in front of her. A dawn-like light emerged, erecting an unbreakable invisible wall on both sides, and a slightly illusory silver-white armor covered her body, which was surrounded by crimson flames. The sword light, a mixture of crimson and gold, struck the invisible wall, accompanied by a sharp, piercing roar. Aaron grunted, and rapidly retreated. Valerie, who was also sent flying, slammed hard into the barrier formed by the law of confinement. Her silver-white armor shattered with a crash, and the sword of dawn in her hand was knocked away, falling into the distance and transforming into an ancient silver ring. Having lifted the law of prohibition, Aaron shook his slightly numb arm. The high-frequency use of laws and the judgment sword made his head feel a bit swollen. Looking at Valerie, who seemed to have fainted not far away, Aaron was about to go up and capture her alive to interrogate her for information, but before he took a few steps, the devil button in his pocket emitted a chilling sensation. A scene instantly appeared in his mind. Valerie, with blood flowing from her eyes and a miserable appearance, grinned and took out a crimson talisman from her in arms, throwing it at himself who was slowly approaching. Even though his spirituality had not yet given a dangerous feedback, he decisively activated short-distance teleportation, and his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. The next second, a blood-colored talisman emanating a suppressive aura appeared, enveloping the entire space isolated by the law of confinement, naturally including Valerie herself. As the barrier shattered, crimson flames rose from the backyard of the Red Rose Theater, and a charred-deep pit with a radius of several tens of meters appeared. Two Beyander characteristics covered by ash lay quietly at the bottom of the pit, while the dim silver ring suddenly flew out of the pit. A silver door appeared at the edge of the giant pit. Aaron slowly walked out, waved his sleeve to disperse the scorched smell lingering near the deep pit, and at the same time caught the ring. After personally physically judgmenting 2 Sequence 5s, the last bit of the judge was completely digested. Feeling the comfort from his body, Aaron couldn't help but smile. Taking off his divination pendant and suspending it over the ring, Aaron was very interested in this sealed artifact that could switch between ring and greatsword forms. However, the divination results disappointed him somewhat. Although its abilities were good, besides its strongest attack method, Sword of Dawn, it also possessed Guardian's armor, derived from the Guardian. But the negative effects are significant and difficult to effectively avoid. As long as it is used, one will inevitably enter a frenzied state, with greatly reduced rationality, and after continuous use for more than 5 minutes, desperate, inhuman roars will cause thought and action blockage, and normal combat rarely ends within 5 minutes. Recalling Valerie's performance in the previous battle, and her final insane act of choosing to perish together without even begging for mercy, Aaron was also slightly enlightened. To turn a Sequence 5 Beyander characteristic into a sealed artifact with such ridiculously large negative effects, these Fosak people are truly wasting good things. He put it away, planning to extract the Beyander characteristic from it when he had time, and have Harland Rooney reforge a mystical item. At Aaron's request, Darren Sharoto and Glenwell, who were only controlling the surrounding scene and not directly participating in the battle, quickly approached the deep pit and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Aaron unharmed. "Earl, we have completely controlled the entire Red Theater, and we have also caught several Beyonders mixed in, that Valerie." He withdrew his gaze from the bottom of the pit and was not in a hurry to put away the 2 Beyander characteristics. They would be useful later. Aaron smiled, looked towards the inner city, and said with a laugh. There was a slight change in the situation. Besides her, there was also a Sequence 5 winner, but they have both been dealt with by me. Notify them to line up and prepare to welcome that Mr. Judge. Somewhat surprised by the Earl's strength, being able to kill 2 Sequence 5s at the same time, but hearing the latter sentence, the two exchanged glances, and a cold smile appeared on their lips. The person Aaron referred to was named Tawari Mok, the judge of the Abnormal Affairs Tribunal of Military Intelligence Department 9 in Lloyd City, belonging to the number 2 figure here. After the original demigod-level deputy director was transferred due to a secret mission, Tawari had been acting as the interim deputy director. Before Aaron received the enfeoffment from George III, almost everyone believed that he would advance further, take charge of a level 1 sealed artifact, and become the true deputy director. And all of this was ruthlessly shattered after Aaron's arrival. Already discontent, he became increasingly arrogant and rampant after gaining the tacit approval of certain important figures. Even though he was removed from the position of interim deputy director, he still retained the title of judge of the Abnormal Affairs Tribunal, and the rank of colonel, and he constantly tripped up Glenwell, only slightly restraining himself after the arrival of Alfred Hall, whose status was equally noble. A few minutes later, 2 rows of personal guards wearing the Easttaker family's standard black armor stood on either side of the deep pit, and many scantily clad men and women squatted in terror, looking at this group of people. Aaron quietly looked at the red moon in the sky, his brows slightly furrowed, and looked towards the inner city. The beyonder vision provided by the sheriff, and his perception on the extraordinary level allowed him to see a black dot slowly enlarging from far to near. Accompanied by an indescribable sense of distortion and chaos, in just a few breaths, Tawari Mach arrived nearby, the distance seemingly shortened to a few steps. Looking at this expressionless sequence 5 inches mentor of disorder, Aaron enthusiastically stepped forward. I've long heard of your name, Mr. Former Interim Deputy Director. I apologize for disturbing you so late. Listening to the emphasized, former interim, Tawari's gaze darkened, and he glanced at the 2 rows of murderous beyonder guards, and the burly man who was staring intently at him. Recalling the rumors of Aaron killing the Blood Admiral, he still suppressed his anger and said stiffly. It's all right, Earl Aaron, I had something to do this afternoon, so I couldn't attend your welcome. I hope you don't mind. Then he looked at Glenwell behind Aaron and reprimanded him sternly. Glenn, as the deputy judge, don't you know the rules of our abnormal affairs tribunal? You didn't report such a big operation, do you even have me, the judge, in your eyes? With someone backing him, Glenwell was not afraid at all, no longer enduring silently as before, and responded sarcastically. I was just afraid that reporting it to Lord Judge would give those people a chance to escape. Before Tawari could respond, Aaron raised his hand, and 2 skeletons emanating spiritual fluctuations floated out of the pit, landing in his palm. Feeling the spiritual fluctuations from the 2 skeletons, comparable to Sequence 5, Tawari, who had been surging with anger and was about to scold, was like being doused with a basin of ice water. Both Sequence 5s are dead. Feeling the unfriendly gazes around him, his Adam's apple moved, somewhat regretting why he had come alone, and he forced a stiff smile. As expected of the deputy director who successfully hunted the Blood Admiral, such strength truly impresses this humble subordinate. Since the operation is over, I shall take my leave now. Tomorrow, I will personally host a welcoming banquet for you. He nonchalantly resealed the 2 beyonder characteristics in his hand with a wall of spirituality, looked at Tawari, who was turning to leave, and said with a meaningful smile. The public order in Lloyd City indeed needs strengthening. I plan to establish a new enforcement team directly under me, outside of the Abnormal Affairs Tribunal, with Glenwell as its captain, and Alfred Hull taking over the position of deputy judge. I once heard an old saying, a new emperor, a new court. What do you think? Feeling the piercing gaze on his back, Tawari, with his back to Aaron, his face flashed with anger and unwillingness, and he said in a low voice. All decisions are up to Deputy Director Aaron, but I will report this to Military Intelligence Department 9 headquarters. After speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot, not caring about this harmless complaint. The chaos of the mutual confrontation between the colonies of various South Continent nations and their distance from the Northern Continent gave the local Military Intelligence Department 9 a great deal of autonomy. Although Aaron was nominally only a deputy director, neither of the 2 important Military Intelligence Department 9 strongholds in the Loen colonial zone of the entire South Continent had a director position, so the deputy director could manage all affairs of Military Intelligence Department 9 within his jurisdiction. The entire Military Intelligence Department 9 in the Loen colonial territory of the South Continent only had one director, who was Prince Grove, the Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter, but this ancient prince had not appeared for decades. After lecturing his somewhat disloyal subordinate and instructing an excited Glenwell to handle the follow-up work, Aaron no longer lingered and teleported back to his mansion in the inner city. Skillfully setting up the wall of spirituality, Aaron began to prepare his auxiliary ritual, taking out the 3 altars he had prepared earlier, and using spirit-rich blood to engrave complex symbols and patterns, connecting the altars together. The auxiliary ritual for advancing to Sequence 5 inches Disciplinary Night is not complicated, it only requires the advancer to consume the potion within the array. The array is divided into 3 fulcrums, each requiring a separate altar. Inside each altar is a Beyander characteristic obtained by the advancing judge through solo hunting, at least at sequence 6 level, and the higher the level, the better the ritual's effect. It should be noted that the Beyander characteristics participating in the ritual should retain as much residual spiritual imprint as possible. If they are made into Beyander weapons before participating in the ritual, they will lose their effectiveness. In addition to assisting in advancement, the 3 altars can also directly strengthen any 3 laws of the judge level into rules designated by the disciplinary knight, without requiring long-term application and further digestion of the potion. He exhaled gently, placing the 2 Beyander characteristics in his hand on 2 of the altars. Aaron's consciousness sank, arriving at the magnificent temple above the dark gold mist. He took out the sequence 5 inches disciplinary knight, Beyander characteristic and auxiliary materials that he had exchanged for an iriseal from the clutter, and then beckoned to retrieve the wraith Beyander characteristic he had obtained from hunting the Blood Admiral earlier. He responded to his own prayer, bestowing these materials, and then somewhat impatiently returned to the real world. He placed Senior's Beyander characteristic on the last empty altar, and as the array patterns lit up, 3 distinct voices of painful wailing immediately echoed within the room isolated by the wall of spirituality. Aaron watched this scene with satisfaction. It completely matched the description of the disciplinary knight in iriseal, at least it meant his array drawing was correct. Looking at the bottle of freshly prepared, golden yellow viscous liquid in his hand, faintly shimmering with a dawn-like glow, Aaron exhaled, adjusted himself to the best state, and then directly drank the potion from the bottle. A cold, viscous sensation slid down his throat, and a moment later, a warm current surged from his abdomen, flowing throughout his body, as if he was being struck by an invisible soft whip, and his body felt a tearing pain. Under this sensation, Aaron found his spirituality spreading outwards, and once again saw the surrounding void, ethereal, empty, filled with boundless dark gold mist. Before Aaron could observe carefully, this scene flashed by, and his spiritual vision, which could originally only see dense spiritual light points and aura colors, seemed to break through some kind of restriction. He saw his own body, or more accurately, the different colored fine lines from the potion he had just swallowed spreading out and intertwining around the 3 altars along the array, and a strange sense of control emerged in his mind. After an unknown period of time, the previously noisy wailing gradually subsided. Aaron trembled and suddenly opened his eyes, stretching his body with the sound of cracking bones. Disciplinary Knight greatly strengthened the physical body, and the abilities already possessed at low and mid sequences were strengthened to varying degrees, mastering the core ability, Punishment. When attacking a target of punishment, a dawn-like glow will appear on the body surface, enhancing the power of attacks against the target of punishment, including but not limited to Beyander abilities, mystical items, etc. Attacks against enemies who violate the rules set by the disciplinary knight will be strengthened by an unknown force and possess the property of guaranteed hit, somewhat similar to a further sublimation of the death law. The prohibition, imprisonment, and flogging laws at the judge level were directly strengthened into rules formulated for the disciplinary knight, with their casting range and intensity continuously increasing as the potion was further digested. The 3 altars around him seemed to have been destroyed by an invisible force, becoming dilapidated, and the 3 Beyander characteristics of different sequences on the altars also became dim. Even without using the divination pendulum, Aaron could tell that the residual spiritual imprints on these 3 Beyander characteristics had been significantly consumed, as if they had borne the punishment Aaron suffered after taking the potion. After destroying the engraved array and altars, and collecting the Beyander characteristics, since the ritual was over, Aaron planned to return to Grossel to gift the winner Beyander characteristic to Richard. When they were in Bansancy harbor, Richard and Wei Ting contributed a lot. This could be considered a thank you for Wei Ting's help, and coincidentally, he could learn from the Snake of Fate what exactly happened in Bansancy harbor after they left. As for the Wraith Beyander characteristic, Aaron planned to sell it to Miss Sharon. Of course, if she was willing to increase the price, the extracted low to mid-sequence zombie, werewolf, and other Beyonder characteristics could also be sold as a package. Aaron intended to reward the Reaper and the previously acquired marionettist Beyonder characteristic to Glenwill and Darren Charlotte as a reward for their work during this period. As his true core subordinates, they and the personal guard they brought were the focus of Aaron's cultivation. The deputy director who was previously transferred from Lloyd City was a demigod from the royal family. As for why he was transferred, Aaron guessed it might be to return to Backland to guard the Blood Emperor's secret mausoleum. Although he had been transferred, there were still many royal family supporters within the Abnormal Affairs Tribunal. To prevent some of his orders or plans from being outwardly obeyed but inwardly defied, Aaron immediately reprimanded the chief judge. He also reorganized the personal guard, specially brought from Grossel, into an enforcement team directly under his command. After dealing with the traces, Aaron opened the door. The sky outside the window had already begun to lighten. Southwest of the raging sea, in the waters west of the southern continent, the East Tak fleet, which had completed its resupply at Saris Island a few days ago, had passed through the safe channel and left the raging sea. Standing on the flagship deck, which was covered in mysterious symbols, Gusmanwell, clad in pure black armor, quietly looked at the distant sea. A moment later, he asked, "When will the fleet reach Nicephorus in West Bayon?" Solo Bint, the deputy captain of the Duke's personal guard, respectfully replied, "Today is March 5th. After leaving the raging sea, our speed can continue to increase. If nothing unexpected happens in between, we can arrive in 10 days at the earliest." Nothing unexpected. A strange expression flashed across Gusmanwell's stern face, and then he asked, "How is the continent doing recently? Have there been any new intelligence reports?" Solo Bint pondered for a moment and answered in detail. Although the situation in Nicephorus, West Bayon, is currently tense, there are only small-scale conflicts, and no demigod battles have occurred. Intis currently shows no signs of intervening. However, incidents are constantly occurring in the ancient forest bordering the East Bayon family's colony and Fasak. Lord Joseph has intervened multiple times to block the Archbishop of the God of Combat Church, and the situation is not optimistic. He glanced at the Duke's expressionless face and then said, "However, His Lordship arrived in Lloyd City a few days ago and eliminated a sequence 5 of the Fasak Empire on the very first day." Looking at the Duke, whose expression had softened, Solo Bint's face showed admiration. He took out a thick telegram from his pregnant and handed it to Gusmanwell. "His Lordship also implemented the laws he promulgated there. I have already read them. Although they are a bit nascent, they are indeed very practical. Your Lordship's wisdom fills this humble servant with admiration." Gusmanwell raised his eyebrows, took it with great interest, looked at the prominent title on the first page, open double angle bracket General Law Code close double angle bracket, and began to read it carefully. The more he read, the more solemn his expression became. He had originally thought that the laws Aaron proposed and implemented in Lloyd City were merely borrowing from or modifying the laws of the East Tak colony or the northern continent, but as he read, he discovered this was not the case. Currently, the most influential law in the northern continent is the open double angle bracket Civil Code close double angle bracket, which was proposed, formulated, and promulgated by Grossel more than 100 years ago. Even today, the laws of various countries and even colonial legal systems bear the shadow of the open double angle bracket Civil Code close double angle bracket. This open double angle bracket General Law Code close double angle bracket includes, but is not limited to, land law, criminal law, civil law, commercial law, etc. Although some parts are slightly nascent, it is undeniable that this is the prototype of a mature legal code. The core idea of the open double angle bracket General Law Code close double angle bracket is that past precedents have a decisive influence on future judgments. Judges will make decisions on new cases based on precedents or examples of similar past cases. This greatly enhances the authority of the judge and also perfectly aligns with the acting requirements of the arbiter pathway. With the blessing of Beyander powers, the speed of re-establishing order will be faster. Its precedents can provide widely applicable guidance, and its conservatism also ensures that laws will not be changed arbitrarily. It is quite suitable for the current turbulent colonial areas of the southern continent and also suitable for eliminating the impact of external colonial expansion. Although there may be issues with the timeliness of precedents in the future, this is not a problem in the short term, and the current scope of application is only Lloyd City. As for Rossel's open double-angle bracket civil code close double-angle bracket, it focuses more on the systematicness and completeness of legal texts. The two have fundamental differences at their roots. Gusmanwell, who was still a sequence 4, had a somewhat complex expression. Being very familiar with the arbiter pathway, he instantly understood the significance of this open double-angle bracket general law code close double-angle bracket. It was the cornerstone for Aaron's advancement to a demigod. On one hand, he was proud that his child could formulate such a legal code, and on the other hand, he felt a bit melancholic, thinking that Aaron, who was still an ordinary person a year ago, was now preparing for the demigod ritual, while he, the father, was still a sequence 4. However, recalling the ancestor's message a few days ago, a trace of fervor flashed in Gusmanwell's eyes. Whether I can seize the opportunity to become a sequence 3 war bishop depends on this trip to the southern continent. Lloyd City, Duke's Mansion. Aaron stood by the window, gazing eastward, in the direction of the East Tak colony. Behind him was Darren Charlotte, dressed in casual clothes. How effective is the promulgation and implementation of the open double-angle bracket general law code close double-angle bracket in Lloyd City? I want to hear the most truthful situation. Darren nodded and respectfully began. Thanks to the deterrence of his lordship killing those 2 sequence 5s, although some of them still listen to orders but not commands, they no longer dare to obstruct us. But Lloyd City itself has a mixed bag of forces. The south is often harassed by Highland rebels, and the west borders the Intis colony. Therefore, although the code you promulgated is currently effective in the inner city, in the outer city, especially in the areas near the west and south, gangs are mixed, and their backers are not small, only following their own rules. Aaron withdrew his gaze from the east, exuded an aura of authority, and snorted coldly. Aren't they just a few big nobles and the royal family's black gloves? If they block my path and don't repent, there's no need to be polite with them, understand? Looking at Darren, who lowered his head and dared not speak, Aaron softened his tone and said faintly. Glenwell should be able to complete his advancement ritual tomorrow and become a sequence 5. I have already bestowed the marionettist Beyander characteristic upon you. How is your faceless potion digestion now? How much longer will it take? Darren breathed a sigh of relief, but still dared not look up, responding in a low voice. Thanks to the acting method bestowed by his lordship, I can complete the digestion and attempt advancement in at most 1 month. It's just the mermaid mentioned in the advancement ritual. Aaron nodded with satisfaction, looking at his loyal personal guard and smiling. Mermaids are indeed very rare now. There might still be some in the ruins of the god of combat east of the Sonia Sea. However, as far as I know, the Church of the Evernight also keeps some mermaids. I can talk to the Archbishop. I hope you don't disappoint my trust and expectations. Continue to promote the open double-angle bracket general law code close double-angle bracket here in Lloyd City. This is very important to me. The situation in East and West Bayon is unstable now. For a long time in the future, I may often not be in Lloyd City. If there are important matters, contact my messenger. Looking at his lordship, whose figure suddenly disappeared, Darren's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he was excited by Aaron's promise just now. Grossel, East Tak Manor. Aaron first came to the underground hall to retrieve his scepter of daybreak. Looking around the underground hall, which had returned to normal, Aaron looked at Valnawal on the bronze throne, and finally couldn't help but ask curiously. How many Beyander characteristics were extracted from that weather warlock? Valna glanced at Aaron, whose face was full of anticipation, and feeling the unique aura of a disciplinary knight, he nodded with satisfaction and threw over a crystal enveloped in flames. 1 Sequence 2 Beyander characteristic, 2 Sequence 3 Beyander characteristics, and 2 Sequence 4 Beyander characteristics. I didn't continue below the demigod level. They are all in that crystal, you can deal with them as you see fit. I hit the jackpot, truly worthy of an angel, it's a huge windfall. This thought flashed through Aaron's mind instantly. He skillfully took the crystal of mixed Beyander characteristics and put it away. Seeming to guess what he would ask, Valna continued without waiting for Aaron to speak. One of the Sequence 3 War Bishop Beyander characteristics will be bestowed upon your father. The response to the war in West Bayon will proceed according to our original plan. I have also informed Gusmanwell of the details. As for whether he can seize the opportunity to successfully advance, that depends on him. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Aaron's face also broke into a smile. Then, as if he thought of something, he coughed lightly. When you make a move in West Bayon, could you please let me know? I want to do something at that time. Valna looked at Aaron and the scepter of daybreak beside him with a slight headache, but finally nodded. Without delay, Aaron directly teleported away and arrived outside the room he had previously arranged for Richard. The door was already open. Richard, blindfolded, seemed to have anticipated Aaron's arrival. After making a gesture to invite him in, he sat on the sofa. Looking at the black cloth, Aaron clicked his tongue. After sitting on the sofa, he took out Enzo's winner Beyander characteristic and said with a smile. In the southern continent, he unluckily ran into me, so I conveniently dealt with him. It can be considered revenge for your fate council. This Beyander characteristic will be extra compensation for your help in Bansancy Harbor last time. Coincidentally, I have something to consult with your speaker. I contacted him but received no response. Not refusing Aaron's good intentions, Richard, with a complex mood, accepted the Beyander characteristic on the table and took out a silver disc, placing it on the table. A few days after the last battle ended, I received a dream revelation from the speaker, learning that he is currently being pursued by a powerful enemy. To conceal his whereabouts, he is no longer responding. However, there is another way to contact him, but this is a capability possessed only by high-sequence powerhouses of the Fate pathway, so I need to assist. After getting Aaron's consent, Richard used his own blood to engrave complex symbols on the silver disc. With the influx of spirituality, the silver disc transformed into an illusory, scaleless long snake and drilled into Risho's body. Aaron, sitting opposite, instantly felt a second of trance until he heard a familiar voice and reacted. You've really caused me a lot of trouble. You need to pay more, understand? Aaron was silent for a moment, then asked with some uncertainty. Are you the speaker now? Richard snorted, saying very unhappily. Nonsense. If it weren't to help you, would I be in such trouble? I had hidden well enough, but that hateful smelly snake Ouroboros still discovered my tracks. Aaron's heart skipped a beat. Before he could ask, he heard the subsequent explanation. However, that guy can only confirm that I am in Backland. The specific information has not been leaked, and he dares not make a big fuss in Backland. But I still need to be cautious. At least, after that guy leaves Backland, our contact won't be so troublesome. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, then asked, Mr. Speaker, I want to know what exactly happened in Bansancy Harbor after we left. I heard that it has been listed as a forbidden zone by the Church of the Storms. Upon hearing this question, Richard made a strange clicking sound with his tongue, and with a mischievous smile, he began. That smelly snake Ouroboros fought with the Pope of the Church of the Storms. You don't need to know the specific process. You just need to know that the sea area near Bansancy Harbor is now completely enveloped by Fate Cycle. Ouroboros seems to have discovered something and deliberately isolated that area from the outside world. In short, stay away from Bansancy Harbor, and you should also behave yourself recently. If anything happens, I won't have time to help you. Richard will also leave here soon. If there are other matters during this period, I will have him contact your messenger." Aaron coughed lightly, feeling a bit awkward. Knowing that the Snake of Fate was currently in a difficult situation, he gave up the idea of asking for help. Anyway, with his current sequence, above the dark golden mist, and with the Scepter of Daybreak, he was enough to complete his plan. Immediately after, he recalled the conversation he overheard when hunting the Sequence 5 Reaper, and realized that if the God of Combat Church's Archbishop had further cooperation with Witch King Kalaman, the situation could become very complicated. Kalaman himself possessed a Grade 1 sealed artifact, the Eyeless General, and that Archbishop must have also hidden a Grade 1 sealed artifact or had the attention of the God of Combat Church's higher-ups to be so reckless. Aaron's thoughts stirred, and he asked, "Chairman, if I want to create a charm of the Destiny domain, what are the corresponding symbolic patterns?" Richard was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. "The specific patterns to engrave are those you just saw. Just pick a part of them and combine them as you wish. What effect comes out depends entirely on your luck. Also, I won't be able to respond to such high-level rituals recently, and don't be lucky enough to pray to Ouroboros, that will only let him discover the anomaly in your destiny." Aaron recalled the mysterious symbolic patterns that appeared when Anxiety descended, and explained with a smile. "Thank you for your clarification. Don't worry, I plan to pray to the goddess. The Evernight goddess's honored name includes, Queen of Misfortune and Fear. Misfortune includes bad luck and is part of destiny. The goddess has corresponding authority and can naturally respond." Richard dragged out an "oh" sound. "If you are praying to that one, no matter how you choose the symbolic patterns, the final product's effect should lean towards the domain of misfortune. Also, if this charm is to have an effect on an angel, in addition to the object of prayer, the material carrying the power is best chosen from the drop of blood I gave you back then. Of course, if it's not for dealing with angels, ordinary spiritual materials of the Destiny domain are enough." Then, without waiting for Aaron's reply, as if afraid he would ask other questions, Anxiety directly ended the descent ritual. Looking at Richard, who was covered in black cloth and calmly put away the silver disc, Aaron awkwardly said, "After you leave this time, can I still find you at the 2 addresses you mentioned before?" Richard chuckled, handed Aaron an antique-style gold coin and a small bottle of light silver blood from his embrace, then walked towards the door, saying, "I shouldn't be returning there for a while. Your messenger can sense my location through this gold coin. Thank you for your help, Earl. My blood has been tainted with divinity and is a very good spiritual material, which should be helpful to you." Aaron watched the chairman leave, examined the Solomon Empire-era gold coin and the small bottle of blood in his hand, then put them away. Without the trouble of finding another room, Aaron directly set up a spiritual wall and ritual in the living room, placing Risho's blood and the precious metals symbolizing the secret domain, which he had prepared earlier, on the altar, and engraved the symbolic patterns that Aaron recalled from this. Skillfully chanting the goddess's honored name, as the candlelight flickered, deep darkness enveloped the altar, and as the peaceful and serene aura dissipated, a silver-gray charm appeared on the altar. Aaron picked up the charm, drew a scarlet moon on his chest, and devoutly chanted, "Praise the goddess." Then he removed the spiritual wall and put away the ritual candles and other materials. Looking at the charm in his hand, Aaron decisively hung the divination pendant over it and closed his eyes. God's Curse, a charm of the misfortune domain, activation incantation, misfortune, can bestow a misfortune curse with a divine aura on the target, with different effects produced at different sequences. Very satisfied with this charm, Aaron was about to take this opportunity to see his sister and mother when Varna Will's solemn and dignified voice instantly echoed in his mind. "They have already started. It's in the waters of West Bayon, and fighting has also begun in East Bayon's colonies. You must immediately go to East Bayon to help Joseph." Aaron's pupils suddenly contracted, the traveler's badge flickered, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Dash 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 dash. Off the coast of the Fasak Empire's colonial area in West Bayon, the East Tarak fleet, deliberately sailing away from the coastline, gradually slowed its speed. Gusman stood on the flagship, looking at the small storm ahead that coincidentally blocked the fleet's progress. Dense dark clouds and mist obscured his vision. The hunter pathway is not known for its spiritual perception, but the hunter's intuition from the demigod level and the information Varna had previously sent still made him abandon the idea of directly passing through the storm. Gusman, using the hidden connection between the iron-blooded knight and his soldiers, notified Solo Binter to turn the fleet around and bypass the storm ahead. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped him. Gusman, realizing something was wrong, threw out his gold-inlaid staff, leaving an afterimage in its path, like a launched cannonball. For an iron-blooded knight, even the most ordinary object could be transformed into a terrifying weapon of murder with the enhancement of his unique qualities. The staff, like a cannonball, did not hit anything but stiffened in midair, and along with other surrounding objects, simultaneously shot towards Gusman. Gusman instantly burst into flames, transforming into countless sparks of fire shooting in all directions. After these reddish-yellow flames dispersed, they then converged ahead with a whoosh. The staff had already exploded, and tiny fragments, like a storm of machine gun fire, were engulfed by the flames. Gusman frowned, looking ahead. The space there twisted, and a life-sized puppet appeared. This puppet was identical to Gusman, enveloped in crimson flames, and clad in black armor. Rose School of Thought Saint, Sequence 4 Feet Puppet, Zadwin. His heart sinking slightly, this information surfaced in Gusman's mind, and the crimson long spear he had condensed in his hand was already thrown. Looking at the attack coming straight for him, the Gusman puppet that Zadwin had transformed into did not dodge or evade. He even actively presented his vital areas, a mocking smile on his face. As the puppet's right chest was pierced, Gusman on the deck groaned, his face suddenly turning several shades paler. This was one of the Beyander abilities of the Abomination Pathways Sequence 4 inches puppet, called Source of Curse. Puppets, in addition to affecting inanimate objects, can also transform into mystical puppets, magical paper figures, and other items, cursing targets through established connections using various methods. This Beyander ability undergoes a qualitative change at Sequence 3. At the current stage, it belongs to the type where harming the enemy also harms oneself. Under normal circumstances, puppet demigods rarely use it. In other words, the puppet harms the enemy by harming himself. The reason Zadwin dared to do this was because he was confident that since they were both Sequence 4, for non-divine purification damage, a puppet could definitely withstand more damage than an iron-blooded knight. His initial, Wraith possession, was never intended to truly succeed. Its main purpose was to establish a connection with Gusman through this method, preparing for subsequent curses. His pulling out that strand of hair was a sign of the official start of the curse. Of course, as a demigod, Gusman would not be easily cursed to death, but he was not the only demigod here. The small storm not far away shattered with a roar, and a burly man over 2 meters tall with a thick mustache emerged. Gusman, his face somewhat pale, narrowed his eyes, having already recognized the newcomer. It was Admiral Yegor Einhorn, the commander of the Fasak Empire's Sonia Sea Fleet, a demigod from the royal family, and currently also a Sequence 4 iron-blooded knight of the Red Priest pathway. The Sonia Sea and East Bayon were separated by the entire South Continent, and the movement of the entire fleet was too large a target, so he came alone. But even without the blessing of the entire fleet, a demigod was still a demigod. Without any hesitation, Gusman's figure flickered and he rushed towards the cabin, simultaneously reaching into his pocket with his right hand. There was a Grade 1 sealed artifact of an imperative mage at the bottom of the cabin, and he needed the assistance of this sealed artifact. The thought had just flashed through his mind when, affected by Source of Curse, his actions were interrupted, and his figure stiffened in place, forcibly enduring an attack from Yegor Einhorn. Relying on the connections established with every sailor and every soldier on the fleet, Gusman distributed the damage, making every member of the fleet tremble. Just then, a powerful voice came from the bottom of the cabin, accompanied by invisible fluctuations, spreading in all directions. Mystery weakened, reality strengthened. It was Solo Binter. As a Sequence 5 Mentor of Disorder, he had the qualification and ability to temporarily activate this Grade 1 sealed artifact. Relying on the imperative of Mystery weakened, Gusman broke free from Zatwin's source of curse, and concentrated the power of the entire fleet on himself. Feeling the terrifying aura that had condensed, the puppet that Zatwin had transformed into instantly disappeared from its original spot and appeared beside Yegor Einhorn, dodging the attack. Seizing this opportunity, Yegor quickly chanted the honored name of the Sonia Seas, Supreme Commander, an angel from the royal family who was a weather warlock. Master of battlefield mists, symbol of weather changes, totem of storms and lightning, great Ahomatova Einhorn. The sky suddenly darkened, the mystery weakened imperative instantly collapsed, and the raging winds mixed with lightning swallowed Gusman's subsequent attack, which had condensed the entire fleet's power, sweeping towards the entire fleet with an undiminished tsunami. A portal composed entirely of brilliant starlight appeared, and from it emerged a creature whose face and figure were somewhat illusory, covered in mysterious symbols, barely discernible as human. All creatures felt the madness and tyranny emanating from that figure, and the rolling dark clouds in the sky grew even larger as a result. Is this Varna will? It seems that the war back then caused him immense damage, to the point of losing control. Behind Yegor, the illusory figure of Ahomatova Einhorn, the angel, also appeared. Having been somewhat uncertain, she finally confirmed the identity when she saw the brilliant crown on the head of the suspected Varna will, the weather warlock. That brilliant crown, seemingly carved entirely from gemstones, was precisely the Grade 0 sealed artifact that Varna will had seized from the heavily damaged demoness sect during the Pale Calamity back then. Although Ahomatova did not participate in the War of the Pale Calamity for various reasons, she later learned that this Grade 0 sealed artifact was formed from a Sequence 2 Planeswalker Beyander characteristic. It was said that its initial origin came from the Tamara family in the 4th epic, and it was later held by the Demoness sect, containing various strange and peculiar powers. However, because it was not controlled by the 7 Orthodox churches, there was no corresponding number for it, and angels who knew about this Grade 0 sealed artifact preferred to call it Crown of Stars. Ancient Forest, East Bayon, South Continent, at the border between the East Tarok colony and the Fasak Empire. East Tarok soldiers in black armor and Fasak Empire troops were fighting at the edge of the forest. With the aid of the mystery weakened imperative, even though the East Tarok soldiers were not superior in numbers, the battle was not at a disadvantage. Aaron, who had traveled from the northern continent, appeared not far from the battlefield and looked into the depths of the forest with his spiritual intuition. Joseph Will, looking somewhat disheveled and barely maintaining the mystery weakened imperative, was being besieged by 2 figures also exuding demigod aura. The burly god of combat church Archbishop, Andor Corvette, had a complex dark green symbol in each of his left and right eyes, which was precisely the demon hunting eye. A dark green light flashed, seemingly discovering a flaw, and the Sword of Dawn, completely condensed from light in his hand, was swung fiercely, accompanied by a storm of light that seemed capable of destroying everything. Joseph Will, entangled by Witch King Kalaman, felt the danger approaching. The pure black ring on his right hand flashed, and his figure suddenly shattered, turning into pieces of mirror. Although he dodged the fatal blow, Joseph Will's face gradually became covered with black patterns, and the trees within a few meters radius centered on him gradually withered. Although this Grade 1 sealed artifact from the Demoness of Despair on his hand could help him hold back the 2 demigods in front of him, the corresponding negative effects were also extremely severe. Looking at the perilous battlefield, Aaron restrained the urge to immediately help. This was an excellent opportunity to hunt that Archbishop. To prevent any potential unforeseen circumstances, he had to eliminate him as quickly as possible. The best and most realistic method was to use the sun-chasing scepter. And this had to be done above the dark gold mist, where various blessings could extend the use time of this sealed artifact to the maximum extent. In reality, he could not bear the negative effects of this Grade 0 sealed artifact. Passing through layers of dark gold mist, Aaron sat on the throne, beckoning to retrieve the Black Emperor card and the sun-chasing scepter. At the same time, he also felt that after achieving Sequence 5, the Sephira power he could mobilize had further increased. Through the light spots formed by praying to himself, Aaron looked at the fiercely fighting demigod battlefield, staring at the burly figure completely covered in silver-white armor. Since there was no subsequent prayer, this prayer light spot would not last long. Although Aaron did not have time to wait for a good opportunity, he could create the opportunity himself. He decisively took out God's curse, and then in ancient Hermes, he spoke in a low voice. Misfortune. In his right palm, the silver-gray charm suddenly ignited with a dark glow. Without any hesitation, Aaron blended the dark glow with the stirred dark gold mist and threw it into the expanded scene of the prayer image, throwing it towards the god of combat church Archbishop, and/or Corvette. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. With a flicker of complex dark green symbols in his pupils, as if sensing something, the god of combat church's Archbishop and/or Corvette abruptly raised his head. It was as if a deep black light appeared from nowhere, covering the entire sky and making his surroundings extremely dim. This change was fleeting, and everything around him instantly returned to normal, appearing as if nothing had happened. However, relying on his demon-hunting eye, for its strong sensitivity to negative states like evil, degradation, and curses, and/or Corvette acutely smelled the scent of danger. The reinforcements from East Tak have arrived. This thought flashed through his mind. He had already anticipated this situation when he and Shaman King Karaman failed to kill Joseph Will immediately after joining forces. But he wasn't too worried. The only angel of the East Tak family would be tied up along the West Byron coast. As long as it wasn't an angel, even if a Sequence 3 saint arrived, the two of them could retreat calmly by joining forces. His eyes, filled with complex dark green symbols, scanned his surroundings, but he found no further abnormalities. He frowned slightly, thinking of the strange influence he had just experienced, and after a moment of hesitation, he extended his left palm and crushed a ball of golden light. Golden fragments drifted down, revealing the object wrapped within, an eyeball that seemed to contain a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Without the isolation of the golden shell, dark red, almost black, threads spread outwards from the eyeball. This was a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the God of Combat Church, numbered 105, and also known as the Demon's Eye. And/or Corvette obtained it by hunting a Sequence 4 demon in the northernmost part of the Mist Sea in the northern continent before he took office in the southern continent. A Sequence 4 demon is both a physical demon and a mental demon. Although manifesting an incomplete mythical creature form can easily lead to loss of control, demons can make a part of their body exhibit mythical creature characteristics and maintain them long-term, thereby gaining unique and strange effects. This eyeball was the body part of the slain demon that manifested its mythical creature form. It not only retained numerous abilities related to filth and evil spells but also possessed enhanced malice perception and desire control. But none of this was the reason for its high ranking among the God of Combat Church's many Grade 1 sealed artifacts. The most important reason was that it contained some pollution from the abyss, which was reflected not only in its attacks but also in its terrifying negative effects. Normally, and/or Corvette would not use this sealed artifact. Even though its effect was powerful, the negative effects after each use had to be completely eliminated by returning to the Twilight Giant Hall in St. Milan, the capital of the Fasak Empire, otherwise, it would leave a huge hidden danger. However, that strange deep black light and the enemy that even his demon-hunting eye couldn't perceive still made him use this sealed artifact. He believed that the malice perception at the demigod level was enough to find that guy who was putting on an act. Just as and/or Corvette was using the Demon's Eye to search for Aaron with its malice perception, he didn't notice that dark red, almost black, patterns had already gradually covered his dawn armor. Above the dark gold mist, Aaron looked at the prayer light spot with a strange expression. Through the true vision provided by the Sephira, he could see that the black mist, symbolizing bad luck, on Andor Corvette's body was all surging towards that eerie eyeball. The powerful bad luck brought by divine curse seemed to make this demigod ignore the abnormality on his body, fully devoting himself to searching for Aaron's whereabouts. Tisk, doesn't this just add another layer of restraint to my damage? Feeling the evil and degraded aura, Aaron clicked his tongue and turned his head to glance at the blazing, pure, and infinitely purifying scepter of sun chasing in his right hand. Time was limited, so he no longer hesitated. He immediately mobilized all his power, and with the frantic consumption of spirituality, endless radiance, mixed with a little dark gold mist, condensed into an extremely pure white arrow of light. The spiritual enhancement gained from advancing to Sequence 5, as well as the assistance of the Crimson Eye and the Black Emperor card, only made Aaron's face slightly pale, and he didn't become directly exhausted as before. Waving his right hand holding the Scepter of Sun Chasing, the Arrow of Sun Chasing, mixed with some dark gold mist, suddenly plunged into the prayer light spot, heading straight for Archbishop Andor Corvette of the God of Combat Church. On the battlefield in the center of the forest, Shaman King Karaman, who had lost his moonlight transformation ability due to Joseph Will's forbidden full moon effect, somewhat disheveled, smashed a large pit in the ground. Facing a demigod who controlled the imperatives of mysterious weakening and reality enhancement, Karaman, also a demigod, was directly suppressed when alone. His dark wings vibrated slightly, and Karaman instantly left his original position, appearing in the distance. While lamenting the power of an imperative mage in his heart, he also cursed his unreliable teammate, wondering what he was doing. He hadn't felt the aura of divine curse, and being tightly entangled by Joseph Will, he had no time to worry about Andor Corvette. Only now, after enduring a blow to break free from the entanglement, did Karaman turn his gaze to his teammate. When he saw the figure in silver armor covered in corrupted patterns in the distance, before he could utter a warning, he witnessed something that would be unforgettable for the rest of his life. An arrow of light, seemingly condensed from pure radiance, appeared out of thin air above Andor Corvette. Accompanied by terrifying pressure, Karaman, even from a considerable distance, instantly bled black blood from his eyes just by looking at the patterns flowing on the arrow of light. Trembling incessantly, Karaman didn't hesitate for a moment, decisively fleeing into the distance. He completely cast aside the rewards previously promised by the Fasak Empire and the orders from the Rose School of Thought, with only one thought remaining in his mind. An angel. There's actually a sun pathway angel hidden here. Escape, quickly escape. Karaman didn't know, and didn't want to know, why an angel would suddenly appear. As for whether this angel came from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church or other unknown secret organizations, he didn't care. At this critical juncture, self-preservation was naturally the most important thing. When disaster strikes, everyone fends for themselves. As for the Archbishop, he could only wish him good luck. That soul-piercing sense of death awakened Andor Corvette, who had fallen into some strange state. Without any hesitation, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 4-meter-tall giant. His body was dark green and gnarled. Every inch of skin, every pore, every piece of flesh, seemed to defy normal human perception, combining in a special form, containing an unimaginable sense of impact. He manifested an incomplete mythical creature form. His head didn't change too obviously, just expanded quite a bit, and a dark, vertical slit, like an eye, split open from his forehead to his nose. Although this would come with intense madness and a tendency to lose control, it also brought a significant increase in his inherent strength and level, and it was the most likely method he could think of to survive at the moment. His remaining sanity made him crush a token made of unknown material on his chest. The token was engraved with the Twilight Giant Hall. He then knelt on one knee, and a strange light, a mixture of dawn and degradation, appeared around him, enveloping him with a guardian force connected to the earth. The Grade 0 sealed artifact, empowered by the dark gold mist, instantly shattered the guardian barrier. Endless blazing light emerged, accompanied by Andor corvette's final desperate and painful wail. Affected by the sealed artifact, Josephwell, who was constantly emitting plague and disease auras, did not pursue the fleeing shaman King Karaman. Instead, his figure shifted, and he used an imperative to change his position, his gaze solemn as he looked at the miniature sun that had suddenly expanded in the distance. He also judged the level of the attack. Although he was worried about the unknown angel's purpose, his territory of East Talk was right behind him. He could neither retreat nor had any path to retreat. Looking at the huge lava pit formed by the dissipation of the sun and the terrifying aftershocks spreading outwards, he tensed his entire body and continuously recited Varnar Will's honorific name in his heart. On the edged battlefield of the ancient forest, the soldiers of both sides almost simultaneously ceased their attacks, their eyes filled with horror as they looked at the distant sun. They knelt on one knee in unison, relying on their heavy armor to resist the sweeping aftershocks. At the forefront of the battle, a Sequence 5 guardian, wearing dawn armor and a clergy badge, began to tremble upon hearing that unwilling roar, clearly recognizing it as coming from the Archbishop. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately gathered all his soldiers, enduring the grief and anger in his heart, and retreated with alternating cover. Above the dark gold mist, Aaron leaned back on the throne, looking at the huge lava pit that had appeared out of thin air in the ancient forest, and clicked his tongue slightly. Just as he was about to collect his spoils of war, his gaze suddenly sharpened. An orange-red light appeared from the horizon, illuminating the entire forest. Under the twilight glow, directly above the lava pit, a burly old man appeared, wearing a black robe with white edges, a grizzled beard, and a square hat. His eyes were light blue, with few wrinkles, and he naturally exuded an aura of looking down on all things. Aaron, familiar with the information of the major righteous god churches, instantly recognized the identity of this angel. The warrior pathway Sequence 2 glory, Archbishop Larian of the God of Combat Church. Aaron looked at this entrance, which came with its own celestial phenomenon, through the prayer light spot, and a feeling of having overplayed his hand immediately welled up in his heart. However, after careful observation through true vision, he found that it wasn't the true body that had arrived, but a projection of power formed based on some medium, which also made Aaron breathe a sigh of relief. Dash 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 dash. In the West Byron Sea area, two weather warlocks confronted each other in silence. After roughly confirming that Varnar Will's condition was indeed poor, Ahomatova Einhorn, who believed he had probed the true situation, was considering how to retreat. After all, he was only a power projection, and neither his duration nor his strength could compare to Varnar, who had arrived with his true body by roaming with the Grade 0 sealed artifact, Crown of Stars. The distorted figure, suspected to be Varnar, grabbed at the void with his right hand. The Crown of Stars shone brightly, and the clouds, lightning, and storms filling the sky instantly twisted and deformed. The entire space continuously shrank, like a seal. A gray-blue, illusory door with 7 brass keyholes slowly appeared, seemingly wanting to swallow the entire sealed space. Behind the deep, boundless illusory door seemed to be a dazzling cosmos. It seemed that he had already obtained the answer he wanted. An illusory figure walked out of the boundless subconscious ocean. As it walked out, the figure rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant dragon covered in large gray-white scales. Incomplete mythical creature form, dragon transformation. The dragon's head had undergone some changes, becoming more lizard-like than human. Its pale gold vertical eyes and the facial scales interwoven with mysterious patterns were cold and distorted. And with the manifestation of this incomplete mythical creature form, throughout the entire sea area, various thoughts, spirits, desires, and wills, like a storm, semi-illusory and semi-real, invaded the mental islands of everyone towards Varnar, and the fleet behind him. This was a combination of mind deprivation and mental plague, which could cause every affected and corrupted creature to suffer pollution and go mad on the spot. And for angels, such an attack was most insidious, because their mental states all had certain issues, and they could lose control directly at any time due to the tilting of the scales. The shrinking sealed space where the lightning storm raged nearby immediately stopped contracting. The scene behind that deep, boundless illusory door suddenly changed, replaced by a vast, calm blue sea. Layers of illusory doors appeared, obstructing the invasion of the mental plague. With Gusman Will's cooperation, the space where the entire fleet was located twisted and shrank, instantly dyed with dazzling starlight, becoming extremely illusory, as if transforming into a brilliant gem, actively plunging into the deep, boundless illusory door. In the last instant before disappearing, the distorted figure wearing the crown of stars condensed a long spear interwoven with flames and lightning in his hand. A phantom portal suddenly appeared beside the giant dragon covered in large gray-white scales. The large gray-white scales had no effect and were instantly pierced by the long spear extending from the portal. Flames and lightning wantonly destroyed, directly damaging half of the dragon's body. The uncontrolled shrinking space nearby was pierced by a silver-white long spear wreathed in flames, and the seal originating from the crown of stars was violently broken. The already illusory power projection of Ahomatova Einhorn slowly walked out, his eyes flickering as he looked at the scattered starlight left behind after the distant illusory door dissipated. And the two demigods, Yegor and Zatwin, who followed him out, twitched their eyelids as they looked at the damaged giant dragon nearby, simultaneously feeling fortunate that they were not the ones who had suffered the direct attack. Ahomatova also turned his gaze, and after a moment of scrutiny, he spoke faintly. I never expected that even the president of the psychology alchemists would come personally. As his words fell, another illusory figure appeared beside the damaged dragon corpse, chuckling with a voice that brought comfort to body and mind. Greetings, Your Excellency Ahomatova. Our psychology alchemists naturally wouldn't let an ally in cooperation encounter danger. Using a separated identity to ensure the safety of our allies is also a demonstration of our sincerity. As he spoke, the damaged giant dragon slowly disintegrated, one part turning into streams of light and re-merging into the illusory figure, while the other part transformed into a ball of light enveloped in flames and lightning. Ahomatova nodded slightly noncommittally, took the light cluster that was about to dissipate, and sensed it carefully. After a moment, he asked for confirmation. You just took his frontal attack. How did it feel? The illusory figure was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Although there are still some doubts in some places, it can be generally confirmed that his state is indeed on the verge of losing control. Not caring what doubts the fellow in front of him had, Ahomatova nodded with satisfaction after confirming his thoughts and said nothing more, his figure slowly dissipating. The illusory figure shook its head upon seeing this and also disintegrated into rays of light, escaping into the surrounding sea of subconscious, leaving only Yegor and Zatwin looking at each other in dismay. Southern Sea of Cyberang, coast of the Loen Kingdom colony. Azure blue light converged into a dazzling light door, and the East Tak fleet, which had escaped the battlefield with the help of the Star Crown, reappeared on the sea surface as space stretched and restored. The entire fleet erupted in cheers of excitement. Unlike the excited crew members, Gusman Will, who was already a demigod, noticed the dissipation of his secondary ancestor's figure, feeling a sense of unease and anxiety in his heart. Before he could pray again, his body was uncontrollably pulled by some force, and a majestic voice simultaneously came from his ear. Do not resist. Gusman Will's heart stirred, recognizing the voice. He dispersed the flame spear he had condensed in his hand and simultaneously transmitted a message to Solo Bint, ordering him to reorganize the wounded and continue forward. Following the pull, he passed through an illusory door and arrived in a space interwoven with starlight. Walna Will, clad in black armor, stood quietly, the star crown shining with a dreamlike radiance, floating in midair. Recalling the weather warlock who had exuded an infinitely tyrannical and mad aura earlier, Gusman's mind was filled with questions, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seemingly discerning his doubts, Walna beckoned the star crown over and explained. This Class 0 sealed artifact was formed from the Beyander characteristic of a Sequence 2 planeswalker of the Apprentice pathway. It has a very powerful ability, which I call Reappearance. It can reappear Beyander abilities or individuals closely related to the holder. Of course, there is a certain probability of failure, and the reappeared individuals can only launch one attack before dissipating. That mad and out of control weather warlock just now was recreated by me using the Star Crown and another item. I hid in the dark, secretly manipulating the Star Crown, combined with the concealment ability of a secret sorcerer's secrecy, strengthened to the angel level, to put on a good show for that group of people. Gusman's heart stirred, and some of his doubts were answered, but more questions emerged in his mind. Who was the mad and out of control weather warlock that was reappeared? Why did he reveal the specific information of this Class 0 sealed artifact of the family to me? Not caring what his junior was thinking, Walnut continued speaking on his own. In addition to the reappearance ability, it can also allow the holder to transform into a symbolic form, and can also avoid fatal attacks through short-term symbolization. The combination of barrier and hidden space abilities can, to a certain extent, seal special items and creatures, and even seal off an area or a scene. After initial mastery, it can transfer creatures, items, and space within that area to another location. It can transfer the holder and enemies to harsh environments, and then roam away, or it can directly bring a certain scene to the location of oneself and the enemy. Speaking of this, he chuckled lightly, adding in a strange tone. And this location can be the abyss, or it can be the cosmos. For some reason, Gusman, who was listening intently, instinctively felt a tremor upon hearing these two names. Slowly pushing the Star Crown in his hand to Gusman, Walna restrained his smile and said seriously. After today's probing, there should be no more angel-level interventions. I also must lie low for a period, so this Class 0 sealed artifact will temporarily be in your charge. It should be enough to deal with most situations in the southern continent. Looking at his astonished expression, and recalling that Aaron had already wielded a Class 0 sealed artifact of unknown origin when he was Sequence 6, Walna sighed in his heart and added. I have already sealed this Class 0 sealed artifact to a certain extent, reducing both its power and negative effects. When reappearing abilities in individuals, one must have a sufficient understanding of the object to be reappeared, otherwise the holder will experience unknown anomalies. And you must note that if the Star Crown is not worn, various unpredictable abnormal situations will occur around it, and it may even teleport objects within a certain area to dangerous regions, so it must be sealed. Before you achieve Sequence 3 War Bishop, you need to return to Ilroseal regularly to reinforce the seal. When used on a blood moon night, one will hear the terrifying ravings of a certain existence. Even a seal cannot block it, and it will bring terrible pollution. After explaining the negative effects of this Class 0 sealed artifact, a blood-colored crystal radiating strong spiritual fluctuations and an iron-blooded aura, like a pulsating flame, appeared out of thin air in Walna's right hand. Feeling a strong attraction from the depths of his spirituality, Gusman suddenly looked up and heard Walna's light chuckle. This is a Sequence 3 War Bishop Beyander characteristic, and it is related to Aaron, so you can have priority in obtaining the opportunity for advancement. Southern Continent, East Byron, Ancient Forest. The light of dusk swept across the land, and time seemed to freeze here. The entire sky was tinged with a clear sense of decay, as if the day of the whole world was nearing its end, and eternal darkness was about to descend. Archbishop Larian's projection of the God of Combat Church looked grimly at the molten pit on the ground. He felt a strong purifying aura from it, and his deep, majestic voice echoed across the sky. Son, even though Andor Corvette crushed the Twilight token at the last moment, allowing Larian to successfully project his power, it still couldn't save him. For any Orthodox church, a Sequence 4 Archbishop is a strategic resource, especially with the impending apocalypse. But the reality of death could not be changed. As long as the Beyander characteristic remained, a new demon hunter could be born after some time. A giant hand made entirely of orange-yellow light reached towards the molten pit on the ground. The aura of decay permeated, and the churning magma turned into black-brown stone. A grayish-brown heart, about the size of a head, covered in pores and shimmering with dawn-like radiance, was pulled out of the deep pit. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the lower half of the heart was completely stained black, like a pulsating black pus sac, emitting an evil and degenerate aura. Above the dark gold mist, Aaron leaned back against his throne, watching the orange-yellow giant hand about to touch the heart. In the end, he couldn't bear to part with his spoils. This is also a Sequence 2 Angel's projection. Last time, when I was Sequence 6, I used the Eye of Chaos to injure the projection medium of King of Curses Baranka, and I endured that backlash. Now that my sequence has advanced further, I can mobilize more power from the Sephira. The bold survive, the timid starve. Such a good opportunity might not come again. Conflicting thoughts flashed through Aaron's mind. After making up his mind, the golden patterns on his body, radiating divine light, instantly lit up, and waves of inexplicable fluctuations emerged and reverberated in the magnificent palace. The dark gold mist followed the fluctuations, finally surging together into the Eye of Chaos embedded at the top of the throne. A pillar of light shot from the Eye of Chaos directly to the top of the sun-chasing scepter. The light became increasingly dazzling, sweeping the surrounding dark gold mist, emitting waves of terrifying pressure that made one's heart palpitate. The prayer light points that were about to dissipate were also forcibly extended by this power. Golden light, mixed with the power of the dark gold mist, poured out like a flood from an open gate. Above the molten pit, an endless stream of light suddenly emerged, as if it had instantly transformed into the sun descended into reality. Pure and clear light permeated, turning the surrounding area into a shadowless, evil-free, darkless kingdom. Layer upon layer of golden patterns spread outwards, directly crushing the orange-yellow giant hand, dispelling and purifying the decaying aura, and simultaneously extending towards the horizon. A second sun rose in the sky, which had been completely solidified in orange twilight. Half of the sky remained twilight, while the other half was entirely filled with dazzling gold. Larian seemed to have anticipated this attack. The dark green symbols in his pupils looked at the darkless domain that occupied half the sky, yet revealed an incredible bewilderment. He clearly felt the surge of power, a high-level power from the sun domain contending with his twilight domain, but he could not sense the source of the power. Even if the opponent was not his true body, but a power projection through some medium like him, he should at least be able to sense the position of the medium acting as a power transfer. And as a power projection, regardless of status or ability, it was inferior to an ordinary angel, but essentially still a complete mythical creature. The inability to discover the source of the power already indicated many problems. Without further hesitation, he raised his right hand. Under the half of the sky still enveloped in orange-yellow light, rays of twilight light simultaneously underwent strange refractions and intertwined with him, condensing into a giant figure nearly 10 meters tall. This figure was very blurred, containing an eternal and unchanging meaning, like a reflection cast from the mythical era. His skin was grayish-blue, he wore silver-gray armor stained with blood-like patches, and his face had a cluster of light resembling a setting sun, which seemed to be the manifestation of his eyes. This was the complete mythical creature form, the Twilight Giant. The projection's existence time was relatively short, so it naturally had to use its strongest means. His mere existence caused the forest below, along with the void, to bend, making all things uncontrollably begin to decay. Not far away, Shaman King Karaman's dark wings behind him slowly withered under the orange light. He didn't dare to look back and continued to sprint wildly after landing on the ground, relying on his strong physique. But his pale skin still developed granules, slowly turning grayish-blue, and at the center of his forehead, flesh squirmed, as if some monster was about to emerge. He hadn't even seen the mythical creature form yet, merely approaching the figure, and he was already gradually showing signs of losing control. Realizing this, Shaman King Karaman was horrified. He no longer held any luck mentality, took out a grayish-white finger bone from his in-arms, frantically poured his spirituality into it, and muttered something. Joseph Will was relatively better off. Although he didn't know why, the sudden appearance of crimson gold light that occupied half the sky had enveloped him. Instead of the imagined burning pain, it brought a warm sensation, allowing him to briefly resist the erosion of decay and even remove some of the pollution caused by using that demoness pathway sealed artifact. The giant figure standing in the twilight looked at all this with eyes like a setting sun, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, like a carved stone statue. Suddenly, the cluster of light on his face flickered, and then he lowered his body, slamming his fists heavily onto the ground. Bang! The earth shook violently, cracking open a fissure, making Joseph and Karaman unable to control their balance, staggering and almost falling. At this moment, the giant figure, as if from mythical legends, pulled out an illusory greatsword, formed by twilight light, from the earth fissure and fiercely swung it forward. An orange-red light storm suddenly formed, sweeping towards the massive crimson-gold sun. Wherever this light passed, trees withered, soil turned to sand, and everything irreversibly entered the path of decay. Bang! The storm brewed by twilight was blocked by one miniature sun after another, causing the entire forest to shake. Clang! An arrow of extremely pure white light pierced through the storm, striking the surface of the nearly 10-meter-tall giant figure with the aura of an ancient god, unleashing countless rampant electric sparks. Amidst the silver light, the terrifying figure seemed to stumble, and the silver-gray armor, covered in blood-like patches, dimmed considerably. Just as he raised the twilight greatsword in his hand, Ariana's historical projection suddenly appeared beside him, directly transforming into pure darkness and enveloping him. The deep darkness firmly bound the giant formed by Larian's projection in place. The already dim silver-gray armor was instantly invaded by darkness, and unreal black cracks appeared. As if by prior arrangement, leaving no room to breathe, 5 terrifying darkless spears directly pierced the giant's limbs and head, nailing him in the void. Ariana. Along with Larian's angry roar, the darkless spears shattered with a bang, turning into all-consuming pure white light. Larian's projection finally began to dissipate, breaking into orange-red light points like burning fire. Above the dark gold mist, Aaron lowered his left hand, the faint light of the ring of secrecy on his index finger quieted. He endured the stinging pain of spiritual exhaustion in his mind, controlling the crimson gold light that had devoured the twilight and now occupied the entire sky to retract. He also brought back the bizarre heart formed after the demise of God of Combat Church's Archbishop and/or Corvette. Because the battle lasted for a very short time, the backlash of the Eye of Chaos had not yet arrived, so Aaron turned his gaze to Shaman King Karaman, who was sprinting wildly on the ground in the distance. This humble author, Jun Mingtian, has a rather important business knowledge assessment tomorrow morning, so I need to review and practice tonight. However, tomorrow's update will be much earlier. Some readers also helped point out a few typos in previous chapters, but my permissions only allow me to modify chapters from the last few days. Earlier chapters are already locked, so I can't change them. Therefore, those few typos in older chapters will just have to remain as they are. OT-O. Also, regarding the many readers who asked when Cthulhu will appear, I'll take this opportunity to give a unified reply. Based on the timeline, there are still 2 years, but most of the plot points laid out earlier have been filled, with only 1 or 2 remaining, such as the Ghost Empire and the Forsaken Land of the Gods. After these remaining plot points are addressed, the next 2 years will be fast-forwarded while maintaining plot fluidity, so it should be very soon. Please don't worry. To be honest, I never expected my first book to reach over 400,000 characters. I also want to thank everyone for their continuous support, and please be understanding of any parts that weren't written well. P.S. If there are any special circumstances requiring me to take a leave later, I will announce it in advance and won't keep everyone waiting. Omega. Aaron was about to take advantage of the last bit of time to deal with Witch King Kalaman, who was running wildly on the ground in the distance, when he saw an illusory door appear in the void. Behind the door was an illusory, gloomy river emanating endless death, And on that silent river, a somber small boat seemed to sail from the depths of the underworld, as an arm suddenly reached out, grabbed Witch King Kalaman, and dragged him behind the door. After Kalaman's figure disappeared into the river behind the door, his aura was completely concealed by death, and Aaron regretfully withdrew his gaze, pondering in his mind. Such a strong death, a river that seems to lead to the underworld. This is somewhat like the death pathways, ferryman. Did the numinous episcopate secretly make a move? There was no time to ponder further. After sealing the strange heart and placing it among the miscellaneous items, Aaron waved his hand and retrieved a medal that was crystal clear, as if cast from black gems. It was Ariana's night emblem. He threw it into the fading prayer scene, towards Josephwell, who was on high alert with a grave expression. Watching Kalaman being dragged into an unknown space by an arm, and the sudden end of the angel-level battle, made Joseph's mind somewhat chaotic. While guarding against possible attacks, he continuously chanted Varna's honored name in his heart, but received no response. Just as he was on guard, a faint light flashed before him, and a black token floated silently, giving him a strange sensation that it was indeed there when he looked at it, but would disappear when he didn't. Joseph, no need to be nervous, I am Aaron. The Sun Pathway Angel just now was a helper I invited. Although the projection of Archbishop Larian of the God of Combat Church was defeated, you still need to be careful of possible accidents. This token does not possess Beyander characteristic or power. Its only function is that once activated, it will establish contact with the Servant of Concealment, Ariana, no matter where she is in the real world. For certain reasons, I might be temporarily out of contact for a period, so I am lending you this token for now. If you encounter danger and need more direct help, and the ancestor does not respond to your plea, you can activate this token while chanting the name, Ariana, in ancient Hermes. In this quiet and peaceful atmosphere, Joseph's mouth slowly widened. After hearing the content of Aaron's telepathic message, he was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The prayer light points then dispersed. Although he didn't know what kind of backlash he would suffer, for safety's sake, Aaron still stirred the surrounding dark gold mist and spoke in a deep, majestic voice. I need some time to further recover. The Chaos Council is temporarily suspended. Just after he transmitted this scene to every member of the Chaos Council, before Aaron could even sigh in relief, as if a certain time limit had been reached, invisible ripples suddenly spread out from the originally calm Chaos Eye, at the top of the throne, radiating in all directions. The entire magnificent temple seemed to tremble. Along with the spreading golden ripples, the high-backed chairs and stone chairs standing in the temple toppled, as if ravaged by flames, bearing scorching marks. Looking at the backlash, which was far more violent than last time, an ominous premonition flashed through Aaron's spiritually exhausted mind. Without leaving any time to breathe, his vision suddenly went dark, and he directly lost consciousness. The golden patterns symbolizing divinity on his body resonated with the magnificent palace, jointly resisting the invasion of the golden ripples, and the dark gold mist surged incessantly within the magnificent temple. In a hazy daze, Aaron seemed to see emptiness, etherealness, and desolation all around him, permeated by boundless dark gold mist. His consciousness seemed to be crushed and integrated into it, spreading towards infinite distances with the diffusion of the dark gold mist. Dash 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 dash. North of Sonia Sea, Sonia Island is the largest island in this sea area, and also the origin of the name Sonia Sea, almost equivalent to a small continent. It was originally the only remaining settlement for elves after the cataclysm, but as time passed, this ancient Beyander race was plagued by various factors and gradually died out, with only occasional, sporadic appearances proving they had not completely gone extinct. At the end of the Fourth Epoch, the Loen kingdom occupied this island, but in the 20 Years' War, they suffered a crushing defeat and handed Sonia Island over to the Fasak Empire, which has been over 700 years ago. Checkwald followed the crowd off the White Pigeon, and looked with interest at the people coming and going in the port area. There were many people with dark blue hair, but even more were Fasak people nearly 2 meters tall, sturdy and strong. He graduated from Bishop Montella over a month ago and, after leaving the South Continent, traveled through the violent seas safe passage to Sonia Island. During this time, the incinerator potion had been mostly digested, but it had been almost a month since the hidden existence who called himself the Order Master announced a temporary suspension of the Chaos Council, so the idea of exchanging for the Sequence 6 Conspirer potion formula could only be put on hold for now. Czech sighed in his heart, feeling both anticipation and apprehension, wondering what new changes that hidden existence would bring after his recovery. As he was pondering, his powerful spirituality allowed him to pick up on the conversation of several Faceac people nearby who were clearly dressed as pirates. "Johei, I heard that if you sail a few hundred nautical miles northwest from our Sonia Island, you'll enter a sea area that many explorers haven't officially explored yet. That's not a battlefield ruin full of killing intent, that's a sea area full of treasures and opportunities, and I don't know who will get there first." One of them, a scar-faced man emanating spiritual fluctuations, sneered and took a big gulp of expensive Sonia blood wine, then slowly spoke under the envious and fearful gazes of the others. "Foolish, there's a Naga tribe active there. They've always been dedicated to finding the rumored underwater city where powerful demons are sealed. That's the object of their faith. Although the danger there is indeed not as terrifying as a divine battle relic, it's not something a mere Sequence 9 like you can fathom. Even a pirate general would face certain risks there." Looking at the expressions on the faces of his subordinates around him, he nodded with satisfaction, then seemed to think of something and said with some excitement, "You just came back from the sea, so you probably don't know that something big has happened recently in our Fosac. A few weeks ago, the Archbishop of the God of Combat Church, who had been stationed in the Twilight Temple in St. Milan, went to Trier, the capital of Intis. No one knows what happened, only that the entire sky was covered in twilight. Tisk, that was simply like a miracle. It finally managed to rein in those superstitious Intis people." Czech quietly listened with his extraordinary hearing. As a former Intis noble and a victim of Grossel's assassination, he was always more concerned about such matters. Layers of illusory whispers echoed within the magnificent palace, and a vortex of dark gold mist covered the entire temple. Time seemed to lose its meaning here. On the throne deep within the palace sat a figure with a blank expression. The Black Emperor card lay at his feet, dim and lusterless. The dark gold vortex above the throne slowly contracted, condensing into a majestic and vast figure. Aaron, immersed in the illusory whispers, slowly opened his eyes. An unprecedented feeling emerged in his heart. He instinctively raised his arm, but only saw a hand completely composed of dark gold mist, with faint mysterious symbols on it. His previously somewhat sluggish mind instantly cleared. Following the spiritual sensation, Aaron looked down and saw himself sitting on the throne with his eyes closed, or more accurately, only his physical body. As his emotions fluctuated, the surrounding dark gold mist continuously poured in, making Aaron's phantom increasingly solid, but this was accompanied by a strong spiritual warning. His intuition told him that if he continued like this without stopping, he might completely lose himself. Although he was still somewhat unclear about the situation, Aaron instinctively floated towards the throne and merged with his body. As if a certain process was interrupted, the surging dark gold mist stopped pouring in. Aaron's body suddenly opened its eyes, only to find that one arm still could not merge with him, seemingly having contained too much dark gold mist, reaching its capacity limit. Before Aaron could react, with the return of his spiritual body, a series of knowledge abruptly appeared in his mind. After an unknown period, Aaron reopened his eyes. Spirituality connected with the Sephira, and the illusory arm that could not merge with his body instantly detached, transforming into an even more illusory figure under the manipulation of Aaron's main consciousness. Unlike the figures he had casually molded from dark gold mist before, this figure, originating from his own being, still had mysterious symbols flowing on its surface. Both hearing and vision could be shared, as if it were another self. Looking at the vivid and flexible figure before him, whose every movement could stir the dark gold mist. Aaron recalled the knowledge in his mind and murmured in disbelief. Is this my incomplete mythological creature form? This was different from facing Baranka, the Sequence 2 angel, king of curses, of the Rose school of thought, before. That time, it was less about Aaron repelling him, and more about him actively retreating after the door of summoning was destroyed. This time, confronting an angel displaying a complete mythological creature form head-on with the help of the Chaos Eye, caused far more damage than Aaron had anticipated. Moreover, due to the unique nature of this uniqueness, the backlash, comparable to an angel's level, also possessed the characteristics of the sun pathway. That terrifying purification and repulsion directly forcibly stripped the Black Emperor card that had merged with Aaron. Without the protection of the divine patterns, Aaron's consciousness directly faced this backlash. At the moment his consciousness collapsed, it was re-aggregated by the power of the Sephira. With the superposition of various factors, Aaron turned misfortune into a blessing, further deepening his integration with the Sephira, and prematurely gaining an incomplete mythological creature form within the Sephira. The knowledge transmitted by the Sephira refers to this mythological creature form as the Mist of Order. The edicts implemented within one's own territory and the feedback received from them are the foundation for acquiring divinity, and also the mysterious patterns formed during the creation of the mythological creature form. From the moment one acquires the mythological creature form of the Mist of Order, one can gradually transition from being an agent of rules in the low sequence period to a higher level formulator of rules. In the future, when Aaron achieves angel status and possesses a complete mythological creature form, with the bonus of the Nation of Disorder, he could even alter certain shallow rules for a certain period. However, this separated figure of himself is more like a stripped-down version of an incomplete mythological creature form. On one hand, it's because Aaron's soul alone underwent transformation, his physical body is still Sequence 5 and has not received divinity. Although the soul can regather and restore itself, once the physical body manifests a mythological creature form, it is difficult to revert. On the other hand, this incomplete mythological creature form can only be manifested within the Sephira. In reality, without sufficient anchors and the support of divinity, the outcome would only be loss of control. But even so, it is not useless to Aaron. This separated part of his consciousness can exist independently within the Sephira, responding to prayers and making replies on Aaron's behalf. It can even borrow certain sealed artifacts to launch attacks. Although this would lead to additional spiritual consumption, it avoids Aaron having to go above the dark gold mist every time, and also allows for a separation of the Order Master identity. Moreover, with the Sephira's bonus, having prematurely gained an incomplete mythological creature form, he now truly has the confidence to face certain situations. Even if he were to face the previous backlash again, he would have the real ability to cope. With this thought, Aaron looked at the pile of miscellaneous items, removing the seal he had originally placed. Layers of dark gold mist dispersed accordingly. Looking at the neatly placed and undamaged Ang-Sai-Ting paper crane and several other sealed artifacts, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand to retrieve the divination pendant. A moment later, he opened his eyes with a complex expression and muttered in a low voice. I didn't expect to be unconscious for almost a month this time. Fortunately, I had informed the members of the Chaos Council beforehand. But this time, it was a blessing in disguise. A month's time was well worth it. Collecting his thoughts, Aaron looked at the items that had fallen below the throne. He first returned the dim Black Emperor card and the now calm sun-chasing scepter to the pile of miscellaneous items. The original strange heart seemed to have been shattered by the backlash, and after re-aggregating, it split into two parts. He performed a divination using the divination pendant. The heart on the left, the size of a human head and shimmering with a dawn-like radiance, was a Sequence 4 Demon Hunter Beyander characteristic. And the black crystal on the right, emanating a fallen, evil, and defiled aura, was a Sequence 4 Demon Beyander characteristic. The abyss contamination contained within it had not been completely destroyed, and it recontaminated it after the Beyander characteristic re-aggregated. He isolated and sealed the contaminated demon characteristic, and placed the demon hunter Beyander characteristic next to the sun-chasing scepter. Once that demigod Beyander characteristic was extracted, he could enter Grossel's travels. After confirming through divination that there were no dangerous omens, Aaron returned to the real world, immediately entering a concealed state. He used the true vision provided by the consciousness he left within the Sephira to look towards the ancient forest. Even after a month, the center of the battlefield was still shrouded in the decay of twilight, and the giant lava pit also emitted a strong purifying aura. There were no signs of danger, nor any new traces of battle. It seemed that the God of Combat Church's representative was very restrained, and the worst-case scenario did not occur. Aaron couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After lifting his concealed state, he quickly traveled to St. Anne's and found Joseph while by sensing Ariana's emblem. Teleportation is forbidden here. Aaron, who was traversing the spirit world by following his senses, heard a majestic voice, and an invisible ripple brushed past his body. Aaron did not resist. He followed the repelling force and exited the spirit world, his figure solidifying. He looked at the astonished Joseph while opposite him and said with a smile, "Long time no see. Has anything happened recently?" Joseph reined in his surprised expression and returned the Ariana emblem, which glowed with a faint light, to Aaron. He smiled for a rare moment and said, "The forsations have been repelled, and the war in East Barum has ended. We are now using the battlefield ruins of that ancient forest as the new demarcation line. However, the war in West Barum is entering a white-hot phase. Duke Guzman's fleet has successfully joined the war and reversed the previous disadvantage. Looking at the current situation, the war will continue for quite some time." At this point, his tone was a little strange. He glanced at Aaron, whose expression was as usual, and continued. "In addition, according to reliable sources, the God of Combat Church's Grand Patriarch personally went to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's cathedral, but no battle occurred. Aaron, that won that day, he." Aaron chuckled as he looked at Joseph, who was hesitating to speak. "That angel is a member of a secret organization I joined. It's a gathering formed by a hidden existence. Ancestor Valna is also a member of that organization. That hidden existence is me." Aaron immediately mocked himself in his mind. But his expression remained as usual, very natural, without the slightest hint of guilt. His skill at borrowing others' prestige was practically maxed out. Whether it was the sudden appearance of a sealed artifact of Sequence 0 or the unclear connections with several angels, Valna probably had already guessed something. Therefore, Aaron was not worried about Joseph looking for Valna to confirm later. That old fox still had that much tacit understanding. With the increase in his own strength and the display of his own value, and also for future considerations, he was not averse to appropriately revealing some secrets now. Even an angel is only a member, and the ancestor is actually one of them. Could that hidden existence be a god-level existence? Which one could it be? Somewhat stunned by the enormous amount of information in Aaron's words, Joseph was a little unsure how to respond, and at the same time, he let his imagination run wild. Aaron looked at Joseph's expression, nodded with satisfaction, and did not linger on this topic. Instead, he stated the purpose of his visit. The war in East Barum has ended, and it probably won't have any problems in the shortest time. Therefore, I want to invite you to participate in an adventure. Joseph emerged from his brainstorming, his eyes flickering slightly as he asked in return. Adventure. Aaron nodded and took out Grossel's travels, which he had prepared long ago. He pointed at the book bound with yellowish-brown parchment and said with a smile. "Inside this book is a fantasized world, and within it, there's a frost dragon named Northern Dragon, which I've chosen as the demigod ritual target for Bear Baylor. Moreover, there are also giants, elves, and several people who will be very useful for my future plans inside this book. Both for safety's sake and to prevent them from doing anything too rash, I'd like to invite you to back me up. After all, inviting an angel comes at too great a cost." The world in the book. The Warrior Pathways Demigod Ritual. Joseph didn't know how many times he had been stunned by the information Aaron revealed today, until he heard the last sentence, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He sighed helplessly, nodded, and glanced at the thin brown book, unable to resist asking. How do you enter the world in the book? Also, when are you planning to start? I might need a little more time to make some arrangements, I can't just enter directly. Seeing him nod in agreement, Aaron retracted his gaze with satisfaction and put Grossel's travels away again, explaining. Drop your blood on the cover, and you will be forced into the world in the book. I still need to return to Lloyd City once to bring Bear Baylor back. We will enter together then. After finishing his conversation with Joseph, Aaron directly activated his teleportation and returned to his mansion in Lloyd's inner city. Looking at Glenwell, who had already advanced to Sequence 5 Reaper, and Dallin Charlotte, who had completely digested the Faceless Potion, Aaron nodded with satisfaction and said to Glenwell. I just spoke with your grandfather, and we are both very pleased with your performance. Your loyalty and ability are beyond doubt. Therefore, as my personal reward, I will inform you of the demigod advancement ritual in advance. This is unrelated to the family's contribution system. You can prepare in advance without any reservations. Looking at Glenwell, who instantly became excited, Aaron added with a smile. The ritual for advancing to Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight is to form a team of at least 30 people, cultivate deep camaraderie with them, make them successively stronger, and cooperate tacitly. They must be able to understand your intentions through your eyes and actions, almost becoming one with each other, and then they form the ritual. The stronger the team's power and tacit understanding, the better the ritual's effect. Aaron then turned to Dallin Charlotte, who also had an excited expression, pondered for a moment, and asked. How has the General Law Code I instructed you to implement last time been progressing recently? Dallin cleared his throat and responded solemnly. For some reason, ever since Duke Guzman arrived in the southern continent last month and the war in East Barham ended, those troublemakers have all quieted down. Currently, your General Law Code has begun to be implemented in Lloyd City, both in the inner and outer cities. We have also publicly dealt with a batch of lawbreakers according to your code as a warning, and the effect is very good at present. Nodding with satisfaction, Aaron looked at Dallin, whose back was straight, and said with a smile. You've done very well. Once I'm done with my current matters, I will personally take you to the Church of Evernight to borrow a mermaid to complete your ritual. Aaron finally looked at Bear Baylor, the tall and burly captain of his personal guard, and slowly spoke, meeting his loyal gaze. I remember your greatest wish was to personally kill, Undying King, Agalito, who destroyed everything you had. But all of this requires strength. Now, I can give you a chance to achieve demigod status. As he spoke, Aaron's spirituality dispersed, and the oppressive feeling emanating from his qualitative change in his spiritual body was almost on par with a demigod. His pupils instantly turned golden, and he spoke with majesty. Bear Baylor, are you willing to dedicate your loyalty and even your life for this? Without the slightest hesitation, Bear Baylor knelt on one knee, his right fist placed on his chest, and responded firmly. I am willing to dedicate my life to his lordship. Dash 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 dash. Surging layers of dark golden mist enveloped the surroundings. Aaron sat on the throne in the magnificent palace, looking at the dark golden rune in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. The time flow in the world within Grossel's travels is the same as in the real world. There is no lifespan limit in the book, and one can live forever, but if one stays in the travels for too long, exceeding their own lifespan, they will rapidly age and die upon leaving the travels. These matters, which should have been common sense, would be passively ignored due to the influence of the world within the book on the spiritual level. To maintain his clarity, he specifically created this rune. This rune did not have any powerful offensive effects. Aaron created it by relying on his ability to manifest an incomplete mythical creature form within the Sephira. Its only function was to help Aaron strengthen his connection with the subconsciousness remaining within the Sephira, and to use the Sephira's authority to resist the influence of Grossel's travels. Putting away the rune, Aaron turned to the ghostly picture frame on his right, whose surface was covered with intertwined crimson and silver patterns, and counted the marks on it again. Ever since obtaining this sealed artifact, the death row prisoners of the East Tark family had contributed their sinful lives for it, but Aaron, who was not of the Marauder pathway, still had a very shallow grasp of this sealed artifact. The time for plundering was always lost, so much so that even now, there were still only 5 golden marks and 35 grayish-white marks. However, these were not important. Even if the King of the North was killed, he would not die if he did not leave Grossel's travels. Aaron would reason with them, and those who obeyed him would receive true salvation. After preparing all the items, Aaron returned to the real world. He received several sealed artifacts and the prepared sequence 4 Demon Hunter potion from the open door of sacrifice and bestowal. He exchanged a glance with his subconsciousness in the Sephira before dismantling the ritual. Breaking through the wall of spirituality, Aaron pushed open the door and directly handed the potion in his hand to Bear Baylor, slipping him a note and instructing him to open it only after entering the world in the book. Then, he looked at Joseph Will beside him and said softly, "I need your blood. We will appear in different places after entering the world in the book, and I need a divination medium to find you." Joseph nodded slightly, took the dagger Aaron handed him, and cut his fingertip. Under the guidance of spirituality, blood flowed out, a part of it adhering to the dagger and flying towards Aaron, and another part smeared on the dark brown cover of Grossel's travels. After completing this step, the wound on his fingertip healed instantly. Joseph did not withdraw his spirituality, instead, he sensed his surroundings with interest, wanting to see how the so-called world in the book was entered, and awaited the change. Suddenly, goose feather-sized snowflakes appeared before his eyes, and the howling wind echoed in his ears. Immediately after, an bone-chilling cold relentlessly pierced into his body. Joseph stood there somewhat stunned. Although he had been mentally prepared, as a demigod who had obtained divinity, he didn't even realize how he had entered. His heart sank slightly, and he instinctively looked around to ascertain his location. He found that he had left Street Anne's at some point and was now in a frost-covered land enveloped by a blizzard. Because the environment was extremely harsh, he couldn't see anything in the distance, and he couldn't even tell if he was on a mountain or a plain. Joseph recalled what Aaron had said earlier: there would be no danger at first, and he could stay put and explore further after everyone had met up. As he was thinking this, his heart suddenly leapt, and he abruptly looked behind him. A momentary blankness flashed across his stern, rigid face, followed by a drastic change in expression. Through the even more violent wind and snow, a colossal figure could vaguely be seen standing at the peak of an icy mountain. It was a translucent giant dragon, nearly 5 meters tall even when standing on 4 legs. It resembled a close relative of a lizard, with an ugly face, eerie blue eyes, and a thick, powerful tail. A pair of enormous, membrane-covered wings grew from its back, nearly unfurling them gave the sensation of eclipsing the sky. Its scales were like ice crystals, flowing with a translucent shimmer, the most beautiful and dreamlike part of its entire body. Suddenly, this dragon, as if carved from frost, raised its neck and body, letting out a terrifying roar that pierced through the blizzard. At this moment, standing upright, it exceeded 10 meters. Aaron, who still didn't know what was happening in the world within the book, was carefully collecting the blood from the dagger, preparing it for divination later. He then handed the dagger to the burly Bear Baylor. He didn't hesitate, used a small copper knife to cut his hand, and blood quickly flowed out. He dipped his right index finger into the blood and smeared it on Grossel's travels. Watching his most devout follower, who could be considered his hidden existence, disappear before his eyes, Aaron picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground, collected the blood, and did not rush to enter. Instead, he waited quietly, wanting to use Bear Baylor for one last verification. For a moment, Bear Baylor found himself surrounded by wind and frost, with everything around him a pure white. He really entered a strange world. He raised his broad palm to shield his face, afraid of the wind and snow blinding him, and at the same time, carefully unfolded the note Aaron had given him. He saw the content written by Aaron. In Hermes language, preferably ancient Hermes, chant the following honorific name. Source of order and shadow. Great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom. Lord of Order, who wields rules. Burn after chanting. Is this a god-level hidden existence? Bear Baylor, backed by the East Tark family and a seasoned Sequence 5 himself, also had a deep understanding of the mystical arts. Looking at the note in his hand, he subconsciously took a sharp breath, but only inhaled the biting cold wind and icy snowflakes, his expression changing slightly. He knew very well how dangerous it was to chant the honorific name of a hidden existence whose origin and moral alignment were unknown. This might lead to an outcome more terrifying than death. His mind churning, he suddenly slapped himself, then chanted the honorific name of Lord of Order in ancient Hermes. Street. Ann's, City Lord's mansion. Aaron sat quietly on the soft sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a faint, layered sound of prayer echoed in his ears, clearly coming from a male. Through the subconsciousness remaining within the Sephira, he saw the light spot representing Bear Baylor ripple outwards in the magnificent palace, and a smile immediately spread across Aaron's face. He always remembered that this was a real world, and relying entirely on so-called experience could very likely lead him into a dead end. He had to personally confirm whether he could truly continue to connect to the Sephira after entering Grossel's travels. Having received a satisfactory answer, Aaron no longer hesitated. He picked up the ghostly picture frame that had been maintained in a hidden state beside him, took out the prepared blood, and smeared it onto Grossel's travels. After not waiting long, Aaron suddenly found himself in a vast, white world of ice and snow. Gusts of wind, laden with ice shards and goose feather snowflakes, slapped Aaron's face and body, causing him to involuntarily tense up and shiver slightly, hunching over, as he surveyed his surroundings. The robust physique brought by his promotion to Sequence 5 disciplinary knight allowed him to quickly adapt to the severe cold, confirming that he was in a world of ice and snow with extremely low visibility. The dark golden talisman he carried close to his chest quietly shattered, transforming into complex mystical symbols that integrated into Aaron's body. His consciousness blurred for a moment, and a dark golden mist rose from his mind island, as if breaking some kind of restraint. Aaron's consciousness instantly cleared, and certain things he had deliberately ignored resurfaced in his mind. The harsh environment prevented him from delaying. After a preliminary observation of his surroundings, he took out the item stained with Bear Bayl's blood and used the divination pendulum method to determine his location. Then, based on the result, he trudged through the thick snow, under the gloomy sky, quickly moving through the raging winds, occasionally divining again to adjust his direction. About 10 minutes later, Aaron discovered a burly figure covered in silver armor. He exhaled, taking a few steps forward, and clearly saw that it was indeed Bear Bayle. This half-giant stood silently in the wind and snow, his dawn armor emanating steam, dispelling the cold. Ignoring the complex expression on his loyal subordinate's face, Aaron put away his divination pendulum and asked directly. "Did you burn it?" "I did." Bear Bayle nodded, seemingly wanting to say something. Aaron gazed at him for a few seconds, confirmed he wasn't lying, and then his expression turned serious. "Remember, to recite his honored name is to be his believer. Believe in him, serve him, and perhaps one day you will receive unimaginable boons. At that time, your reputation will spread throughout the 5 seas, no less than that of the pirate kings." As he spoke, he had intended to make a gesture of a Lord of Order believer, but he sadly realized there was no such thing, so he comforted himself with a few words in his mind. A secret organization must remain secret, these superficial matters are meaningless. Bear Bayle listened silently, his burly body slightly bent, responding solemnly. "According to your will, I will fulfill my loyalty with my life." Without explaining to this loyal believer, Aaron nodded with satisfaction, withdrew his gaze, took out Joseph Will's blood, and performed divination once more. Although he could sense the general direction, the position was constantly changing. What kind of accident happened? Aaron frowned slightly, leading Bear Bayle to trudge through the blizzard in the direction of his senses. In the vast expanse of white, the two figures, like black dots, crunched through the snow, moving forward little by little. After nearly 20 minutes, Aaron suddenly stopped, and he and Bayon simultaneously looked towards a mountain peak to the west. Beside a massive rock covered in a thick layer of ice, there was a dark, secluded cave, guarded at its entrance by a woman holding an ancient, rustic bow. This woman had lustrous, shining black hair, tied into a simple ponytail. Her facial features were very soft, unlike anyone from any country in the northern continent. She wore a brown, ancient-style hunter jacket and trousers, and her keen spiritual perception caused her to direct her gaze towards them. Seeing her slightly pointed ears, and combining it with the content of Grossel's travels, Aaron immediately knew her identity, the elven singer Shadows. An elf. Bayon, standing beside him, looked at the ancient bow in her hand and stepped forward proactively, shielding Aaron. As he approached, Shadows unhesitatingly raised her longbow, the arrow knocked upon it shimmering with flowing silver-white electric light. As expected of elves, most of whom belong to the storm pathway, they are indeed prone to irritability and recklessness. Aaron looked at the tense standoff between the two sides, muttering inwardly, while signaling Bayon not to be nervous. Although the plan had deviated, and the demigod helper he invited seemed to have some issues, finding the protagonist team was still a good outcome. Just then, Aaron's vision blurred, and he saw two thick, sturdy gray-blue giant legs, and a terrifying greatsword plunged into the snow. Aaron looked at the giant leg, which was a little taller than his entire body, and followed the patterns on the greatsword upwards, finally seeing clearly that before him stood a giant nearly 4 meters tall. Even the half-giant Bayon looked like a midget in front of him. This giant's skin was gray-blue, his chest, abdomen, and waist were wrapped in thick beast fur, while the rest of his body was exposed, even his feet lacked protection. He leaned on a greatsword wider than a human door, and with his distinctive vertical single eye, he looked down at Aaron and Bayon, asking in a rumbling voice, "Who are you? Why have you come to Grossel's camp?" As his words fell, a strangely dressed man in his 30s, who made one feel uncomfortable, also walked out of the cave and saw the two confronting parties. This man had a rather handsome face, flaxen hair, deep brown eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. Even when sitting, he exuded an air of arrogance. "Let's all be peaceful, don't be so tense. I'm talking to you, Shadows, don't always point your bow at others." He skillfully walked to the elven singer Shadows' side, placed his hand on her shoulder, and chuckled, not at all as arrogant as his demeanor suggested. "Morbid, if you dare touch me again, I'll let you feel the wrath of an elf." Her voice was clear and melodious, but her tone was full of anger and irritability, as if she might raise her hands at any moment and shoot Morbid Soros an arrow. "All right, I'll reflect." Morbid coughed dryly, withdrew his hand, and casually smoothed his pointed, stiff black hat, hiding his embarrassment. The atmosphere softened with Morbid's arrival. Aaron looked at Morbid, who still seemed to enjoy being threatened by Shadows, and couldn't help but inwardly grumble. "You two are being sickeningly sweet. I suspect you're showing off your affection, but I have no proof." Then he lightly coughed, drawing the attention of the man, elf, and giant opposite him. "Grossel, we are also here to deal with Xiong, the king of the north. I think we are not enemies, right?" Grossel looked down at Aaron and the other person, his vertical single eye no longer filled with wariness, and he laughed heartily. "Yes, since you are also here to deal with Xiong, then we are friends." Shadows glared at Morbid, slapped his hand away, and reluctantly put away her bow, seemingly muttering something under her breath. Morbid smacked his lips, looked at Aaron and his companion, then enthusiastically invited them into the cave, chattering incessantly. "You might find it hard to imagine, but when I first entered here, I was an arrogant, introverted, cultured nobleman, but the long passage of time changed all that. Hey, especially when your companion is a giant who only knows how to grin foolishly and shout slogans." As he said this, Grossel, who was following behind with a hunched back, chuckled good-naturedly, raised a hand to scratch the back of his head. His vertical single eye showed none of the ferocity and cruelty often depicted in various giant legends. Morbid sighed, then remembered something and lightly slapped his head. I've been with them for too long, it's making my brain a bit abnormal. I actually forgot to introduce myself. I am a Sequence 5 Dream Stealer of the Marauder Pathway. You can call me. Aaron glanced at the overly enthusiastic Morbid, interrupting him in a flat tone. I know, Viscount Morbid Sorost of the Solomon Empire, and now the only surviving direct descendant of the Sorost family. Morbid's expression instantly became incredibly colorful, from initial enthusiasm to surprise, and finally to disbelief, causing him to involuntarily stand still and murmur softly. How is this possible? The old man was an angel. Aaron paused in his steps, a little surprised by the man's reaction, then somewhat understood. The only person Morbid encountered afterward was the former Loen soldier Longsel. As an ordinary person, Longsel naturally had limited knowledge. Morbid could at most have learned from him that the Solomon Empire no longer existed, but he had no way of knowing other specific details. Understanding this, Aaron lightly coughed, still offering a word of comfort. Pale Sorost is not dead, he was merely severely wounded by Aemon and is now in a very poor state, hiding everywhere. Morbid's eyes lit up, just about to speak, when he suddenly felt a crazy, tyrannical aura approaching from afar. The pressure from a high-level being was almost palpable. Two more figures suddenly appeared in the cave. Snowman, an ascetic monk dressed in an extremely simple white robe, and Longsel, clad in full black armor. Without any pleasantries, everyone tacitly rushed out of the cave. Unlike the grave expressions of the others, Aaron's expression was more peculiar, because he also sensed Joseph Will's aura at the same time. As everyone rushed out of the cave entrance, they saw a massive figure descend from the sky, landing on a nearby giant rock covered in thick ice. Its membrane-covered wings did not retract, but remained spread, almost obscuring the surrounding light. Unlike their impression, this, King of the North, was covered in wounds, and opposite him stood a man with dark golden eyes, whose terrifying pressure fully demonstrated his strength. As the ice crystal-like dream-like scales and the extremely violent, dark blue dragon eyes reflected in everyone's eyes, Elysian, the King of the North, an ice dragon, opened its mouth and spat out a distorted, unstable, and flamboyant ice-blue flame towards the cave entrance. Wherever it passed, the void became transparent, completely frozen. The giant Grossel proactively stood at the very front, kneeling on his left knee, bending his back forward, and plunging his broad, straight greatsword into the ground before him. A dawn-like light then shone, forming illusory walls to Grossel's left and right, protecting everyone behind him. The ice-blue tide surged forward, first split by the vertical greatsword, then crashing against the dawn light on both sides. Accompanying the blossoming of dawn-like radiance from the greatsword, a storm of light swept outwards, piercing through the newly formed ice layer. Grossel's gray-blue figure vanished from the spot. The elven singer Shadows, her hair not yet tied up, held her bow and, embraced by swirling gales, rushed out of the cave without any pause. Morbid Sorost, the Viscount of the Solomon Empire, wearing an asymmetrical black jacket, muttered, "Don't rush," and, finally here, as he ran with large strides, closely following behind Shadows. However, they almost simultaneously stopped, their gazes solemn as they looked at Joseph Will, who had suddenly appeared before them. Looking at this mysterious powerhouse who was fighting the King of the North, back and forth, Morbid was about to say something when he heard Aaron's voice from behind. "No need to be nervous. This demigod is the helper I invited. The upcoming battle will be left to Bear Bail. This is his final step to becoming a demigod." Ignoring the expressions of Morbid and the others, Joseph Will nodded. After blocking the King of the North's subsequent attacks, he looked at Bear Bail, who had already taken out the potion, and reminded him. "This fellow is not a demigod from a normal pathway. It is an out-of-control monster that has gathered many ice-type Beander characteristics. It can rival a demigod in specific domains, but is inferior in other aspects. Although it was injured by me, it has become even more insane as a result. Directly assisting you would affect the effectiveness of your ritual, so I only used a command to prohibit its flight ability." Bayon nodded, without the slightest hesitation, and drank the bottle of silver potion in his hand. To everyone's surprise, he let out a painful roar. As waves of terrifying fluctuations emanated, his body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 4-meter-tall giant, his skin turning dark green and gnarled, containing an unimaginable sense of impact. Morbid and the others felt a stinging in their eyes, and as they gaped, they turned to look at Grossel, who was beside them, touching his head with a bewildered expression. Aaron, feeling the chaotic aura emanating from Bayon, was not surprised. This was precisely a requirement of the ritual. After consuming the potion, one could temporarily possess power comparable to a demigod, and by hunting a demigod-level monster before losing control, one could successfully advance. Although it was inconvenient to directly intervene in the battle, Aaron could use the subconsciousness within the Sephira, through Bayon's previous prayer light points, to extend his period of losing control. Dark golden mystical symbols appeared in Aaron's pupils. Bayon's eyes, which had been consumed by madness and a desire to tear everything apart, flashed with a hint of clarity, and then met the gaze of a pair of extremely violent, dark blue dragon eyes. Rip. The snow parted, and a deep, wide gully was plowed into the ground. This gully extended all the way to where Bayon had just been standing. He did not dodge at all, directly blocking the King of the North's dive path. Bayon, in his giant form, knelt on one knee and pulled out a translucent, light-formed greatsword from a crack in the earth. Dawn-like light then appeared, erecting an unbreakable, invisible wall. Boom! The collision between the ice dragon and the giant Bayon was like a terrifying explosion, shattering all the surrounding snow and ice and pushing it outwards. A huge crater appeared at the center of the collision. Bayon did not retreat. Instead, he lunged forward, raising his Sword of Dawn, and striking at Elysian, the King of the North, who remained stationary. Layers of ice crystals vanished, dreamlike scales cracked, and the light sword slashed into the head of the King of the North, who had lost his ability to fly, making him let out a deafening shriek. Pale blue blood flowed out and quickly congealed, the ugly head of the frost dragon shook madly, and light like the morning sun spread everywhere. The King of the North, Urasan's shriek quickly turned into a roar, and a terrifying blizzard erupted on the spot, sweeping in all directions. The howling wind carried dense, goose feathers, filling every inch of space, and at the same time, an ice-blue halo rapidly expanded, extending outwards along the ground, and wherever it passed, everything it touched turned into ice sculptures from bottom to top. Bayon was sent flying by a thick, ice crystal-covered tail. His entire body covered in silver-white armor was violently shattered, and he was instantly engulfed by that ice-blue halo. Ice crystals covered his entire body, and his exposed skin instantly became covered in various patterns, symbols, and markings that could not be described by language and exceeded the normal sensory range. Amidst the sound of his heart beating like muffled thunder, his body once again grew taller, transforming into a gray-blue giant 6 or 7 meters tall. Unlike before, his vertical single eye was bloodshot, openly radiating a violent aura with a clear destructive tendency. His rapidly expanding body directly shattered the ice layer, and the morning light burst forth, rushing towards Urasan, the King of the North, who was charging towards him not far away. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Bayon's height was even significantly taller than Urasan's non-human standing state, and his strength was equally exaggerated. In the continuous collisions with the opponent's front claws, he even unilaterally suppressed this giant dragon. Urasan, whose head was already cracked, was repelled, his massive dragon body abruptly fell backward, his body collapsing like a mountain, but it could only stir up diffused snow and dust. Looking at the dark green one-eyed giant who was recondensing the morning sun greatsword and rushing towards him, a hint of madness flashed in Urasan's dark blue dragon eyes, his heart contracted with a thump, and he condensed a terrifying pale blue, almost white light. This was a Bayon ability derived from its life, capable of creating an extremely cold hell, attacking indiscriminately, a mutually destructive method. Looking at the terrifying light that seemed to be able to freeze everything, Grosser's face suddenly became solemn, and the greatsword in his hand had already been inserted into the ground, but he saw the human whose name he still didn't know appear at the very front. Under the astonished gazes of Mobert and the others, Aaron's spirituality stirred, the Lord of Mysteries hidden in his sleeve glowed dimly, the violent wind and snow suddenly solidified, and strands of reddish gold light scattered upon everyone. Shadows opened her mouth, then suddenly looked up at the sky, endless light condensed, seemingly transforming into the sun descended upon reality. The scorching pure light dispersed the wind and snow, melted the ice layer for several kilometers around, and defeated the terrifying pale blue, almost white light that Urasan had condensed. This was precisely the light-chasing domain that Aaron had recorded above the dark gold mist using the Lord of Mysteries, originating from the sun-chasing scepter. Even though it was greatly weakened compared to the original, it was still stronger than a typical demigod attack. Looking at the pure light scattered across the world, the sequence 5 inches light priest, ascetic snowman opened his arms, as if embracing divine grace, muttering in a dreamlike voice. God's radiance will eventually spread to every believer. Ignoring his teammates' cult-like remarks, Mobert recovered from his shock, a flicker of imperceptible worry flashing in his eyes. It wasn't that he was worried about not being able to defeat Urasan. Given his status in the Zoroastrian family before his disappearance, his understanding of the extraordinary world was extremely deep, and he could already confirm that Joseph Will was at least a demigod of the arbitrator pathway. Moreover, he was certain that this mysterious young man, who knew of the Zoroastrian family, was not of the sun pathway, so the blazing sun in the sky emanating a terrifying aura at least represented a powerful sealed artifact of grade 1. Coupled with the terrifying giant not far away who was fighting Urasan head-on without falling behind, there were a total of 3 powerhouses at the demigod level, so Urasan's fate was already sealed. What worried him was the true purpose of these 3 people who had clearly entered together. One must know that whether it was himself, Longzil, or anyone else, they had all stumbled into this world alone and only learned about Urasan after meeting others. The way Aaron and the others appeared, their highly purposeful actions, and, more importantly, the overwhelming strength they displayed, made Mobert uneasy. Before he could think further, the battle in the distance was already nearing its end. Even though the terrifying blazing sun did not launch an attack, as his innate ability was forcibly interrupted, Urasan's brain seemed to feel a tearing pain. Ah! This frost dragon slowly opened its mouth, letting out a stuttering, broken shriek. Just then, a figure enveloped in light from the dawn rushed to the front of the frost dragon. This was none other than the jauntized Bear Bailey. The patterns, symbols, and markings on his gray-blue skin surged with power, and the glowing greatsword in his hand hummed, developing spiderweb-like cracks, as it directly cleaved into Urasan's already cracked skull. Corrosive dark blue blood splattered, splashing onto the broken silver-white armor and stirring up wisps of blue smoke, and Urasan's head was directly split into 2 along the previous crack, his mournful cry abruptly ceasing. Urasan's headless body trembled, then collapsed with a thud to the ground, like a small mountain made of ice and snow. Inside its body, streaks of pale blue, almost white light burst forth, stirring flesh and blood, rapidly moving, and soon transformed this enormous dragon corpse into a thick, tall, snow-covered double door. Without needing anyone to remind them, all the Beyonders present knew that this was the gate to the outside world. This damned dragon is finally dead, we succeeded. The simple-minded giant Grossel immediately burst into laughter, but feeling the strangeness of the atmosphere, his voice gradually lowered, looking at his teammates around him with some confusion, realizing that their gazes were all directed towards the 3 newly met friends. Yes, friends, at least Grossel believed that anyone who killed Urasan could be a friend, though others might not think so. Feeling the gazes from behind concentrated on his back, Aaron didn't mind, signaling Joseph Will to guard the exit door, while he himself flew towards Bear Bailey, who was roaring angrily at the sky not far away. The ritual was complete. Although the battle was short, it was extremely dangerous. The power of the Demon Hunter potion had already permeated his entire body during the battle, and the advancement was completed the moment Urasan fell. What Aaron needed to do now was to help Bear Bailey, who had used a partial, incomplete mythical creature form, regain his sanity. The night mark on his wrist rippled with deep black waves. The power of peaceful slumber instantly enveloped Bear Bailey, who was struggling to regain his sanity. Aaron immediately prayed softly to himself, and the subconsciousness within Saphira immediately used the generated prayer images and the prayer light spots left by Bear Bailey before to transmit power, suppressing that mad will. The patterns, symbols, and markings on Bear Bailey's body, which exceeded the normal sensory range, rapidly vanished, his skin color returned to normal, and his vertical single eye also disappeared, his body stopping after shrinking to 3 meters. Looking at his naked loyal subordinate, Aaron lightly coughed and dispersed his power, looking around. He cut off Urasan's undamaged skin and threw it to Bear Bailey, who had just opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power and the indescribable divinity filling his body, Bear Bailey, with his burly giant physique, knelt on one knee, his head bowed, swearing with barely concealed excitement and gratitude. "I will forever be loyal to Your Highness, I will always be the sharpest sword in your hand." Aaron nodded in satisfaction, watching him tear the dragon's skin into simple clothes and put them on before slowly speaking. Aside from those few people, everything in this book world, although extremely real, is essentially an illusory construct of imagination, with certain limitations. Although Urasan can help you advance, this is ultimately a shortcut. If you leave the book world now, the anchor supporting your divinity will become unstable, and the best result would be falling into slumber. Therefore, I intend for you to stay in the book world for a while first. Next, I will explore a relatively dangerous area, where there should be many monsters. I will let a batch of monsters enter the book world, and you can also use this to digest the Demon Hunter potion. After successfully digesting a part of the potion, the problem of unstable divinity will no longer appear. It just so happens that you can also help me watch over those people. Bear Bailey nodded solemnly, loyally following Aaron towards the giant dragon corpse that had transformed into a double door not far away. Grossel and his group of people stood together, looking somewhat nervously at the giant, who had returned to normal but still exuded a terrifying pressure, slowly walking behind the young man, finally stopping at the double door, with the initial mysterious powerhouse at his side. Aaron looked back at the strangely alluring double door. If he hadn't used Saphira to break through the limitations of this book world in advance, he probably would have already entered the light door and left. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Grossel and his silent group of people, breaking the oppressive silence. He raised a finger slightly, pointing as he spoke. Loen's soldiers from over 100 years ago, nobles from the 4th epoch, ascetics from the 3rd epoch, and elves who served, Calamity Queen, Gooseneck from the 2nd epoch, and giants who guarded the giant royal court. Have you ever wondered how you, who haven't even acquired divinity, managed to live through these long years? You should know that even some long-lived races, even if they become demigods, their lifespan is only a little over 1,000 years. In this unspeakable silence, Mobert, with a somewhat grim expression, spoke in a low voice. I don't know how many years have passed outside, but it must have been many years. I was asleep most of the time, and time here seemed to be frozen. Aaron nodded. Seeing that they had realized the problem, he stopped beating around the bush and said directly. When you leave this portal and depart from the protection of the book world, the passage of time will directly devour your lives, but I can give you a chance to live. The elf singer Shattaz spoke with some excitement. What do we have to pay for that? And where did you hear the queen's name? Aaron looked around and chuckled. To save you means to help you recover the missing time. The price is to become a believer of a great existence. You can call him, Order Master. As he spoke, he glanced at the devout ascetic and added. Or slowly accumulate merits and pay the corresponding price, which will be very long. Just as Mobert was about to choose the second option, Aaron's faint voice came. The Zoroastrian family has disappeared into the mists of history. Pal's Zoroastrian is being pursued by the blasphemer Amun. I presume you have heard some secrets. You should know what that blasphemer means to Beyonders of the Marauder pathway. If you don't want to be turned into a clone by him, I advise you to quickly believe in my lord and gain protection. My lord can even give pals some help to restore the Zoroastrian family to its former glory. I forgot to tell you, I possess a sequence 4 feet parasite, Beyander characteristic. Mobert instantly froze, his expression changing for a moment before he spoke. All right, I agree, but I want to give my future contributions to Shadas. Shadas, who had always been ill-tempered, looked at the hand on her shoulder, mumbled for a moment, but still stubbornly turned her head away. Not refusing Mobert's wish, Aaron turned his head to look at Shadas and chuckled. To answer your previous question, Calamity Queen, Gooseneck is not completely dead, there are still remnants of her consciousness. Believe in my lord, and both you and she will receive blessings. Looking at Shadas, whose expression suddenly changed, Aaron did not continue. The time accumulated in the ghost painting frame was not enough to save a second epic elf. After supplementing Mobert's time, there was not much time left. Amidst the clanging of metal, Longsel, who had been silently clad in black armor, looked at Aaron, who had distinct Loen characteristics, and asked with a slight gaze. Do you know the Edward family in Backland? That is, the Edward family living at 18 Delahaye Street, Northwest District. Aaron turned his head and shook it. There is no Northwest District now. Looking at Longsel, who was repeating his words in a hoarse, low voice, he curled his lips and added. However, before I entered, I entrusted someone to find the current Edward family and provided them with decent jobs. Under the same conditions, I can send you to meet them. The longing in his heart still made him nod. Seeing this, Aaron chuckled, took out the ghost painting frame, spiritual power surged into it, he selected Mobert and Longsel, and as the hour hand of the painting turned counterclockwise, the gray-white marks quickly disappeared. Invisible waves swept over their bodies, and a vague sense of fullness enveloped them. Mobert followed the strong spiritual pull and looked at the ghost painting frame, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. A moment later, Aaron put away the ghost painting frame, nodded to Bear Bailey not far away, then suddenly exerted force and pushed open the snow-covered great door. Silently, everything they saw became illusory, then transparent, and then disappeared. A vast study room, styled like those of northern continent's great nobles, quickly appeared before their eyes. It was precisely the study of the capital's city lord's mansion. Mobert and Longser stumbled, looked around, their eyes suddenly bewildered for several seconds, then their expressions drastically changed as they looked down at their bodies. Their clothes had abruptly turned into decayed ash. After an awkward glance, the two naked men tacitly averted their gazes. Mobert muttered to himself, I must make Shadas change her clothes before leaving later. Aaron had anticipated this and directly threw them 2 sets of clothes. Although their lifespan was replenished by the ghost picture frame, their clothes were clearly not included and would naturally turn to decayed ash upon leaving the world within the book. Looking at Longser, who seemed to have already sensed something, he smiled and explained. The potion you consumed was fake, and the power you gained was also, just like that frost dragon. Leaving the world within the book, this power will naturally disappear, but the process of digesting the potion and the experience of advancement still exist. With the corresponding potion, you will quickly recover your strength. Seeing Longser nod, Aaron turned his gaze to the center of the study table, where a book bound with yellowish-brown parchment was laid open. The book rustled open due to an invisible wind, reaching its last page. Not only Aaron, but the others also saw the ending. With the help of Aaron Will and Joseph Will, Boyer Burial killed the King of the North, and successfully advanced to Demon Hunter. Aaron stepped forward, closed it, and put it away. He turned to look at the two brought out from Grossel's travels, and without avoiding Joseph Will, who stood beside him, he spoke solemnly. I have fulfilled my promise. Now it is time to offer your loyalty. Mobert's gaze slowly moved from the upper pocket where Grossel's travels was placed to Aaron's face. His Adam's apple twitched, and he nodded resignedly. All right, what should I do? Aaron's face revealed a smile of unclear meaning, and without caring about Joseph Will's somewhat strange gaze, he said with an even more devout tone. It's simple. Follow me in chanting the honored name of that great existence. The Master will answer your prayers. With that, without waiting for their reply, he began. Source of order and shadow. Great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom. Lord of order who holds the rules. The deep, majestic ancient Hermes echoed, and Mobert felt a chill throughout his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. As a direct descendant of the Zoroastrian family, a viscount who had truly experienced the era of gods, he knew very well what this honored name meant. Those were the gods who stood at the peak of this world, overlooking all beings from the astral world. He knew even more clearly how dangerous it was to chant the honored name of a hidden existence whose origin and benevolence were unknown. This might lead to an outcome more terrifying than death. But thinking of the old man who had been hunted by that blasphemer for countless years, and thinking of Shadas, who was still trapped in Grossel's travels, he swallowed, his voice trembling slightly as he followed along and chanted. Dense dark gold mist exploded before his eyes, engulfing his consciousness like a tsunami. Before he could react, he found himself in a magnificent palace, surrounded by empty stone chairs. In the depths of the palace, on a throne shrouded in dense dark gold mist, a blurred figure, somewhere between illusory and real, sat quietly. An indescribable terrifying pressure filled every corner. His spirituality wildly warned him, and the aura of death permeated his heart. Mobert felt his eyes were about to go blind. He quickly closed his eyes, lowered his head, and held his forehead with both hands, only to realize that he was not a physical entity. It was more like his spiritual body had been brought to this mysterious space by some incredible power. Realizing this, Mobert had already recognized his current situation. He had been noticed by this hidden existence, who was likely a god-level being, and had even entered this existence's divine kingdom. Without any hesitation, Mobert felt a void in his heart, but on the surface, he spoke with extreme piety. I am willing to become your believer. Seeing that this viscount understood the situation so clearly, Aaron's subconsciousness subtly curved its lips, then changed to a majestic voice and spoke. Good. The final reckoning is coming. Pals Zoroast's fate is in his own hands. Mobert's heart trembled. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask but feeling he couldn't afford the corresponding price. After thinking for a moment, he respectfully said, Great Order Master, is the one who taught me to chant your honored name your favored one. Aaron clicked his tongue inwardly and replied with an unchanged tone. He is my agent of will in the human world. This Friday at 12 a.m., you can return here to attend a secret meeting I will preside over. Agent of will. Divine counsel. Only these two phrases flickered in Mobert's mind. Just as he was about to speak, he found that everything around him became hazy and illusory, as if covered by a thin veil. A familiar sense of disorientation came over his consciousness. Mobert suddenly opened his eyes and found himself still standing in place. He subconsciously nudged Longzer beside him with his arm, but only received a puzzled look from the other party. Feeling a bit bitter and understanding, just as he was thinking about the Order Master's words, Mobert inadvertently met Aaron's gaze. For some reason, Mobert also subconsciously lowered his head, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Aaron rubbed his face with his right hand. Although he found the man's behavior a bit strange, he still smiled and said, This is the South Continent. You two should follow Joseph will first and get a good understanding of what happened in St. Anne's during the years you were gone. Longzer, I will provide you with potions and can also arrange for you to reunite with your family's descendants, but all of this comes with a price. I hope you understand. At this point, Aaron changed to a half smile, looking pointedly at Mobert and saying, I forgot to tell you, today is Monday. The scarlet moon was obscured by clouds, and faint starlight scattered on the smooth floor. It was silent, peaceful, and lacked human presence. Aaron came to the deck, feeling the cold night wind, and leisurely walked along the ship's rail, gazing at the turbulent sea. At this moment, the high-altitude clouds had thinned and lightened, and the light of the scarlet moon brightened the dim night slightly. In such an environment, Aaron clearly saw the scene not far away. Layers of dark clouds, pressing very low, revealing substantial hurricanes raging back and forth, covering an immeasurably wide sea area. Under the illumination of streaks of silver-white lightning, fine heavy rain danced with the wind, creating a scene like the arrival of doomsday. Such a terrifying calamity was perhaps only a few nautical miles, or even closer, from Aaron, yet this side was almost unaffected, with only a slight increase in wind. The ghost ship he was currently on was built through the combined efforts of Harland Rooney and another newly advanced artisan, using a Wraith Beyander characteristic and a Seafarer Beyander characteristic. This was also why Aaron could reach the edge of the Toscate Island's eastern safe passage by ship in a short time, as a sufficiently safe vessel was essential for exploring the sea where the Divine War ruins were located. Without anyone piloting it, the ghost ship left the safe passage and headed towards the hidden passage, towards the legendary Divine War ruins. The light ahead of the ship gradually dimmed, and mist permeated, making visibility very low. It was difficult to distinguish dangerous from non-dangerous areas with the naked eye. After leaving the safe passage, it was easy to encounter various monsters, some of which were enormous and highly aggressive. Once they surfaced, they would swallow the ship whole. The devil's button in his embrace rippled, and an unspeakable malice rose in his heart. Aaron, following his spiritual intuition, suddenly turned his head, and an ominous, dark behemoth had appeared behind him at some point. Golden light flickered in his pupils, and Aaron discovered that it was actually a sailing ship nearly 200 meters long, with its bow and stern rising high, the entire vessel resembling a crescent moon. Its surface was painted black, the cannons on its sides were arranged in 3 rows, orderly from top to bottom. The parts protruding from the deck, apart from the masts, were equally towering and massive, at least equivalent to a 5-story building. The strangest thing about this ship was that it had only one sail, on which a black tombstone was depicted. Death Knell, Undead King Agaliatu. Aaron showed no fear, even a smile appeared on his face. He took out Grossel's Travels from his embrace, the Lord of Mysteries, on his left hand glowed faintly, and his right hand tightly gripped the Sword of Judgment. The subconsciousness within the Sephira suddenly opened its eyes, and the sun-chasing scepter had already leapt from the pile of sundries. Before he could even make the first move, the death knell not far away suddenly turned, moving away at an unprecedented speed. It ran away. Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. Without hesitation, the ghost ship beneath his feet became illusory, and the patterns of ocean waves appeared on the ship's surface as it chased after the death knell. Seemingly sensing the threat constantly pursuing it, the death knell emitted a thick black mist. It was filled with a corrupted, evil scent, condensing into a jet black arrow inscribed with twisted, grotesque symbols that shot forth. An indescribable blatherer seemed to echo in the void. Having endured the torment of blatherer for several epochs within the Sephira, Aaron possessed an incredible resistance to it and was not controlled or affected by the blatherer. Sensing the terrifying corruption contained within the jet black arrow, the Lord of Mysteries glowed golden, and the recorded, light-chasing domain was directly released. The escaping brilliant white light stirred up a tsunami. After everything returned to calm, the death knell had long since vanished without a trace. Recalling the scene just now, Aaron sighed softly with some regret. Due to the presence of malicious perception, the best way to hunt high-level devil pathway beyonders was by chance encounters. And the attack just now clearly corresponded to the Sequence 3 blatherer. It should have been the death knell itself that made the move. Withdrawing his gaze, Aaron glanced at the clock in the ship's cabin. It was already close to midnight. After performing a divination to confirm that this sea area would not pose any danger in the short term, Aaron then ascended above the dark gold mist. He let his subconsciousness sit on the throne, while he himself returned to the favored one's exclusive high-backed chair. After familiarizing himself with this peculiar dual perspective, his spirituality extended towards the prayer light points. Dark golden light then rose from the stone chairs below, and figures emerged. Their gazes met, and all discovered the new member who had suddenly appeared, Mobert. Being watched by gazes of unknown meaning, even Mobert, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. As everyone had different thoughts, the magnificent figure on the throne spoke calmly, and a majestic and vast voice echoed. Doomsday is approaching. In the coming years, a world-engulfing war will usher in the prelude to Ragnarok. Your time is running out. From today onwards, the Chaos Council will be held once a month, on the last day of each month. All members were stunned by the immense information revealed in the words of this great existence, but they still remembered to stand and bow. We humbly obey your teachings. Many people's thoughts raced. After trading several mid-sequence formulas, the trading session ended. Even though he really wanted to exchange for the sequence 4 parasite potion in Aaron's hand, he still decided to observe first and propose the trade next time. On one hand, it was out of caution, but most importantly, he was now not only penniless but also signed a bond of servitude, so he couldn't afford a demigod Beander characteristic at all. Checkwald, who had just traded for the sequence 6 conspirer potion formula, spoke first. A certain important figure from the God of Combat Church personally visited the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's cathedral in the Intis capital. No one knows what happened. Additionally, I have already arrived at the Mingerminsk Mountains in the Fosak Empire. The atmosphere of war here is extraordinarily intense, like, well, a powder keg about to be filled. Checkwald thought for a moment and used a somewhat imprecise adjective as a metaphor. Combining the previous information, everyone had a feeling of impending storm. In this silent atmosphere, Feilun Edis, who had also successfully traded for the sequence 6 Seafarer potion formula, slowly spoke. The Golden Dream has been in the Mist Sea for nearly a month. We followed the treasure map we found along the route, but unfortunately, last week we encountered a rare mist vortex. As a result, we deviated from the normal passage and arrived at an unexplored sea area. We found a primitive island where legendary elves actually lived. But the captain said that deep within the island, there is a demigod in an abnormal state, seemingly contaminated. The captain seems to be trying to weaken the effects of the contamination through a ritual. Hopefully, we can establish contact with that demigod elf and inquire about the exact location of this sea area, and whether the source of the contamination indicates that this sea area is extremely dangerous. Mobert, who had been silent, was startled, and then asked back with both surprise and joy. Elves. You met many elves. He knew that Shadis's greatest wish after leaving Grossel's travels was to find her people. He had originally thought that elves were extinct, but here he received an unexpected pleasant surprise. Although Feilun Edis was somewhat surprised by the new member's reaction, he patiently explained. Yes, they came to the Mist Sea a long time ago on a massive ghost ship and settled on that island. They seem to worship an existence called Queen of Calamity. Calamity Queen, Gaushinamu. A name surfaced in Mobert's mind. Having lived with Shadis for so long in Grossel's travels, he knew some things. His expression changed for a moment, and he did not press further, actively ending the topic. Aaron, however, became interested. Both the island inhabited by elves and the ghost ship that helped their clan migrate held considerable value. After truly achieving sequence 0 inches Black Emperor, Grossel realized that the Emperor's subjects were not limited to humans. To truly deal with those outer deities after the original barrier breaks, one must become an outer deity, and thus accommodating the Black Emperor uniqueness is essential. In the future kingdom of God on earth, not only humans but also elves and giants will prostrate themselves under the Emperor's majesty. By actively acting out and then accommodating the uniqueness of neighboring pathways, the subsequent negative effects of accommodation can be minimized. With this thought, Aaron, feigning to be a favored one, smiled and said, I am quite interested in elves, and I also know about that Calamity Queen, but I've been busy with other matters recently and can't spare the time. You can set up such a ritual, and then pray to the Great Order Master, and you can transmit the spirit world coordinates of that place to me. As Aaron spoke, his spirituality stirred slightly, and a ritual composed of complex and strange symbols appeared before Feilun Edis. This was what Astrolfo taught him after his memories recovered. Although very curious about what Mr. Favored One was busy with, Feilun still restrained his curiosity, concentrated on memorizing for a moment, then slowly nodded. All right, after the captain attempts to communicate with that elven demigod, I will transmit the obtained information to you through this ritual." The others listened quietly, not speaking further, still pondering the profound meaning in the words of that great existence. Seeing the gathering nearing its end, and considering that he had been off the safe passage for a long time, now sailing on a treacherous secret route, Aaron actively ended this chaos council. Figures dissipated into dark golden mist and disappeared into the prayer points behind the stone chairs. Aaron's main consciousness passed through layers of dark golden mist and returned to reality. Looking at the unchanging, mist-shrouded sea around him, Aaron was unsure where he had arrived. Entering the secret route, encountering and chasing the death knell, with the ghost ship in full pursuit, Aaron could only discern that they were traveling eastward, which was the direction of the Divine War ruins. Aaron withdrew his gaze. Just as he was about to take out his divination pendant to divine his current location, the entire ship suddenly pitched violently. Looking sharply ahead, the mist cleared, and a colossal fissure impossibly stretched across the sea in front of them. The azure sea was severed by the enormous fissure here, and endless seawater, like a waterfall, plunged vertically into the bottomless gloom. Splash! The ship could no longer stop, rushing straight off the edge and plummeting rapidly. Aaron also lost his balance, uncontrollably heading straight for the ceiling, but his expression remained calm. There was no danger premonition from the devil's button, indicating that this would not bring danger. Relying on his formidable body, he used the ceiling to maintain his posture. Just as they were about to completely fall into the bottomless dark fissure, a fountain-like surge of seawater suddenly gushed upwards from below. It held the ship, tossing it high into the air and flinging it to the other side of the chasm. After a fleeting sensation of weightlessness, Aaron felt the ship had landed steadily on the sea. He turned his head to look out of the cabin window. At this moment, the sunlight outside the window became bright, shining in intensely, causing Aaron's eyes to narrow slightly. He quickly walked to the window and saw that the boundless ocean outside seemed to be burning with golden flames, as if it were perpetually at noon. And just moments ago, it was night. Aaron raised his head and saw that the sky was filled with direct sunlight, with no clouds and no sun visible, just a golden expanse. This place did not seem like a real ocean, or at least not entirely, but rather a site left over from the War of the Gods. As his gaze swept around, he discovered a patch of ruins not far ahead to his left. Most of the ruins were submerged in seawater, with only peaks of gray stones and pillars rising above the surface. At their apex was something like a dome, which, by its own curvature, supported a considerable space. These ruins must have been incredibly vast originally. Through the transparent seawater, Aaron saw that they extended downwards to the seabed, endlessly. He restrained his curiosity well. Aaron withdrew his gaze, for he knew that many ruins within the Divine War ruins contained various mutated monsters, including many out-of-control demigods and ancient evil creatures. Many of the monsters and out-of-control evil entities here could truly kill intruders, but upon being slain, they would leave nothing behind, merely exhausting one's strength. Spirituality surged, and Aaron intended to control the ghost ship to move away from those ruins, when a huge and clear gasp suddenly sounded in his ears. The huge gasping sound slowly and rhythmically entered Aaron's ears, making his spine go cold and his heart inexplicably irritable, yet the devil's button gave no danger premonition. Not wanting to complicate matters, Aaron steered the ghost ship further away, and the gasping sound gradually faded. The sea was still bathed in the midday sun, faintly tinged with a golden hue. As the ship advanced, a point of light ahead and to the side grew larger and larger, refracting a dazzling, dreamy, multicolored brilliance under the sunlight. As golden light appeared in his eyes, he realized that they were 4 colossal pillars carved from pure diamond. They were like the sky-supporting towers of myth, extending downwards, standing firm, and supporting a considerable floating island. On the floating island, the soil was scorched black, without a hint of green. Deep within it, the light was exceptionally bright, surpassing the midday sky. Suddenly, a long neigh came from there. The sound was loud and unrestrained, but it lacked that sense of danger that makes one's hair stand on end. Aaron heard the clip-clop of horses running and saw 2 horses, as if forged from gold, charge out of the floating island. Behind them, they pulled an equally golden, magnificent chariot. A burning sensation, as if from the soul, assailed his entire body. This was remarkably similar to the negative effects of the sun-chasing scepter. Aaron was not stubborn at all, and very sensibly lowered his head, controlling the ghost ship to accelerate away from this sea area. For the next period, this ocean was like the outside world, with only undulating water, vast, silent, and boundless. Aaron occasionally saw strange bonfires floating on the sea, but he found no trace of the Ghost Empire. Frowning, Aaron took out a dark golden token from his embrace, which was the key to opening the Ghost Empire. After entering this divine war ruin, relying on the bloodline sense after lifting the hidden state, Aaron had sailed for some time, but it was as if he had entered a maze. He activated the token again, and the bloodline sense still remained in this sea area. Looking at the vast sea around him, Aaron's gaze lingered on the golden surface of the sea. Just as Aaron was hesitating whether to risk exploring the seabed, he suddenly realized that his surroundings had darkened. The sky, which had always been in a midday state, no longer had sunlight, completely enveloped by dense darkness. This change was so swift and sudden that the night mark on Aaron's wrist emitted soft fluctuations. Drowsiness assailed him. Having realized that the most terrifying night of the Divine War ruins had arrived, Aaron did not resist and sensibly closed his eyes. In a world as if veiled, he suddenly awoke, clearly aware that he was dreaming. Aaron looked around and found himself on a mountaintop. In front was a bottomless cliff, and across the cliff was a mountain covered with countless palaces, countless tall towers, and magnificent city walls. Those buildings were grand and magnificent, layered and encircling. Individually, they were unusually huge, unlike places where humans would reside, and combined, they possessed an indescribable sense of epic, miracle, and myth. The sun hung in the far distance, casting the colors of dusk onto that city, the light seemingly solidified. The Twilight Temple, or more accurately, a giant king's court from a certain memory. This thought flashed through Aaron's mind, but his gaze did not linger. Instead, he looked at the monastic-style black buildings behind him. The mountaintop seemed to form a boundary line. The twilight light cast by the sun was blocked here, while the monastery was enveloped in peaceful black. And behind the monastery seemed to be an even vaster black ocean. Aaron, following a sudden strong sensation, looked there somewhat incredulously. A magnificent silhouette seemed to loom faintly in the black ocean. After several seconds of stunned silence, Aaron's expression became a little strange as he withdrew his gaze, and he also understood why, even with the token's guidance, he still hadn't found the Ghost Empire. The last treasure of this Trentost Empire did not exist in reality, but in a dream world between reality and illusion. The colossal ship rumored to appear on a foggy night in the Sonia Sea, to the current Aaron, seemed like a projection of the dream world cast into reality based on some medium. Having understood all this, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, the ultimate goal of this trip had been found, but that monastery and the black ocean further behind were clearly fraught with danger. Aaron was prepared to stay in this sea area for a long time. This would allow him to encounter more nights and enter this dream world more times, which would also give him many opportunities for exploration. Having made up his mind, Aaron looked around, searching for a direction to explore. As expected, he found that whether to the left, right, or back, there were continuous black buildings of the monastery, with towering walls separating them from the cliff. No matter where he wanted to explore, unless he jumped off the cliff directly, he couldn't bypass the monastery. And rashly using travel teleportation in such a place was clearly courting death. Since there was no other choice, Aaron walked straight towards the monastery's pitch-black door. This door was nearly 10 meters high, and it didn't seem to be made for humans. Aaron observed it for a few seconds, took a breath, and extended both hands, pressing them against the sides of the door frame. A creaking sound immediately followed. The door's weight was a bit beyond Aaron's expectation. Only with the enhanced physical strength of a disciplinary knight could he budge this giant door. Screech. A heavy friction sound rang out, and the door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. Two dim tall towers and rows of black buildings were connected by covered bridges, enclosing a wide gray stone plaza. The plaza was riddled with pits and embedded with huge arrows, with several bonfires burning, as if it had once been attacked. Behind the plaza was a vast hall supported by 2 rows of thick stone pillars. There were no candles in the hall, yet it was not dark. Aaron looked at the source of the light, and his gaze suddenly froze. The walls and even the dome of the hall were covered with colorful murals that favored gold. They connected to each other, leaving no gaps, giving the place a grand and sacred feeling. On the murals was an ocean burning with flames, which split in the middle, creating a path. The light illuminating the hall emanated from here. On the path, there was a long procession, whose members either bowed reverently or prostrated themselves on the ground, aiming for the depths of the sea. Their leader was a tall, thin man with long silver hair, soft features, closed eyes, and layers of wings on his back. Aaron's pupils suddenly constricted. He recognized the leader in that mural. That was the Fate Angel, who flashed by in many images when he last contacted Wei Ting. That was Ouroboros. Aaron's heart tightened, and he forcefully pulled back his thoughts. Then he felt somewhat worried, unsure if he, having come here, had already fallen into the fate cycle created by Ouroboros. At this moment, he instinctively wanted to activate the subconsciousness left on the dark golden mist, to forcefully retrieve memories that might have been erased, but in the end, he suppressed this impulse, preparing to observe first. Aaron had had many exchanges with Fate Counselor Richard before, and had even observed Wei Ting perform Fate Restart, so he had a relatively good understanding of the interpretation of the Fate domain. He then calmed his emotions and looked at the massive mural. From the perspective of interpreting symbolic meaning, there were no looping rivers here, only black sludge with inverted fish, representing the absence of a fate cycle, only the entanglement of misfortune. His heart slightly relaxed. Not to mention that this was a dream world, and the pervasive influence was limited, even if he were cursed by misfortune in reality. As a favored one of the Queen of Misfortune and Fear, Aaron was not worried. He turned his gaze forward and found that this hall was very deep, stretching out of sight, and the light shining in from the mural was confined to this one area. Other areas were quite dim, becoming darker the deeper one went, with only faint glimpses of wooden doors on either side, leading to unknown places. Aaron's gaze fixed on the depths of the mural hall, and his eyes suddenly froze. A tall figure appeared at the very front of those wooden doors. This figure was nearly 2.5 meters tall, wearing heavy, deep black full-plate armor. The cold sensation was almost tangible, his aura contained, silent as the deep sea, and in his eye sockets were 2 masses of deep red light. The terrifying figure held a long, wide black straight sword already raised. A sudden warning surged in Aaron's heart. Just as he was about to dodge and seize the opportunity to counterattack, a sudden anomaly occurred. Dazzling sunlight pierced through everything, and everything in the mural hall instantly froze, first blazing white, then fading, and finally disappearing. Aaron suddenly opened his eyes and instinctively rolled over to dodge, only to find himself lying on the deck of the ghost ship, with the outside world returning to midday. Looking at the golden sea around him, Aaron recalled his exploration of the dream world just now and fell into deep thought. He had already learned about the situation of the Ghost Empire, so there was no need to continue searching outside. The remaining focus was to explore the Black Monastery and reach the final Black Ocean through there. The dream world entered after night fell in the God War ruins was composed of the dreams of all living beings. The appearance of the Black Monastery and the Giant King's court could be explained as a projection of some power in the dream world. However, the Fate Angel depicted in the murals inside the monastery's hall was clearly related to the black armored man who appeared last, at least at the demigod level, or it was a manifestation of his dream. Fate Angel, Aurora Order. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, and he already had a guess in his heart. That mysterious demigod was very likely the Aurora Orders, Saint of Darkness, Leomaster, a Black Knight of Sequence 4 of the Secret Supplicant Pathway. Or, more accurately, his evil personality. While leading the pilgrimage team to find the true Creator's sanctuary, he was trapped in the God War ruins at the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea. In the collective dream, he was affected by some power and developed a split personality. The fact that I can meet him in the dream world indicates that the area where this Saint of Darkness is trapped is within this sea area, and since he is backed by the Aurora Order, he definitely herds more than one demigod. Perhaps I can make use of that good personality, but this requires an attempt after entering the dream world next time. Aaron's thoughts raced, and then he suddenly realized an embarrassing problem. He had no deeply related items to the Aurora Order. The only one he had was the listener's glove that had been contaminated by the Mother Tree of Desire, and he couldn't possibly use that for divination. Lacking a medium for divination, it would take too much time to find the area where the Saint of Darkness was trapped in this vast sea. After pondering for a moment, Aaron walked back into the cabin. A moment later, a paper crane appeared in his hand. He wanted to try to contact Wei Ang Sai Ting. Although he had no items related to the true Creator, Wei Ang Sai Ting, as the Snake of Fate, should be able to roughly sense the location of that misfortune mural, and the Saint of Darkness might be trapped nearby. It had been almost 2 months since their last contact, and with no directional clues, Ouroboros should not have remained in Backland all this time. Thinking this, Aaron wrote a sentence on the paper crane. Where is the misfortune mural in the God War ruins? Placing the paper crane aside, Aaron lay down quietly, feeling the rise and fall of the ghost ship, and looking at the sky filled with gold. Just as Aaron thought he wouldn't get a response and was preparing to find a way to contact Fate Councilman Richard, a familiar drowsiness swept over him. Aaron subconsciously glanced at the golden sky and, seeing no night approaching, voluntarily closed his eyes. After an unknown period, Aaron awoke in his dream, finding himself unknowingly in that familiar barren plain, treading on the dark stones beneath his feet, and walking towards the center of the plain. A huge, scale-less, silver-white long snake coiled around the black spire, its body covered with dense Ouroboros symbols. Wei Ang Sai Ting sat at the very bottom, and as soon as he saw Aaron, he spoke indignantly. That stinky snake Ouroboros just left. Why did you run off to the God War ruins again? That place is very unfriendly to beings above demigod level. Without the blessings of those few existences, even if power permeates there, it could cause unknown and terrifying mutations. Saying that, he snorted lightly and added, responding to you this time was also because I was lucky enough not to cause any mishaps. But Ouroboros has the protection of the true Creator and can move freely in most areas of the God War ruins. I advise you not to think about that mural. Looking at the little boy with his hands behind his back, adopting the air of an adult lecturing, Aaron suppressed his smile and explained. I want to deal with the Saint of Darkness from the Aurora Order. He might be trapped near that mural, which is why I'm asking you. Wei Ang Sai Ting almost thought he had misheard. As far as he knew, the true Creator's sanctuary should be somewhere in the God War ruins. To kill his follower at the evil god's doorstep, what kind of suicidal act was this? Catching a glimpse of Aaron's indifferent expression out of the corner of his eye, and recalling the deep and terrifying darkness in the God War ruins, a terrifying guess surfaced in Wei Ang Sai Ting's mind. Could it be that one? Quickly calming the thoughts in his mind, he lightly coughed and said directly. That paper crane will guide you to that mural. The residual power I left on it can temporarily shield Ouroboros' potential gaze. And I suggest you act when night sweeps over the God War ruins. With the blessing of that residual power, you should be much safer, at least you won't be watched by the true Creator. At this point, he lightly coughed and directly waved his hand, forcibly ending the dream. Aaron detached from the dream, his expression strange as he looked at the paper crane floating autonomously beside him, pointing in a certain direction. While controlling the ghost ship to sail in that direction, he muttered to himself. Is this because he's afraid I'll attract the true Creator? Tisk, but his idea coincides with mine. Aaron was not worried about the true Creator. The 7 gods were all watching, and a mere demigod was not worth the risk for this evil god to act. The most likely to appear was Ouroboros, but with the help of darkness and fate, as long as the battle ended quickly, there would be no problems. Moreover, he also had Grossel's travels. Following the paper crane's guidance, the ghost ship sailed on the Golden Sea. The sky suddenly darkened. Aaron, thinking it was the arrival of a dream, subconsciously looked up and gazed into the distance. Lead-colored clouds emerged one after another, overlapping each other, seemingly completely enveloping the surrounding sea. A huge roar came, and in the blinding flash of lightning, a hurricane rolled in from afar. It connected the clouds above to the sea below, more exaggerated than any giant in legends, like a colossal snake coiling to destroy the world. This terrifying tornado brought mountain-like waves, and the branch-like lightning did not cease with the arrival of the heavy rain, continuously striking the sea surface, splitting into tiny electric snakes that spread in all directions. The pattering raindrops hit the deck of the ghost ship, and a name instantly rose in Aaron's heart. Stormlord, Leodoro. A feeling of the doomsday having arrived lingered in his mind. Not trying to be brave, Aaron controlled the ghost ship to dock beside a small island. He didn't go ashore, no monster appeared, and he quietly waited for the storm to end. Such a storm did not last too long. After about 15 minutes, the waves subsided, the hurricane dissipated, and the midday sun once again dominated the sky. He glanced at the depths of the island, where there seemed to be unusual fluctuations emanating, but Aaron had no desire to explore the island and directly controlled the ship to leave. After about a few hours, just as Aaron was pondering whether his next entry into the dream would be random within a certain range or start from where he last left off, night arrived once again. Aaron quickly regained his clarity and rationality in the dream. He opened his eyes and looked around, finding himself appearing not far from the monastery. The monastery's door remained open, and the original Saint of Darkness had disappeared. Not immediately advancing, Aaron wanted to seize the time to verify his idea before the danger truly emerged. He softly chanted his honored name, established a connection with the subconsciousness within the Sephira, and let the subconsciousness take over his sleeping body in the outside world. Aaron, lying on the deck of the ghost ship, suddenly opened his eyes. The night mark on his wrist resonated with the thick, viscous darkness around him, and the pulling sensation that seemed capable of dragging one into darkness instantly disappeared. Through the synchronized perspective of the Sephira's subconsciousness, Aaron in the dream world clearly felt this change. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards, and then he ended this attempt. Aaron looked back at the black monastery not far away, gripped the sword of judgment in his hand, and walked back into the mural hall, heading straight into the depths. Feeling no danger, he pushed open the black wooden door. Behind the black wooden door was not an absurd or bizarre scene, but rather a very ordinary hall filled with many miscellaneous items. At the most conspicuous position in the hall was a pair of double iron doors. Just as Aaron was about to walk over, the corner of his eye caught sight of an inconspicuous black wooden door in the corner, identical to the one he had entered through. Aaron frowned, but still turned and walked towards the wooden door. He extended his hand to grasp the handle. The door was not locked. With a gentle push, it opened by itself. Behind the door was a storage room. A full-length mirror stood on the left, and a figure in a linen short robe was huddled on the right. "Who?" The figure in the linen short robe asked urgently but softly, his voice filled with despair and pain. Aaron's tense nerves immediately relaxed. He had already clearly seen the figure's appearance with his night vision. His face was weathered, with deep wrinkles on his forehead, at the corners of his eyes, and around his mouth. He looked exactly like the black-armored demigod from last time, so he should be the good personality of that Saint of Darkness. Aaron, not knowing when the dream would end, did not answer his question and shamelessly spouted nonsense. "Mr. Leomaster, I am Mr. B of the Aurora Order. I am here on the orders of Lord Cosma, the Saint of Gloom, to help you escape your predicament. For this, I even brought a holy relic." Hearing the stranger directly call out his name, Leomaster was stunned for a moment. And upon hearing, Aurora Order, and Saint of Gloom, Cosma, he seemed to grasp at the last straw. Although his memory was fragmented due to his split personality, these two sets of words still stirred his remaining memories, making him, who believed himself to be in a desperate situation, instinctively choose to believe. The joy on his face diminished slightly, and he glanced worriedly at the hall. "Mr. B, we'd best close the door first. We can't let that devil catch us, otherwise." The muscles on his face visibly twitched twice, and his smile also vanished, as if recalling something unpleasant. Aaron nodded expressionlessly and gently closed the door. He had originally prepared for the other party not to believe him, but he didn't expect this guy to be so easily deceived. Was this also a sequela of his split personality? Looking at Leomaster, whose face still showed fear, Aaron lightly coughed and said, "This space is not stable, so let's make a long story short. The holy relic that can take you out requires your blood." Aaron raised his hand to stop Leomaster, who was about to cut his own wrist, and regardless of whether the other party understood, he explained. "Not here, but when you wake up one day and find yourself out of here, in a world you've never seen before, then find a way to send your blood out of the seal." Looking at the somewhat confused Leomaster, Aaron did not continue to explain. After night faded, the main personality, Saint of Darkness, would definitely occupy the demigod body in the outside world. Leomaster, this split good personality, was definitely suppressed tightly, which could be seen from the pursuit in the dream world alone. But if the main personality, Saint of Darkness, were severely wounded in the dream world, Leomaster would most likely gain temporary control of the body and accomplish what Aaron wanted him to do. This was also a last resort. Aaron would not put himself in danger in a place that could trap a powerful demigod and even cause him to split his personality. After all, he didn't want an unbridled evil personality to appear. If not handled well, it could even affect his control over the Sephira. In this situation, Grossel's travels was undoubtedly the best choice. Just as Aaron was thinking this, two figures were clearly reflected in the full-length mirror opposite Leomaster. One was Leomaster, with many wrinkles and dark hair, and the other was Aaronwell, with deep eyes, mature and dignified. At this moment, when Aaron made no movement, the him in the mirror slowly turned his head and showed a sinister smile at himself. Ripples suddenly spread across the mirror's surface, and a hand reached out. That Aaronwell, identical to him, crawled out of the mirror, his face stained with a distinct sense of grimness by the darkness. Tisk, even with a dark filter, he's still just as handsome. Aaron calmly looked at the other party, raising the sword of judgment in his right hand, from which crimson flames were already flowing. The sinister Aaronwell opposite him curved his lips upward, also raised his right hand, and a longsword wreathed in flames also appeared in his hand. Leomaster was so frightened by this sudden change that he trembled, shrinking into a corner and not daring to make a sound. "My copy." Aaron frowned slightly, simultaneously taking a step forward to block in front of Leomaster. After all, this guy absolutely couldn't die in the aftermath of the battle. Then he expressionlessly raised his left hand. A scepter, seemingly made entirely of gold and flowing with crimson flames, suddenly appeared in his left hand, seemingly out of nowhere. The sun-chasing scepter. Although actions in dreams must conform to logic to achieve the desired effect, this place certainly could not affect the Sephira. At least the outer area could not reach the extent of affecting things related to the Sephira. The experiment outside the Black Monastery just now had confirmed this. Therefore, Aaron, with the help of the subconscious within the Sephira, simplified the ritual process, and under the premise that the Scepter of Sundering truly belonged to him, this Grade 0 sealed artifact was retrieved. Looking at the Scepter of Sundering in his hand, Aaron finally smiled. He also believed that the mirror in the dream alone could not replicate the parts related to the Sephira. The dark and deep Aaronwell stared blankly at the opposite side, instinctively raising his left hand, but his left palm was empty. Then, he saw countless streaks of blazing white flames shooting out, enveloping him layer by layer. Despite casting various decrees, he still couldn't stop them or escape this area. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A massive, blazing fire orb illuminated the room, which was too narrow to dodge, and then disappeared along with the Aaron who had walked out of the mirror, leaving only the eerie mirror behind. Unlike before, his own reflection no longer appeared in the mirror, only Leoma's, curled up in the corner, remained. For some reason, Aaron felt inexplicably calmer at this moment, much like entering a sage's time. The wooden door was blown open by the residual shockwaves of the battle, and a loud crash echoed from the hall filled with various sundries. The double iron doors at the center of the hall were directly kicked open. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps, like drumming, headed directly towards the corner, as if they had already discovered Aaron and Leomas's hiding place. Through the open crack in the wooden door, Aaron clearly saw the Black Knight in full black armor from his previous dream. He looked exactly like Leomas, even the subtle features matched perfectly. The only difference was that his eyes glowed with deep red light. Saint of Darkness. The term flashed through Aaron's mind as he watched the deep red light in the knight's eyes intensify, and he raised the gloomy, broad straight sword in both hands. Stomp! He took a step forward and made a cleaving motion, so fast that even Aaron, a disciplinary knight, almost couldn't track it. Following his spiritual intuition, which was close to the demigod level, the sword of judgment, in Aaron's hand, wreathed in crimson flames, slashed straight upwards diagonally. Unlike the projection in his hand just now, it didn't dissipate but genuinely displayed the power of a demigod-level mystical item. Aaron only felt a slight suffocation in his chest and stabilized himself after taking 2 steps back. With this breathing room, the scepter of sundering, in Aaron's left hand glowed, and layers of golden flames encircled Aaron, protecting him in the center. Rip. Subsequent attacks, like black streaks of light, cleaved down, causing the flames to disintegrate layer by layer and shoot out in all directions, making the entire hall tremble. Boom! Under the dark greatsword, the flame vortex emitted an explosive sound, turning into shockwaves that engulfed the area, sending all the piled-up sundries flying into the air. Ignoring the chaotic scene around him, Aaron watched Leoma's re-hide, and a golden light appeared in his pupils as he looked around, trying to find traces of the Saint of Darkness but found nothing. As a demigod of the secret supplicant pathway, hiding in the shadows is indeed the most practical move, whether for attack or escape. Just then, the shadow beneath Aaron's feet suddenly came alive, grabbing his ankle and flowing upwards like water, wrapping tightly around him. Black Knight, dominate shadow. Before subsequent attacks could arrive, the scepter of sundering glowed brightly, spreading out pure and clear light, which was the domain of light. The light illuminated every corner of the surroundings, turning it into a light-filled realm with not a single trace of darkness, no shadows, and no place for anything to hide. The Saint of Darkness's shadow concealment was directly broken, and the figure holding the black greatsword instantly appeared behind Aaron, seemingly intending to defeat him in one fell swoop using the previous opportunity. A smile played on his lips as Aaron suddenly raised the scepter of sundering in his hand. A pure, ultimate spear of light was hurled at the Saint of Darkness and expanded into a miniature sun large enough to illuminate the entire hall. Although the prohibit shadow concealment decree could also be effective, restricting a demigod, whether in terms of spiritual consumption or the actual damage it could cause, was not as good as directly using the scepter of sundering. Anyway, this was a dream world. As long as the dream ended before the negative effects of the scepter of sundering kicked in, Aaron's current spirituality was enough to deal with just a sequence 4. Watching the sun enlarge in his pupils, the Saint of Darkness immediately raised his hand, grabbed at his glabella, and directly pulled out a ball of darkness, throwing it into his own shadow. His shadow then separated from him, twisting and standing up, presenting another black armored outline. Black Knight, fallen shadow. Without any hesitation or choosing to counterattack, that shadow directly disintegrated into a profound black, transforming into a viscous liquid emitting a corrupt and decaying aura, covering the Saint of Darkness. As the blazing white and pitch black collided, the entire hall, formed by the dream, began to tremble, and Aaron seemed to hear a muffled grunt. Feeling his consciousness gradually blurring, Aaron condensed a ray of light and threw it towards Leomas, who was curled up not far away. Within the light was a twisted, grotesque symbol. That was a distorted and incomplete version of the Saphira's symbolic pattern, specifically created by Aaron after communicating with Will. It allowed Aaron to sense it without fear of it spreading and revealing secrets. After doing all this, Aaron didn't even have time to check on the Saint of Darkness's condition before the dream was torn apart by the spreading battle aftermath. Suddenly opening his eyes, Aaron looked at the still deep night outside and chose not to go back to sleep to enter the next dream. His spirituality directly flowed into the night mark. Under the protection of the authority of concealment, Aaron finally breathed a sigh of relief and curiously surveyed his surroundings. The divine battlefield ruins, shrouded in darkness, were like a dead land. All sounds vanished, with only the occasional blazing white lightning in the distant sky and the faint golden flames somewhere in the distance still emitting light. The paper crane floating beside Aaron seemed to be strongly disturbed, spinning constantly and unable to indicate the direction forward in the darkness. The unknown is always the deepest fear in people's hearts, and the deep darkness around him made Aaron feel an indescribable oppression. Just then, one miniature, blazing sun after another suddenly appeared. These countless small suns interwoven and collectively plunged into the abnormally dazzling golden sun that was rapidly rising deep within the realm. The illusory sun emitted a scorching light that seemed capable of illuminating the entire world. Streaks of light, like sharp swords, pierced through the darkness, and everything quickly returned to the state of midday. After the darkness receded, the illusory sun dissipated into endless golden light, dyeing both the sky and the sea golden. Witnessing the day-night cycle of the divine battlefield ruins for the first time, Aaron endured the stinging in his eyes to watch it all, with only one term remaining in his mind: sequence 0 inches sun. Lowering his head to rub his stinging, sore eyes, Aaron collected his thoughts and recalled the battle in the dream world just now, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Frankly speaking, the strength displayed by that Saint of Darkness could only be said to barely touch the threshold of a demigod. Even without relying on the scepter of sundering, Aaron was confident he could fight him with just the sword of judgment. As a Saint of Darkness whose prerequisite sequence included shepherd, he had only used abilities from the secret's supplicant pathway itself from the beginning of the battle onwards, but his most powerful, hurting, ability had never been used. Aaron had taken out the scepter of sundering from the very beginning, partly because he was worried about not having enough time in the dream and needing to end the battle quickly, and partly to prevent a sudden attack from an unknown number of demigod souls herded by the Saint of Darkness. Although he didn't have time to check, Aaron was certain that his spear of light had caused significant damage to the Saint of Darkness. Yet, in such a situation, he still hadn't used hurting, indicating that there must be a problem. Recalling how the opponent had been constantly pursuing Leoma's, the good personality, Aaron's thoughts gradually became clear, guessing that it might be due to the good personality's split and resistance, preventing him from continuing to herd the devoured souls. As for whether the internal details were consistent with his thoughts, Aaron didn't care. With a preliminary judgment, he felt even more confident about his subsequent plans. The relatively small ghost ship drifted for a while, guided by the paper crane, until a massive island appeared at the edge of his vision. Black, fragmented architectural complexes stood silently deep within the island. Putting away the paper crane that had fallen to the ground, Aaron continued to steer the ghost ship forward. Just then, he saw a giant hand suddenly emerge from beneath the sea surface and slap the side of the ship. The hand had extremely long fingers, nearly half a meter, and was entirely barren plain like gray-black. The enormous gray-black hand slapped the sea, and as the sea surface collapsed, it incredibly quickly climbed upwards, pulling out the part beneath the sea inch by inch. Through the blue-gold shimmering water, Aaron first saw a large expanse of gray-black shadow, and then his entire vision was filled with wriggling flesh. The monster seemed to be haphazardly pieced together from countless grayish-black corpses. Behind its two enormous hands were withered, stick-like arms, which originated from a corpse suspected to be a giant. Its grayish-blue skin had festered, and attached to the festering parts were several other heads, a fragmented fusion of various strange creatures. They were layered one upon another, forming a floating island-like mass of flesh. The surface of the flesh mass was covered in a layer of grayish-black fuzz. Upon closer inspection, the so-called fuzz turned out to be a continuous patch of grayish-black wheat ears. From different corpses, from the seams where they were joined, wisps of yellowish-green gas emanated from the swaying wheat ears, spreading outwards, seemingly intending to envelop the area. Looking at this twisted and disgusting monster, Aaron's brows furrowed deeply. Any normal person would feel physiological discomfort. Watching the spreading yellowish-green gas, Aaron simultaneously steered the ghost ship to dodge attacks and head towards the small island, while speaking in a low voice in ancient Hermes. Imprisonment. Unlike before, the target of this decree was Aaron and the ghost ship he was controlling. After advancing to Sequence 5, the sublimation of decrees also allowed Aaron to invent many new usage techniques. Layers of transparent walls created by the decree, along with extremely viscous transparent liquid, formed a barrier that even spirits could not penetrate. Not only did it block the yellowish-green gas, but it also allowed him to deliberately be hit by the monster using the sturdy barrier, leveraging the impact to move faster towards the island. Even so, Aaron's expression remained grave. Although the yellowish-green gas was blocked, he keenly sensed that a twisted, chaotic, and rich life aura easily penetrated the barrier and seeped in. Accompanying the invasion of this power, Aaron's hair grew wildly, quickly exceeding his waist. Some strands of hair seemed to have a life of their own, beginning to coil and bind Aaron's limbs. Aaron was not unfamiliar with this power. It was somewhat similar to the power that the Sanguine Angel used to test him through a trading item, also possessing a strong life aura. Combining this with his location in the divine battlefield ruins, Aaron instantly realized that the monster before him might have formed from prolonged erosion by the Earth Mother's aura. Clutching the Sword of Judgment tightly, Aaron's body also emitted a layer of blazing white flames, burning away the mutated hair, while solemnly speaking in ancient Hermes. Death. Accompanying the decree was a blazing white sword light, flashing forward, leaping over the ship's rail, and falling onto the grayish-black flesh mass made of countless corpses. Then, a blazing white glow rapidly moved across the surface, and with a whoosh, flames shot into the sky. The massive monster remained frozen there, seemingly having lost all its vitality. Crack, crack, crack. Deep, bottomless wounds appeared on its surface, and in 1 second, it split into countless small chunks of flesh. A large amount of yellowish-green mist was released as the monster disintegrated, and the fragmented chunks of flesh each extended tentacles, surging forward with dense mist. The chunks of flesh from the seabed continuously surged upwards, and the monster, shattered by Aaron, recondensed, becoming even larger than before, emitting a tyrannical aura comparable to a demigod in the mist. Looking at the increasingly dense yellowish-green mist and the reappearing monster, Aaron's mouth twitched slightly, with no intention of turning back to contend with it. He fully propelled the ghost ship and finally escaped that sea area, where the Earth Mother's aura lingered, before the yellowish-green mist closed in. The island was not far away. It seemed that another power was restricting the spread of the Earth Mother's aura. Aaron looked back at the no longer surging yellowish-green mist before dispelling the imprisonment decree. Aaron, who was surveying the island before him, suddenly felt a slight spiritual stir, an inexplicable, faint pull. He abruptly reached into the sea and, upon withdrawing his hand, was holding a greenish-black grotesque fish. The fish's surface had protruding bones forming a twisted, grotesque symbol, precisely the symbol Aaron had transmitted to Leomas at the end of the shattered dream world. Aaron, who already had the answer in his heart, looked at the fish's swollen belly, used a single finger as a knife, and after cutting it open, saw 3 bloody fingers stuffed inside. He took out the 3 fingers and stacked them, still bloody. After a brief solidification, the fingers melted like candles, turning into a pool of viscous flesh and blood. The flesh and blood wriggled, drawing a crimson word on the ghost ship's deck. Help. The meeting isn't over yet, and I'm quite speechless. There's no way I'll finish writing today after getting home. I'm very sorry, but I can only take a leave of absence. Tomorrow, I'll be a bit earlier. After these few days of third quarter work summaries are done, I won't be so busy, and updates will be much more stable. Thank you all for your support. As expected, Aaron collected the flesh and blood on the deck. Looking at the island in front of him, he pondered for a moment before leaving the ghost ship and beginning his initial exploration. He had to ensure his safety while he was in a deep sleep. Before he had walked a few steps, Aaron stopped. Under his feet was a skull buried in the sand. Spiritual energy emanated from it, and in the direction leading to the depths of the island, there were scattered bones. Among them were many Beyonders. Even from a distance, Aaron could clearly feel the spiritual fluctuations from some of the bones, indicating they were at least mid-sequence Beyonders. Looking at the severely corroded Aurora Order badges scattered next to many of the bones, Aaron guessed that these people might have been the group of believers who went on a pilgrimage with the Saint of Blackness. Even a demigod was trapped, so the fate of those believers was obvious. Silently collecting the sealed artifacts that had merged with the bones or other objects scattered on the ground, Aaron had already arrived at the entrance of the Black Monastery. The paper crane in his pocket seemed to sense something, floating in midair and emitting a faint silver light. Suppressing his curiosity, and after confirming that there were no strange creatures outside the monastery, Aaron returned to the ghost ship. He smeared the blood separated from the Saint of Blackness's flesh onto the surface of Grossel's travels. Whether it was an illusion or not, Aaron felt a momentary blur, and the Black Monastery in the distance seemed to have a fleeting double image. As the blood was absorbed and disappeared, Aaron sacrificed Grossel's travels to the dark gold mist. His consciousness sank back to the throne. With a wave of his hand, a small metal bottle from the pile of sundries flew over. This contained a small tube of blood he had previously extracted from his own body, which he had brought to the dark gold mist earlier, to facilitate his spirit body entering Grossel's travels. After unscrewing the cap, Aaron did not immediately smear his blood onto the dark brown cover of the book. Without the protection of a physical body, the spirit body itself had a higher probability of being damaged in a demigod battle. Although the sun-chasing scepter had the best effect, its own Beyonder characteristic was too high. Directly integrating it into the spirit body without protection was no different from directly consuming a magical potion, at least, the result was the same. Aaron first integrated the Black Emperor card into his spirit body. As that blasphemy card integrated, Aaron's spirit body seemed to swell slightly, but in reality, it became much denser, with dark gold patterns appearing. After thinking for a moment, he took out the Mask of Death, which he hadn't used for a long time, from the pile of sundries and integrated it into his spirit body. Two clusters of pitch-black flames then flickered in his eye sockets, as if they had a life of their own. Through meditation and adjusting his spirituality, Aaron completely reigned in the coldness originating from death. The abnormality in his eyes quickly returned to normal. Aaron unscrewed the cap of the metal bottle, poured out a few drops of blood, and smeared them onto the cover of Grossel's travels. After a brief wait, what he saw was initially blurry, as if countless transparent things were hidden within, then it became clear. There was a blue sky, white clouds, gray-brown city walls, and people coming and going, including giants with characteristic vertical single eyes. Through divination, Aaron found Bear Billel and the others, who were still near the ice field. This demon hunter was already in very good condition, no longer on the verge of losing control as he had been over a month ago. Without pleasantries, Aaron threw the letter written by Mobert to Shattaz and the others, then immediately took Bear Billel and activated the teleportation. Using the remaining flesh and blood of the Saint of Blackness, he quickly pinpointed his location on a desolate plain. The Saint of Blackness still maintained his giant form, covered in black armor. His left eye glowed with a deep red light, while his right eye was bloodshot, filled with pain and despair, but still retaining a glimmer of hope. The ground beneath his feet was stained with a layer of viscous blackness, which was still spreading outwards. The light in his right eye gradually dimmed. Even though the main personality was severely wounded in the last dream, after breaking free from the power that caused his personality split, the benevolent personality had lost its last protection and was about to be devoured. Having already sensed the strangeness of this place, the main personality of the Saint of Blackness felt his unease gradually intensify. Suddenly, he turned his head and swung the straight, deep greatsword in his hand backwards. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp, sharp explosion, the Sword of Dawn, as if condensed from light, bloomed with layers of dawn, transforming into a storm of light that enveloped the Saint of Blackness. The viscous liquid emanating a corrupt aura was purified by the storm of light but did not hit the enemy. Eyes covered in dark green symbols suddenly looked to the side. Shadows flickered there, but the figure of the Saint of Blackness had unknowingly emerged from the darkness, his black greatsword already striking. Without any fear, Bear Billow's body condensed the armor of dawn. He also raised the light sword in his hand, and the area within 40 to 50 meters around him was instantly filled with dawn, preventing the Saint of Blackness from using shadows to jump and evade attacks again. Wearing a black crown and a white bone mask, Aaron stepped out of the void. With the enhancement of the Black Emperor card and the bonus of the Mask of Death to the Aura of Death, the imprisonment decree successfully bound the Saint of Blackness, who had just emerged from the shadows. The ground then collapsed. The sudden decree caused the Saint of Blackness's body to stiffen for a moment, losing the opportunity to dodge or counterattack. There was no emotion in his cold eyes. He slightly tilted his head, accompanied by surging black viscous liquid. The light sword, aiming for his head, ultimately veered off, only shattering his right cheek and half of his body. The Black Knight, broken into fragments, flew backward. A cruel smile appeared on his half-remaining face. The other personality that had troubled him was finally obliterated. The true, Black Knight, had returned. The broken body rapidly wriggled and reassembled, transforming into a thin blanket of flowing flesh and blood, covering the shattered ground. When a layer of flesh and blood grew on the desolate plain, a twisted, swaying black shadow rose from within the flesh and blood. This was a soul he had pastored after his promotion to Black Knight, with the help of the Holy Word Angel, Stiff. It was also the demigod soul he had pastored the longest. It came from a powerful vampire from the forsaken land of the gods, corresponding to the sequence 4 inches Shaman King, of the Moon Pathway. If the target pastored by a shepherd is at the demigod level, due to their solid spirit body, they can be directly released, but only one at a time, unless the corresponding shepherd has become a sequence 3 Trinity Templar. Now, he was severely wounded, and the forceful elimination of his split personality had damaged his spirit body, preventing him from pastoring too many souls simultaneously. The twisted, swaying, Shaman King shadow reached out and dug out one of its eyes, a phantom eye, a blood-red eye. This eye shimmered with clear and scarlet light, instantly illuminating the entire desolate plain, as if a red moon had descended there. Its pupils reflected the towering figure of the giant clad in the armor of dawn and Aaron in midair. Without hesitation, the Shaman King shadow clenched the hand holding its eyeball, allowing the scarlet moon to be completely swallowed by darkness. Around Aaron and Bear Billow, deep, solidified darkness then emerged, binding them in place, making the scene there appear frozen. Flesh and blood surged together, forming a knight covered in black full armor, wielding a deep greatsword, and exuding an immense sense of oppression. Through the gaps in this Black Knight's faceplate, 2 clusters of deep red light flickered faintly, instantly locking onto the strange spirit body suspended in midair. Bear Billow roared, and his body expanded again, but the shadow beneath his feet suddenly came alive, grabbing his ankles and rising like water, tightly entangling him. Black Knight, control shadow. The Saint of Blackness's eyes were cold. He manipulated the Shaman King soul to entangle Bear Billow, while he himself charged towards Aaron in midair, swinging the long, wide, and deep greatsword in his hand. Feeling the sense of restraint coming from various parts of his body, Aaron's expression remained unchanged. The white bone mask emitted a strong aura of death, and a phantom door of the underworld suddenly opened. The power emanating from the small underworld spread towards the charging Saint of Blackness. The power of the underworld awakened the pastored souls, all the souls wailed within Leomaster's body. Dazzling electric arcs and a psychic storm spread outwards from his body. The deep red light in his eyes flickered. His damaged spirit body was restrained by the souls pastured within him, and his figure also froze in midair. Seizing this opening, the subconsciousness waiting for an opportunity within the Sephira raised the sun-chasing scepter, which had been accumulating power. Using his prayer light points, it passed through numerous obstacles. The sublimated sun-chasing arrow shot towards the Saint of Blackness, who was entangled by souls. Having just shielded the pastured souls from the underworld's interference, the light arrow, emanating endless purifying flames, had already arrived before him. The deep red light in his eyes collapsed into a singularity, and he only managed to let out half a desperate roar. The Creator of all things. Behind the curtain of darkness. Watching the Saint of Blackness being swallowed by the sun, the restraints on Aaron's body also dissipated. After helping Bear Bilal completely purify the uncontrolled, Shaman King, soul, the rising sun gradually extinguished. A mass of pitch-black liquid surged in the giant pit formed by lava, with spiritual light of different colors shimmering within the blackness. Unsure if night had already fallen in the real world, Aaron had no time to check his gains. He put all his spoils into the spiritual box. Without hesitation, Aaron's spirit body suddenly expanded, enveloping the spiritual box, and directly ended the summoning, returning to the dark gold mist. After putting the spoils back into the pile of sundries, Aaron returned directly to the real world. Opening his eyes, he was met with a deep darkness. The night mark on his wrist spontaneously emitted fluctuations, pulsating with the surrounding darkness, resisting some kind of power. The obstructing Saint of Blackness had been eliminated, and the hindrance to exploration no longer existed. Aaron did not hesitate. After confirming his own good condition, he directly entered the dream world. Opening his eyes again, Aaron was back at the entrance of the Black Monastery. Unlike before, the painting of misfortune on the hall wall was already blurry. Aaron had anticipated this. The monastery was pieced together from various dreams from different beings in the Divine War ruins, or perhaps remnants of past dreams. The previous mural was clearly a manifestation of a certain memory of the Saint of Blackness. After his demise, only damaged and blurry dream remnants naturally remained. Passing through black wooden doors that contained unknown dreams, Aaron arrived at a winding black staircase leading downwards. The light of dusk shone through the stained glass windows high above, bringing a fiery sacred glow. Aaron examined the human skull carvings on the black staircase handrail, feeling the underworld aura on the steps, which was identical to that of the Mask of Death. He thought of the numinous episcopate Undying who had searched for traces of the former death. That demigod seemed to have lost control in his whispers, forever wandering in an underwater ruin. An Undying could probably provide enough time for the ghost picture frame. This thought flashed through his mind, but Aaron's steps did not stop. He continued downwards. Perhaps due to the protection of some power, the journey was surprisingly peaceful, without the expected dangers. After walking down the stairs and arriving at the bottom floor of the monastery, Aaron finally stopped before a black wooden door covered in strange patterns. His spirituality gave a warning of danger, but the token in his hand guided Aaron to push open this wooden door. After a moment of hesitation, spiritual energy surged into the night mark on his wrist. Gritting his teeth, he opened the black wooden door covered in strange patterns. Inside was a vast sea, directly illuminated by dazzling sunlight. Large expanses of rich golden light seemed to be hidden within the waves. That was the blood of the ancient sun god. Before his death, he was affected by the power of darkness, fell into a dream, and dreamt of himself being torn apart, his blood staining the sea. Clang! As the black wooden door opened, an unimaginably strong aura permeated out, causing the entire monastery to shake noticeably, as if it had encountered an earthquake capable of destroying the world. Illuminated by that golden light, Aaron immediately felt his spirit body melting and his spirit evaporating. It seemed it wouldn't be long before he would become nourishment for this dream. Deep blackness surged from his wrist, eliminating this pain. Pulled by this power, Aaron seemed to rise high into the sky, as if looking down at the ocean behind the door. As the golden light grew more intense, a wave-like black ocean gradually appeared at the end of space, with a massive shadowy outline rising and falling within it. The token in his hand instantly emitted strong fluctuations. Aaron's lips were somewhat dry as he murmured to himself, "Ghost Empire." Before he could observe carefully, even more dazzling and blinding golden light appeared before his eyes. The dream shattered with a roar, and the sky of the Divine War ruins was once again dominated by midday. The stinging sensation from his spirit body transferred from the dream world to reality. Aaron rubbed his forehead to alleviate the pain. Suddenly, he looked up ahead. The void twisted, and Astrolfo emerged from the colorful space. Lines on his body lit up, seemingly shielding him from some power's perception. As the letter fell, a voice also came. "This is your letter. Although I don't know why you came here, I must warn you. This area is very dangerous. My awakened memories indicate that this is the battlefield where the creator of the second epic fell. This place is not far from the core battlefield. Not only does it retain the unwilling will of that creator, but also the residual divine power of other true gods has been radiating this sea area. If you need help, I can take you away, including this ghost ship." Aaron paused, seeing Astrolfo had clearly misunderstood something, then put away the letter and shook his head with a smile. Aaron could clearly sense that Astrolfo was no stranger to the ruins of the God War. After pondering for a moment, he re-described the scene he had witnessed in the dream world, including the black ocean that appeared at the end. In a sense, they were already a community of shared interests, so Aaron didn't mind revealing some secrets. Astrolfo listened quietly, then fell silent. Aaron didn't press him, sitting down to unfold Audrey's letter and read it. "Dear Aaron, Father told me yesterday that the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee you previously proposed has been approved by Parliament, and the King has signed the formal law. It may not be long before it is officially established. My father has reserved a position for my elder brother, Hibbert Hall, in this soon-to-be-established committee. I hope you don't mind. Additionally, the Grain Act, which was pushed for repeal last year, has been in effect for nearly 5 months now. Even in Eastchester County, I can feel the change. Everything you once told me is happening, yet no one seems to care. Whether in Eastchester or Backland, almost all newspapers are vying to report on the war in the South Continent, while ignoring the people struggling at the very bottom. I asked Father, but received no answer. Mrs. Maria, the psychology teacher I hired in Eastchester County, told me that there are many things in the world one must find the answers to with one's own eyes. The social season in Loen Kingdom is approaching, and I will soon return to Backland. Perhaps I can find the answer there. I haven't sent you many gifts. Newspaper information is always inaccurate. I feel deeply powerless about the war in the South Continent. I don't know what I should do, or what I can do. I saw a lucky symbol in a book and engraved it on an amulet I made myself. It is enclosed with this letter. I hope you remain safe and sound. After reading the letter, Aaron took out an elegant and exquisite amulet from the envelope, examined it for a while, then smiled as he carefully placed it back in the envelope with the letter and put it away. He looked up, meeting Astrolfo's gaze, and its voice spoke again, though somewhat ethereal. The terrifying ocean you saw in the dream world is the core area of the God War ruins. It is filled with the Creator's crazy will and various conflicting residual divine powers, extremely chaotic, with broken order and mutated rules, full of countless dangers. However, due to the conflict of various divine powers, that ocean in the core area of the God War ruins has also been divided into safe zones. As long as one does not explore blindly, there will not be too many problems. On the outskirts of the core area, there is a region originating from God of spiritual creatures Thorsna. He was once a subordinate god of Kvastir, the ancient god and variant king of the second epic, and also of the prisoner pathway. He once joined an organization called Rose Redemption in the third epic and participated in the assassination of the creator of that third epic. But he was not a god after all, and was torn apart by that creator. A part of his body, carrying a high-level Beander characteristic, remained permanently in the God War ruins, suppressed by the Creator's power. Thorsna not only suffered severe injuries but also lost his chance to advance to Sequence 0, his last chance. Seemingly sensing Aaron's unusual gaze, Astrolfo coughed lightly, composed himself, and added with a smile. If you want to go, I do have a way to send you there, but it is also dangerous. Several epochs have passed, and anything can happen. But what I can confirm is that it is sturdy enough, and the presence of those residual divine powers also indirectly protects that Deander characteristic. Aaron's expression remained unchanged, but his mind raced. He turned to glance at the black monastery on the island, then fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. With a relatively safe way to reach the core area, the next step was how to truly enter that black ocean and see the true, ghost empire. All giving requires corresponding compensation. To truly reach that black ocean, Evernight Goddess is unavoidable, and this requires a sacrifice. Without hesitation, Aaron, not avoiding Astrolfo who stood beside him, skillfully prayed to himself, sacrificing both the divination pendant and the death mask. He handed both mystical items to Astrolfo, who was silently staring at the altar. Seeing its somewhat puzzled gaze, he coughed lightly and explained. When I explored the dream world just now, I encountered a staircase filled with deathly aura on the lower level of the hall. That came from the dream of an undying from the numinous episcopate. Undying. Astrolfo withdrew his gaze and asked, timely. Aaron nodded, pointing at the death mask, and explained with a smile. Yes, he came here to search for the remnants of the former death god, for their so-called artificial death god plan, but lost control in his ravings and remained forever in an underwater ruin. And the essence of this mask is a sequence 4 feet undying, Deander characteristic, and it even contains residual power from a death console. Your connection to the spirit world can maximize the divination pendant's ability, and the death mask, as a medium for divination, should be able to pinpoint the location of that underwater ruin. Whatever that remnant of the death god is, it will be a sufficiently rich sacrifice. Although unsure what Aaron meant by sacrifice, Astrolfo still accepted the divination pendant and the death mask. On its body, which was gradually shedding its puppet form, lines lit up, extending towards the two items. Pale light instantly rose, accompanied by a rich deathly aura spreading outwards, then smoothed out by a force in an instant. Moments later, Astrolfo suddenly opened its eyes, looking in a certain direction, a strong deathly aura flashing in its eyes, and said in a solemn voice. It should be there. I heard a horn, and such a strong deathly aura cannot be possessed by just an undying. Aaron was slightly surprised by his messenger's reaction. Although he wasn't clear about Astrolfo's current strength, he could make a rough judgment compared to the several demigods he had met. Even if it hadn't recovered to the saint level, it was definitely a top-tier demigod. For it to show such an expression, it seemed the Undying's defeat back then was not unjust. Following Astrolfo's gaze towards the distant sea, Aaron saw nothing but a golden expanse. He mused aloud. Is this direction towards the sea area where, god of spiritual creatures Thorsna's remnants are, as you said? The pale deathly aura in its eyes had faded. Astrolfo slowly shook its head and explained. That area also belongs to the outskirts of the core region and is not far from where we are going. With this ghost ship, I can quickly transport you and avoid some dangerous areas. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. He no longer lingered, quickly packed up, and the ghost ship docked beside the island instantly became ethereal and transparent, disappearing from its spot. Dash 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 dash. On May 5, 1347, at 9 p.m., along the quietly flowing Tassoc River, within the wide river valley flanked by two sides, a dozen people stood silently at different positions. Mobert, dressed in northern continent noble attire and wearing a mask, was among them. He looked at the ice-sized emblem in his hand, silent. The front of this emblem was inscribed with symbolic representations corresponding to fate and concealment, while the back bore tiny ancient Hermes inscriptions, hold this, and you may join. It was precisely the Fate Hermits gathering emblem from that Jacob demigod. Mobert had left the South Continent almost at the same time as Aaron over a month ago, but his destination was the Tassoc River estuary within Loen territory. Having already learned much information from Aaron, Mobert looked at the symbolic representations on the emblem in his hand, a self-mocking smile curling on his lips as he muttered to himself. Fate Hermits, they are all just pitiful wretches. Suddenly, he looked up at his surroundings. Thin mist had risen on both banks of the wide river valley at some unknown time. Mobert silently watched the changes unfold, infusing his spirituality into the emblem in his hand, while silently chanting the honored name of the Order Master in his heart. As he infused his spirituality, a hazy glow bloomed on the emblem's surface. They quickly condensed into inconspicuous beams of light, shooting upwards into the air. Not long after, the same beams returned, dispersing into a thin glow that enveloped him, and his figure gradually blurred, disappearing from his spot. Aaron sat inside the ghost ship, looking at the slightly blurry golden sea and the many islands quickly passing by, a somewhat unfamiliar prayer sounding in his ears. His consciousness connected to the subconsciousness within the Sephira, silently observing this scene through the prayer light spot. The day and night in the God War ruins were not synchronized with the outside world, and the alternating times were irregular. Since leaving the island where the Black Monastery was located, night had not yet fallen. Collecting his thoughts, the prayer light spot in Aaron's vision seemed to be covered by a hazy mist. Moments later, the image became clear again. In an elegantly decorated, antique-style hall reminiscent of the Fourth Epic nobility, a huge round table was placed. Aaron's glance revealed 49 chairs. Many chairs were empty, whether because their occupants hadn't attended this gathering or had already fallen. Relying on the true vision provided by the Sephira, Aaron carefully observed the members participating in the gathering. Their strengths are all good. Even the weakest are mid-sequence, and the spirit body in the very center is the most concentrated in color, which is beyond what a demigod can possess. Sequence 3 feet Mentor of Deceit. Is he the initiator of this gathering? However, this sequence doesn't seem to have such means. He must be borrowing a powerful sealed artifact. It's held only twice a year, which might be due to the limitations of this sealed artifact itself. But his state seems a bit off. Aside from sparse colors, everything else is unobservable. It's somewhat like a remotely controlled dummy. Tisk, how cautious. Amidst his thoughts, Aaron's gaze towards the prayer image suddenly froze. In the corner of his vision, a hooded man sat at the edge of the hall. His spirit body color was only mid-sequence level, yet he was entangled by a transparent, illusory figure. It had hands and feet, but like a python, it twisted around the hooded man's spirit body, its head resting on top of his spirit body. In the hazy image, it vaguely wore a black classical robe and a matching pointed soft hat, with a crystal-like monocle on its face. A smile played on its lips as it quietly watched the Mentor of Deceit, seated in the very center, yet made no move, perhaps having noticed something amiss or having other plans. And the hooded man, who was Parasite, was completely unaware of all this. Subconsciously reaching out his palm but grasping at air, Aaron came back to his senses, exchanging an awkward glance with Astrolfo, who was floating in front of him, controlling the ghost ship. The subconsciousness within the Sephira quickly retrieved the sun-chasing scepter from the pile of miscellaneous items. Feeling the heat radiating from it, Aaron inwardly relaxed. An Aemon mixed into an organization fighting Aemon. What a twisted sense of humor. Looking at Mobert, who remained silent in the prayer light spot, Aaron looked at the mask on his face and couldn't help but feel fortunate. This mask was specially crafted by Harland Rooney for him. Its essence was a sequence 6 feet faceless, Beyander characteristic. Besides basic changes to appearance and physique, it could also temporarily conceal one's sequence, only revealing the faceless aura. Although it was only effective below the demigod level and had significant negative side effects, it was extremely useful for Mobert. Somewhat worried that this guy would speak up and attract the attention of that Aemon clone, Aaron directly transmitted the strange scene he had just witnessed in the prayer light spot to Mobert. In another corner of the hall, Mobert cautiously observed his surroundings. After silently listening to the transactions of several members, he was about to propose buying the 2 auxiliary materials needed to advance to sequence 4 feet parasite. Suddenly, a thick, dark golden mist surged before his eyes. As he stared in a daze, he saw the terrifying blasphemer described in his family records in the vision that abruptly appeared in his mind. His body involuntarily trembled slightly, and cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. The words on the tip of his tongue immediately got stuck in his throat. However, with the mask providing concealment and shielding, the Aemon clone, whose full attention was on the mentor of deceit, did not notice the faceless anomaly in the corner. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead without a trace, Mobert devoutly expressed his gratitude to the Order Master in his heart, then dismissed the matter of purchasing auxiliary materials from his mind. Due to various reasons, Bayander materials of the Marauder pathway were extremely scarce in the outside world, which was why Mobert had intended to propose a trade at the Fate Hermits gathering. Those at lower sequence levels might not notice, but an Aemon clone would certainly realize they were auxiliary materials for advancing to Parasite. He absolutely would not continue such a suicidal act. But he also didn't dare to say nothing. He occasionally spoke to participate in some low-level transactions, while simultaneously restraining his gaze from looking at the parasite hooded man. The Fate Hermits gathering, held only once every 6 months, saw every badge-holding member prepare for a long time, and even though the number of attendees wasn't large, many good items still appeared. After purchasing another very practical mystical item, Mobert stopped making transactions, partly to reduce his presence, but more importantly, he had run out of money. Upholding the demeanor of a noble, even though he was from the Marauder pathway, he had never committed acts of theft for money. The gold pounds on him were all gifts from those short-sighted pirates. As it was his first time attending a Fate Hermits gathering, Mobert didn't know the procedures of the meeting and felt somewhat anxious, so he could only quietly wait for the meeting to end. In the center of the round table, a female figure wearing a hood suddenly took out a wooden box and placed it on the table. She seemed to have observed for a long time, then directly addressed the mentor of deceit in the very center, speaking in a cold tone. "I have brought the sealed artifact formed from that parasite, Bayander characteristic. I hope you will honor your previous promise." Within the eyes beneath the hood, a slowly rotating mass of stardust swirled, showing no fear even towards a potential saint, full of confidence. Everyone in the hall turned their gaze towards her, and the hooded man in the corner also turned his head, looking at the woman through the shadows of his hood, or more accurately, at the wooden box on the table. The somewhat ethereal mentor of deceit chuckled softly, slowly raising his right hand. Instantly, a ring with an eyeless symbol engraved on its surface appeared in the center of his palm, emitting a rich spiritual glow. The ring in his hand and the wooden box on the table instantly swapped places. After inspecting the item, he chuckled and said, "As expected of a long-standing hidden organization, its foundation is indeed profound. I am a man who keeps his promises, you don't need to be so wary. Using a secret art of this level must consume a lot. This transaction is a good start. You can tell the pillar of the Moses ascetic order behind you that I know of a hidden treasure from the 4th epoch. It might even contain things she is very interested in. This is a friendly invitation, perhaps we can explore it together." Putting away the ring, the woman, suspected to be from the Moses ascetic order, nodded noncommittally and replied in a calm tone, "I will convey it." Mobert looked at the woman with a hint of surprise. As a Viscount of the Zoroastrian family, despite being trapped in the Book of Worlds for nearly 1,000 years, he still knew the Moses ascetic order very well. In its early days, the Moses ascetic order was a highly respected organization, maintaining good relations with all the major churches. Its members used asceticism to resist losing control, resolve the residual effects of potions, and strictly maintain secrecy, adhering to morals, precepts, and the pursuit of knowledge. Mobert had also heard of one of their quirks. Any member who joined the Moses ascetic order, after becoming a mystery prior, had to observe a 5-year vow of silence and learn to be quiet, for the sake of cultivation and improving focus. The mystery prior motto of, "Do as you please, but do no harm," was also proposed by this organization. However, these were all characteristics of the Moses ascetic order in its earliest days. Mobert clearly remembered that before he went missing, his old man had told him that the hidden sage, whom the Moses ascetic order worshipped, had come alive and transformed into a personalized evil god, and the organization had thus degenerated into an evil organization. Aaron also witnessed this scene through the prayer images seen by the subconsciousness retained within the Sephira. From the perspective of his true vision, he could clearly see that the woman from the Moses ascetic order had her spiritual eyes completely filled with starlight, seemingly due to a unique and powerful secret art. He knew far more about the Moses ascetic order than Mobert did. This organization possessed the complete mystery prior pathway and was one of the earliest hidden organizations apart from the churches of Evernight, Earth, and God of Combat. Its founders even included several humans, such as Xiong, who had viewed the second blasphemy slate. Aaron always felt that the hidden sage's coming alive was too abrupt. Even if the god of steam and machinery hadn't fully digested his potion in the fourth epoch, he would have risked losing control to achieve sequence 0. It's likely there's a deep connection between the two. And the fact that Xiong, who also controlled the mystery prior pathway and was above other beyonders in the fourth epoch, simply vanished without a trace, itself indicates many problems. After all, even if a uniqueness were corrupted by a Sephira, it wouldn't suddenly come alive. A greater possibility is that the original leader of the Moses ascetic order was already a king of angels who had accommodated two sequence 1 Beyander characteristics of the hermit pathway. He deliberately manipulated the Moses ascetic order to worship the hidden sage, using anchors to stabilize the hermit uniqueness. In the mid-fourth epoch, under the pressure of the warring gods, he chose to accommodate the hermit uniqueness. The process of accommodating the hermit uniqueness might have gone wrong, or perhaps through some hidden, unknown crevice, he came into contact with the knowledge more sealed on the west continent, just like Bansancy before. The result was direct erosion by the power seeping from the knowledge more. Although he successfully accommodated the uniqueness, he became completely insane, lost his humanity, and transformed into the current hidden sage. Putting away his chaotic thoughts, the Fate Hermits gathering was nearing its end. Aaron suddenly remembered that the people of the Moses ascetic order seemed intent on seizing the Book of Calamity from, see God, Calvetua. However, the Rorstad archipelago was now heavily guarded. The Church of Storms and the Central Sonia Navy had been jointly searching for and hunting the Blood Moon King, so it wasn't the best opportunity. Although he wondered about the true purpose of Amon's avatar, it was far from enough to judge Amon, who bore the title, God of Pranks, by common sense alone. Rubbing his forehead with a slight headache, Aaron watched Mobert disappear from the peculiar hall within the prayer light spot. After silently making a note, he stopped thinking further. He casually retrieved the Black Emperor card and the sun-chasing scepter from the pile of sundries, connecting with the surrounding dark gold mist. An angelic figure with 12 pairs of dark gold wings on his back appeared and plunged into the still undissipated prayer light spot. Mobert, who appeared on a plane, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he looked at the surrounding terrain, which was completely different from the Tassoc River. He had originally prepared to return to the Tassoc River, but he didn't expect his departure to be via a random teleportation method. Mobert surveyed his surroundings, trying to discern the direction, intending to take a detour to Backland. After a period of rest, he planned to head to his final destination for this trip, Tingen City, which was also a task Aaron had assigned through the prayer light spot before his departure. Suddenly, a dense dark gold mist reappeared before him, accompanied by a soul-shaking aura. An angelic figure with 12 pairs of wings on his back emerged, and the fiery wings covered in dark gold patterns instantly enveloped him. Mobert instantly felt a moment of trance, only sensing a scorching power flowing through his body. He abruptly retched. A worm of time, still wriggling, was enveloped by the angelic figure under his gaze and vanished into the dense dark gold mist. In a dense forest somewhere, a hooded man had a faint smile on his lips as he wiped the monocle in his hand with a silk scarf. Suddenly, he turned his head to the west, his smile becoming more pronounced. He put on the crystal monocle on his right eye, and his lips curled up. Interesting. He casually removed a big problem for his believer, sealed the worm of time, and threw it back into the pile of sundries. This was the best material for making high-level Marauder pathway charms. Once he deals with pals and gets the corresponding divine symbols and magical markings from him, he can try to create some special charms. Opening his slightly narrowed eyes, a desolate horn sound faintly echoed in his ears. Aaron looked at the sea outside the ghost ship. The golden sea seemed to have dimmed considerably, and the ghost ship's speed had slowed down, constantly changing direction. The divination pendant and death mask floated silently before Astrolfo. Sensing that Aaron had awakened, a calm voice spoke. "We should have reached that sea area. Divination can only pinpoint this sea area at most. To find the ruins more specifically, we must leave the ghost ship and enter the seabed." Aaron looked at the sea burning with golden flames and slowly nodded. His spirituality connected with the dark gold mist, which seemed to be in some mysterious space. At the same time, he took out a marine domain charm from his pregnant, crushed it, and then slowly extended his hand into the sea. The moment he touched the sea, a painful roar instantly swept towards Aaron's spirit body. The magnificent palace trembled, and an invisible fluctuation transmitted to Aaron, shielding him from the roar. The golden flames in his eyes slowly extinguished, and Aaron's paused body fully entered the ocean. Astrolfo, suspended in midair, watched silently, then plunged into the seabed with the divination pendant and death mask, leaving only a ghost ship circling on the surface. As if passing through some barrier, and with the underwater mobility provided by the marine charm, Aaron sank into the deep seabed, surrounded by gradually dimming seawater. His vision gradually became dark, as if eternal night was about to fall. Amidst the gradually intensifying horn sound, Astrolfo's figure appeared beside Aaron. His gradually depuppetized arm grabbed the falling Aaron, guiding him deeper into the seabed following the death mask's sensation. In the darkness of the deep sea, an ancient, death-filled underwater ruin stood on a black rock wall. The magnificent temple seemed like a gateway to the underworld. Aaron looked at the temple shrouded in a layer of shadow, feeling the surging death aura. A desolate horn sound emanated from the temple's huge fissure, like the whispers of hell. Countless zombies, vengeful spirits, and other undead creatures roamed the entire ruin. Their terrifying numbers would make even a demigod hesitate, not to mention having to endure the erosion of death aura. Putting on the death mask handed to him by Astrolfo, the dense death aura no longer corroded his body, but it made him hear a clearer, more desolate horn sound. If not for the protection of the Sephira, he, who had not gained divinity, would probably have become one of the many zombies. Following the horn sound, Aaron, wearing the death mask, couldn't help but look at the huge fissure covering the temple. The temple's interior was covered with twisted, bizarre patterns and runes, which Aaron felt seemed to be an ancient summoning ritual. Aaron's gaze shifted, then suddenly froze. In the center of the temple, a gigantic statue shrouded in darkness stood proudly. It was a huge feathered serpent, its entire body covered in large, sickly green-black scales, with pure white feathers growing from the crevices. Each feather and scale bore strange symbols of different shapes. Pale flames burned in its eye sockets, and a pair of exaggerated, thick wings spread behind it. In the center of the feathered serpent's forehead was a bronze-colored door covered in mysterious patterns that defied precise description. Through the opened crack, one could see endless darkness, within which countless indescribable eyes seemed to densely gaze outwards. Symbols identical to those inside the temple immediately appeared on the death mask. The seal left by Varna was also triggered by the stimulus. In the clash of the two forces, Aaron's consciousness blurred for a moment, and a scene appeared in his mind. An arm seemingly formed purely of light struck a giant serpent, its body covered in light yellow, greasy wings, into the sea. Its scales shattered, and sickly green blood dyed the ocean. Accompanied by a roar permeated with death aura, the feathered serpent's head was shattered by the light, and a black glow, carrying fangs, plunged into the deep sea. The scene shattered with a crash. Astolfo's palm lightly touched the death mask, and relying on his special connection with the spirit world, he finally appeased the death mask. Exhaling lightly, Aaron withdrew his gaze, his expression somewhat solemn. The legacy of death indeed existed, and it should be within that statue. The Corpse Collector pathway, starting from sequence 5, allows one to create a unique underworld, with their body as a prison. Each gatekeeper's internal underworld is symbolized by a double opening door, with the underworld's core in the center of the forehead, representing the position of death. Aaron wasn't sure what was contained within the underworld on the statue's forehead, and opening that door might trigger unknown anomalies. However, Aaron wasn't planning to deal with it himself. Since it was a sacrifice, the one being sacrificed would naturally handle the subsequent problems. Following Astolfo's footsteps, Aaron entered the underwater ruin. Countless zombies and vengeful spirits, sensing the aura of a high-level spirit world creature, actively avoided them, not daring to approach. Resisting the increasingly dense death aura, one human and one spirit world creature slowly arrived at the temple's entrance. Looking at the various symbols engraved on the dilapidated door, Astolfo raised his right hand, and the door instantly opened. Just then, a strange energy surged out from the open door. Aaron immediately felt himself connected to the palace, the seabed, and even the ocean itself. He gradually heard the syllables of the desolate horn sound. It echoed within the palace, spreading throughout the entire underwater ruin, like the ancient sound of the cosmos. The essence of death, the monarch of the deceased, the final destination of all living beings. The chants, as if transcending time, grew louder amidst the desolate horn sound. A pitch-black river, as if capable of drawing away souls, surged from the top of the feathered serpent statue in the center of the temple, sweeping towards Aaron and Astolfo at the entrance. Souls floated and sank in the pitch-black river, and skeletal hands drifted in the current. The magnificent and desolate prayers were precisely from those agonizingly roaring souls. The main body has already perished, only a small remnant from thousands of years ago remains. I'd like to see how capable it truly is. Enduring the layered, illusory prayers and looking at the black river that had surged before him, Aaron was about to have the subconsciousness within the Sephira unleash a sun-shattering arrow at the statue in front of him, when he saw Astolfo step in front of him. Astolfo's body, which had gradually shed its puppet form, suddenly swelled, his eyes turned blood red, and the faint glow from the strange texture on his body spread to Aaron. Aaron instantly felt the world fall silent. The desolate horn blasts and layered prayers vanished simultaneously, as if not only his body but also his spirit body had temporarily lost its hearing. He only saw Astolfo, whose body had expanded several times, mouth gaping open to his ears, as if making a silent shriek. The river of pitch-black death intent rippled, and the river, which was about to rush to the entrance, instantly rolled back. The pale, bloody arms that had been scrambling to reach out from within the river retracted back into the river at an even faster speed after sensing Astolfo's aura. The arms that hadn't managed to retreat from the river, along with the greenish-black vines with infant faces, and the slimy tentacles with bulging eyes, transformed into bizarre animals the moment they touched the ripples caused by the shriek, losing their unique characteristics and abilities. The only commonality was that they all had blood-red eyes. Is this the power a sequence 4 can possess? Aaron watched this scene with some surprise, secretly guessing that after achieving demigod status, based on the residual peculiarities of the spirit world, he could temporarily recover a portion of his strength. The death mask on his face shimmered slightly, and Aaron, deep in thought, looked into the distance. The surging river and the receding ripples formed a vortex in the center of the temple. A rotting body with white feathers on its back emerged from it, the flesh on its decaying face still wriggling, seemingly trying to regenerate. His hollow eye sockets suddenly deepened, as if connecting to a dead and dark world. Dense black mist permeated the air, flowing slowly over him like a haze. He grabbed at the air with his right hand, and all the white feathers flew out, covering his body and blocking the influence of the invisible shriek. But Aaron, whose pupils had contracted slightly behind Astrolfo, instantly guessed, with the death mask on, that this person should be the numinous episcopate Undying who was lost in the Divine War ruins. But with his appearance, pale corpses shakily climbed out of the sticks, instantly transforming into various creatures with blood-red eyes, dissolving into the pitch-black river. Sensing this change, the rotting corpse covered in white feathers let out an angry roar. The colors around him instantly became vivid, and space gradually distorted. Astrolfo, maintaining his open mouth, slowly raised his right hand. The spirit world that the numinous episcopate Undying was about to open instantly returned to tranquility, the colors no longer vibrant, as if nothing had happened. After achieving demigod status, an Undying can control the spirit world to a certain extent and use it to nourish the small underworld within their body. But for Astrolfo, who was born in the spirit world and is essentially a high-level spirit world creature, this level of control is simply not worth mentioning. The Undying, whose abilities were completely suppressed, quickly looked at the death statue with his hollow eyes. He no longer counterattacked but rushed towards the bronze door at the top of the statue, seemingly intending to sacrifice himself to fully awaken the entity behind the door. Before he could step out, a spear of darkness, entirely condensed from brilliant light, instantly pierced his body. The white feathers burned, giving off black smoke. From the dense black mist, the Undying, whose body was covered in white feathers, stepped out of the sticks again. Having lost control due to contamination, his Undying ability merged with this sticks, serving as both a restraint and a new birth. Aaron clearly noticed this point and no longer wasted the spear of darkness recorded in the Lord of Mysteries. The majestic ancient Hermes echoed, "Imprison." At the same time, the night mark on his wrist emitted a faint glow. Unlike the dead black of the sticks, tranquil and silent black ripples spread out, combining with the imprisonment decree. After being strengthened, layer upon layer of black walls and extremely viscous, shadowy liquid enveloped the newly regenerated Undying. With his spirit world abilities restricted by Astrolfo, he was temporarily confined in place. Without Aaron's reminder, Astrolfo, who had somehow temporarily recovered his Sequence 3 Disciple of Silence abilities, suddenly became vibrantly colored around his body. As his illusory figure vanished, the bronze door at the top of the death statue, which was continuously spewing black sticks, began to glow with vibrant colors on its side. Astrolfo's increasingly massive body appeared beside the bronze door. Strange texture on his body spread towards the bronze door. This small underworld, which had formed at some unknown time, was slowly closing, and the black sticks was slowly flowing back. Compared to Astrolfo, who was locked in a stalemate with the bronze door and unable to attend to anything else, Aaron was quite at ease. The title, Lord of Slumber and Silence, which could entirely point to the underworld and the domain of death, greatly alleviated the influence of the desolate horn blasts and prayers on Aaron, thanks to the power surging from the night mark. The imprisonment decree, enhanced by this power, successfully restrained the Undying and prevented him from being carried away by the flowing sticks. Separated from the sticks and with his spirit world abilities restricted, this Undying was unable to display his true strength at all. He was quite frustrated as Aaron, wielding the Sword of Judgment and the Lord of Mysteries, continuously shattered his body. Finally, the incomplete white feathers no longer coalesced into a human form but transformed into a giant cocoon stained with light yellow oil, constantly contracting and expanding, accompanied by the convergence of dense death intent. Looking at the giant cocoon before him, a bizarre fusion of vitality and death intent, Aaron let out a sigh of relief, his right hand gripping the Sword of Judgment, trembling slightly. Even though several key abilities were restricted or weakened, the demigod-level physique showed no signs of weakening. All three harvest abilities of the Sword of Judgment had been used up, and it was only with the cooperation of the Night Mark's abilities that the Undying was completely severely wounded and fell into slumber. There was no time to breathe. Feeling the increasingly terrifying horn blasts coming from above, Aaron looked up at the top of the death statue, his pupils contracting sharply. The bronze door, which was originally half open, now had only a tiny gap left. No matter how many symbolic patterns surged from Astrolfo's body, that gap remained completely still. The black sticks surrounded the statue and Astrolfo. Black mist began to surge from the gap, slowly spreading outwards, revealing the terrifying entity behind the door. It was a feathered serpent, extremely similar to the statue, yet so massive that it seemed capable of occupying the entire world. It also had huge greenish-black scales, but unlike the statue, light yellow, oil-stained feathers grew from the gaps, and from each feather, illusory black tubes extended, connecting to the surging black mist. This exaggerated feathered serpent was extremely illusory, only the fangs of its head were truly real. The rest of it looked more like a manifestation of symbolic patterns merged with black mist. The moment he saw this feathered serpent, even though Aaron quickly lowered his head, the desolate horn blasts in his mind erupted like a volcano, and white feathers began to grow on his body. Without the slightest hesitation, Aaron immediately used the last domain of darkness, recorded in the Lord of Mysteries. Pure, scorching light enveloped him, and at the same time, he connected to the Sephira to resist the contamination from directly facing a mythical creature's form. Recalling the dream transmitted through the death mask earlier and comparing it to the scene he had just witnessed, Aaron could clearly feel something gradually awakening. Sighing inwardly and forcefully expelling the invading contamination, he ended the domain of darkness. Aaron took out the crimson eye, feeling his spirituality constantly regenerating and recovering under the crimson moonlight, as spirituality surged frantically into the Lord of Mysteries in his hand. Aaron kept whispering in his heart, his right hand instinctively reaching forward, constantly trying, and finally, in the historical void, he touched a certain image. The black mist continuously spread, and the giant cocoon on the ground, a bizarre fusion of vitality and death intent, began to tremble violently. The entire underwater ruin began to shake, and the surroundings became transparent, reflecting a world filled with countless skeletons and phantoms. The terrifying, semi-illusory feathered serpent coiled at the highest point of the entire world, slowly opening its eyes, which burned with pale flames. Astrolfo's massive body instantly stiffened. As a high-level spirit world creature with an extremely high essence, white feathers stained with light yellow oil also began to grow on his body. Bloody arms, greenish-black vines with infant faces, and slimy tentacles with dead fish eyes or 2 rows of fangs continuously surged forth, forcefully prying open the bronze portal, frantically trying to pierce the boundary between reality and illusion. Suddenly, everything fell silent. The prayers and wails also disappeared. Even the illusory, distorted faces of the souls drifting in the sticks gradually softened, and a power of peace and tranquility continuously spread. Pure blackness had, at some unknown point, enveloped the entire underwater ruin. A slender, fair female hand appeared out of thin air, pressing onto Astrolfo's body, which was covered in white feathers. She was a beautiful lady, dressed in a classical robe, wearing a black hood, with little expression on her face, and her eyes were deep black but lacked vitality. This was the hidden angel of the Church of the Night, the Mother of Heaven, from the Night Kingdom, the daughter of the ancient god Phlegre, who had eliminated the mutated Mahams during the divine descent in Bayon, and who was now the divine descent vessel of the Evernight goddess. The darkness in the divine war ruins was the residual divine power of the goddess. Coupled with the feedback obtained from continuously exploring the Black Monastery in the dream world, Aaron had always wanted to try if he could summon her. What he had been murmuring and reciting in his heart just now was the Evernight goddess's honored name. Summoning images from the historical void cannot summon entities involving uniqueness. Although the divine descent vessel that can be summoned also carries some power from a deity, it certainly does not involve uniqueness. Even so, Aaron believed that if the goddess hadn't tacitly allowed it, or even provided some assistance, he wouldn't have been able to succeed, no matter how many times he tried to summon her while in the Divine War ruins. The beautiful lady did not look at Aaron, who had summoned her. She casually pulled out the contamination Astrolfo had suffered, then directly turned her head to look at the death statue opposite. The mountain-like feathered serpent, both illusory and real, seemed to sense some ominous change. Its tail suddenly lashed out, frantically sweeping around, and its head lowered, opening its massive mouth to reveal dark red flesh and fangs stained with light yellow oil, spitting out a pitch-black serpent's tongue and greenish slime. However, its attempts had no effect. It seemed to be living in another world. The entire underwater ruin suddenly shook. The death statue began to sway and crack, and the bronze door at its top rippled. The illusory black tubes spreading in the black mist were dissolved by the profound blackness, and the entire death statue was irreversibly being moved into a hidden world. Aaron, with the crimson eye, had already prepared for spiritual exhaustion. After all, he didn't know how much spirituality it would take to summon the historical projection of that divine descent vessel. After the horn blasts in his ears disappeared, Aaron, though he didn't dare to look up for fear of seeing things he shouldn't see, knew very well that his summoning had succeeded. The spiritual consumption was not great, or more accurately, spirituality was only consumed during the previous continuous attempts to summon the historical void image. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Aaron used the corner of his eye to look around. A deep blackness enveloped the entire underwater ruin. That was the divine power of the Evernight goddess remaining in the divine war ruins. They were continuously gathering above his head, replacing the spiritual consumption. His eyes involuntarily moved upwards, and Aaron finally saw the beautiful but not very lively hidden angel, and the death statue behind her, shrouded in gloomy mist, gradually disappearing. Astrolfo, who had returned to his normal state, appeared beside Aaron, wanting to say something but held back. A clear, cold voice sounded, accompanied by the spread of a tranquil aura. Do not go to the remaining sea area of Torsna for now. You are not yet qualified. Torsna, the god of spiritual creatures, one of the subordinate deities of Kvastir, the variant king of the second epoch. Aaron paused for a second, quickly recalling the name. His intuition told him that this sentence was not directed at him, and he couldn't help but turn to look at Astrolfo beside him. He saw Astrolfo respectfully lower his head slightly, making a gesture in response. The hidden angel said no more, actively fading her body, transforming into numerous symbols representing secrecy and terror, and surged into the night mark on Aaron's wrist. The clear, cold voice echoed in his mind again. When night falls upon the land where gods fell, you will obtain what you desire. The taut string in his heart finally relaxed, and a smile appeared on Aaron's face. He found the blood the Undying had left behind during the battle and smeared it onto the cover of Grossel's travels. Watching the giant cocoon, a fusion of vitality and death intent, vanish before him, Aaron had the subconsciousness remaining within the Sephira condense his prayer image and transmit it to Bear Briel, asking him to guard the cocoon formed by this Undying. The underwater ruins became silent again, and the countless zombies and vengeful spirits circling around disappeared after being enveloped by the darkness. Putting Grossel's travels away, Aaron looked at Astrolfo, who was standing silently to the side, lost in thought, and recalling the confrontation with the feathered snake just now, he asked with some concern. What exactly was that thing just now? Are you seriously injured? Breaking free from his thoughts, Astrolfo gently shook his head and calmly replied. That should be considered a part of Salinger's death mark. After Salinger truly fell during the Pale disaster, this mark, sealed within the God War ruins, seemed to have undergone some mutation. The corruption I suffered has been cleared by that being, but I also suffered a backlash. The rest of the journey might require you to complete it yourself. As Astrolfo spoke, a stream of light emerged and merged into the traveler's badge that Aaron had always worn, adding, the core area of the God War ruins will only be more dangerous. Rashly performing spirit world teleportation there might lead to some unpredictable situations. Something I don't understand seems to have happened in that area of Torsna. It should no longer be safe. I just modified your traveler's badge for the next teleportation. Using its negative effects and the coordinates I placed in the boundary before, it can send you to a hidden location deep within the spirit world, allowing you to escape here safely. Aaron listened attentively, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, and chuckled dryly. Deep within the spirit world. That must be very dangerous, right? Astrolfo nodded and then shook his head. It is indeed very dangerous there, but as long as you don't actively explore and stay on the periphery, you'll be fine. I will immediately go and take you away when I sense your teleportation. Saying that, he paused, glanced at the underwater ruins beneath his feet, and the temple where the death sculpture should have stood, adding with a strange tone. That is Calderon, the city of the dead. Aaron immediately gasped. That was the divine kingdom of Grigari, the ancient death phoenix ancestor. Later, Grigari opened up the underworld in the spirit world and transferred his divine kingdom there. Before he was severely wounded by the ancient sun god, he threw Calderon deep into the spirit world. And deep within Calderon, there was also a branch of the river of eternal darkness, which was also something the Evernight goddess wanted to obtain. Seeing Aaron's astonished expression, and guessing that he already knew the secrets within, he explained slowly, his tone calm but tinged with helplessness. The depths of Calderon contain immense terror. Although it is very dangerous, it can also help me avoid some troubles, such as that angel constantly wandering in the spirit world. Putting away the expression on his face, Aaron strongly agreed. As the surrounding scenery blurred, he was already back on the ghost ship. Astrolfo withdrew the hand resting on Aaron's shoulder, and his body slowly became transparent, disappearing into the vivid oil painting world. Looking at the sky, which was still like midday, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. Without further hesitation, he held Grossel's travels, the Lord of Mysteries, and the token that could open the Ghost Empire in his hand, waiting for the arrival of darkness. The night mark suddenly glowed, and at the same time, the sky was rapidly invaded by darkness. The scorching light was quickly swallowed. Before Aaron could close his eyes, more profound symbols, symbolizing secrecy and terror, emerged from his wrist. The surroundings turned into pure darkness. Aaron felt as if he was in a black ocean, able to feel himself moving, but unable to control his body. Enveloped by the pure, tranquil darkness, Aaron's consciousness gradually blurred. Suddenly, a sharp pain awakened him. The dark golden token tightly clutched in his hand burst forth with dazzling light, becoming the only light in this dark world. The skin on his palm cracked, and blood continuously seeped out, absorbed by the token. Waves of faint golden light spread through the black ocean. Thump, thump. His heart beat faster and faster, and a sense of calling from the depths of his soul suddenly emerged in Aaron's mind, causing him to instinctively reach out his hand. The sound of something shattering clearly entered Aaron's ears. He looked at his hand in a daze. The blood-soaked golden token shattered with a crash, turning into various symbolic patterns that enveloped Aaron's body and disappeared into the distance. Roars, wails, and various strange whispers echoed in his ears. Aaron abruptly opened his eyes, his body swaying, feeling as if he had been torn apart. Enduring the discomfort in his body, Aaron quickly scanned his surroundings and prayed to himself in his mind. The worst had not happened. The prayer still received a response, but the true vision obtained by the Saphira's subconsciousness was somewhat distorted and blurry, seemingly interfered with by some force. Aaron found himself on a strange metal base. This was a world ruled by darkness, with faint light coming from the soul fires in the eyes of the undead creatures floating in midair. With their illumination, even beyonders without dark vision could grasp the overall appearance of this vast ruin. At the end of his vision were dark golden walls of unknown material, stretching upwards, endlessly, forming the hull of the entire incredibly massive ghost ship. It was less a ship and more a city built within a ship. In the center of the entire city was a colossal mausoleum that covered the sky, and a stone-paved road stretched out, connecting various halls and buildings. From time to time, neatly arranged spirits came and went, quiet and silent. Guarding this mausoleum seemed to be the only remaining obsession in their soul forms. Even with just a glance, a surging shock filled his heart. The largest ghost ship Aaron knew was the Black Emperor of Nastor, the Five Seas King. In front of the Ghost Empire, it was simply not worth mentioning. Even the ironclad battleship, which Aaron remembered was about to be completed, was nothing more than that. It truly lived up to its reputation as a ghost ship built with the strength of an entire nation. And the platform Aaron was currently on was located in the middle of the huge mausoleum. The spirits of the chosen ones passed by him from time to time, and after sensing the aura emanating from him, they all actively avoided him. There was no time to ponder the anomalies he felt. After merely regaining consciousness and glancing at his surroundings, Aaron continued to be enveloped by the dark golden light and rushed towards the depths of the mausoleum. The black giant door, inscribed with complex patterns and emitting spiritual fluctuations, opened inwards, and the dark golden light suddenly entered. Sensing the opening of the door, the spectral souls constantly wandering in the vast, city-like ruins simultaneously looked towards the black mausoleum and simultaneously bowed in worship to the mausoleum. The light passed through the corridor adorned with murals, through magnificent palaces, and arrived at the deepest part of the mausoleum. It was a grand hall filled with symbols, patterns, and designs. There were 13 sarcophagi arranged in the hall. With Aaron's arrival, the dark golden sarcophagus in the very center, surrounded by the other 12 sarcophagi, immediately emanated terrifying fluctuations, sweeping towards Aaron and carrying him towards the sarcophagus. To Aaron's horror, the sarcophagus automatically opened. It was somewhat empty inside, without the expected remains, only a resplendent chaos crown where order and chaos coexisted, with a crimson gold eye embedded at its top. The source of the distorted order and majesty permeating the entire ghost empire was this chaos crown. The moment their gazes met, his mental defenses were instantly shattered. His mind island was instantly covered mostly in crimson gold. A man with bronze-colored hair and golden eyes stood quietly on the mind island, which was mostly dyed. The speed of the golden spread suddenly paused. From the infinite heights of the mental world, endless dark golden mist permeated, protecting the remaining parts of the mind island that had not been completely invaded. The golden-eyed man, whose face was indistinct, slowly opened his mouth indifferently, and a majestic voice echoed. "Nation of disorder." As soon as he finished speaking, the chaos crown from the sarcophagus instantly appeared on his head. An indescribable great power descended. If not for the reinforcement of the dark golden mist, the mind island might have collapsed instantly. Even so, Aaron, whose consciousness was already somewhat blurred, only had time to manipulate the Sephira to launch a counterattack and withdraw all remaining consciousness into the Sephira. He lightly raised his arm, and the sweeping dark golden mist seemed to be divided by an invisible barrier, forcibly confined to a certain place. Sensing the change in the rules of order, the slightly illusory figure immediately looked up towards the infinite heights of the mind island. The figure shattered with a roar, transforming into an indescribable spiritual imprint that, along with the chaos crown, rushed into the boundless dark golden mist. With difficulty, Aaron returned to the Sephira. After merging with his subconsciousness, his eyes regained clarity. The entire magnificent palace trembled slightly, and the boundless dark golden mist was stirred by some force. He cursed inwardly. Without the slightest hesitation or regard for the consequences, he directly activated his incomplete mythical creature form, gripping the sun-chasing scepter with hands completely condensed from dark golden weapons. One after another, dazzling light arrows inscribed with dark golden patterns instantly flew out of the palace, shooting towards the sky. A crimson gold light appeared in the perpetually mist-shrouded sky. The illusory figure wearing the chaos crown endured the sun-chasing arrows without regard for loss. The ripples emanating from the chaos crown, containing unknown power, eroded the boundless dark golden mist. As the master of the Sephira, Aaron clearly felt the intrusion of a high-level power of the same origin. If not for the blessing in disguise from last time, obtaining an incomplete mythical creature form and deeply mastering the Sephira, Aaron would have been successfully invaded without even a chance to resist. His eyes, formed of pure mist, looked at the crimson gold light in the sky, always feeling a sense of déjà vu. Watching the increasingly illusory figure in the crimson gold light, Aaron had just relaxed when he saw the figure shatter again, as if all its power had erupted, breaking through some barrier. The dim chaos crown, attached with a spiritual imprint, finally entered this space. Two different whispers sounded, as if evil gods were murmuring in his ear. The dark golden mist, which should have resisted, was simultaneously stirred by these two voices. Looking at the extremely dim Chaos Crown, Aaron steeled his heart and directly manipulated the eye on the Chaos Crown to meet the gaze of the Chaos Eye at the top of the throne. The whispers from different existences erupted like a volcanic eruption, raging throughout the entire space. Even Aaron, who had a strong resistance to whispers, began to be unable to bear it and directly expanded into a dark golden vortex. In the last moments of his consciousness, Aaron heard a sigh he had never heard before, and his mind seemed to gain some chaotic memories. Along with the sigh, the Chaos Crown fell to the ground. The crimson gold eye embedded at its top had become extremely dim, and a certain imprint deep within its pupil slowly shattered. Dash 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 dash. In the spirit world, dense and vibrant color blocks overlapped, with a faint mist lingering in some areas, and obscure eyes opening in various deep places. The thin mist reflected a magnificent city that could only appear in mythical legends. This city was different from normal ones. It did not develop upwards but extended circle after circle into the depths of a deep pit, giving an overall impression of an inverted mausoleum. Its buildings had various styles, but all were equally strange. Some were towering pale stone pillars with huge single houses polished at their tops, some were built underground with a tombstone at the entrance, and some were constructed from bones, messy and fragmented. And the closer to the bottom of the deep pit, the better preserved the buildings were, while the closer to the top, the more collapsed areas there were, filled with the sense of decay and dilapidation brought by time. Aaron's figure suddenly appeared outside the city, surveying Calderon, known as the City of the Dead. The night mark's secrecy spread throughout his body, concealing his aura, as he quietly awaited Astrolfo's arrival. After entering the Ghost Empire, he encountered terrifying erosion, and he never expected that the Chaos Eye, which had tormented him for several epochs, would become his final reliance. This remnant from an outer god shattered the Night Emperor's spiritual imprint, which was already at the end of its tether. And after Aaron awakened, many pieces of information suddenly appeared in his mind. This included the beginning and end of the entire affair, and he also learned the identity of that terrifying figure, the source of his current body's glory, the Night Emperor's spiritual imprint remaining in the Level 0 sealed artifact from the 4th epoch. He wondered if it was because the aura of the Nation of Disorder he carried completely activated some obsession within the spiritual imprint, or if it was a contingency left by the Night Emperor, that the subsequent events occurred. Aaron, who had mastered the incomplete mythical creature form, could already initially control this Sephira. Merely carrying a spiritual imprint should not have been able to break through the Sephira's isolation. It wasn't until Aaron reviewed the memories that suddenly flooded his mind that his doubts were answered, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. The crimson gold eye embedded at the top of that item was actually the long-lost Sequence 1 Beyander characteristic of Hand of Order. The Night Emperor's spiritual imprint originated from this. And Solomon's remains, which the Night Emperor obtained during the War of Four Emperors, were secretly made by him into the rest of the Chaos Crown. By simultaneously connecting to Justiciar and Black Emperor, and creating a certain degree of resonance with the Nation of Disorder, this terrifying Level 0 sealed artifact was barely able to pass through the barrier. And after defeating that spiritual imprint, Aaron, who had been unconscious within the Sephira for nearly 2 months before awakening, found that he had a deeper connection with the Ghost Empire. As long as he entered the God War ruins, even if it wasn't darkness, he could instantly return to the Ghost Empire. As his consciousness returned to his body from the Nation of Disorder, memories of the deepest burial hall within the mausoleum surfaced in Aaron's mind. This burial hall was specially constructed by the Night Emperor within the Ghost Empire before the final battle of the War of the Four Emperors, both to preserve the last legacy of the Trentost Empire and to retain some future sparks. As a Sequence 0, the judge of the arbitrator pathway, the Night Emperor personally inscribed incantations within this hall, replacing the underlying rules of the mausoleum, making the flow of time in the deepest burial hall of the mausoleum inconsistent with the outside world, much slower. This replacement of the most fundamental rules gradually radiated throughout the entire Ghost Empire. Only the further out one went, the more normal the time flow became, which was the source of the distorted feeling Aaron experienced when he first entered the Ghost Empire. The remaining 12 coffins, originally prepared, were for the 12 saint demigods of the Trentost Empire at that time, because only at the demigod level, possessing divinity, could they withstand the backlash of external rules after leaving the Ghost Empire. However, those saint demigods were also the primary targets to be eliminated in the War of the Four Emperors. Even with various contingency plans, only 3 truly returned to the Ghost Empire in the end. This included Alvin Gallo, the leader of the Night Emperor's personal guards, an angel from the 4th epoch, but even now, his condition still seemed to have not recovered. The only 2 remaining were Fow's Ellen and Cavendish Lancer Pinto. The former was a Sequence 3 frenzied mage, while the latter was a Sequence 4 bizarro sorcerer. After entering the Ghost Empire and their coffin lids were sealed, they never reappeared, escaping the torment of time and avoiding losing control and going mad through the slumber of night. And after the Night Emperor truly fell, the Ghost Empire arrived at the deepest part of the Sea of Dreams, a battlefield ruin of the gods. The entire battlefield ruin of the gods was destroyed by the gods during the Second Epoch, filled with various residual divine powers, shattered order, mutated rules, and concealed by the Evernight goddess's secret authority. Even after the War of the Four Emperors ended, those 2 from the Augustus family and the Castile family once tried to rely on the aggregation of Beander characteristics to find the Ghost Empire, but ultimately returned disappointed. Similarly, due to the incompleteness of order and rules, even after the Night Emperor fell, relying solely on the Grade 0 sealed artifact, Chaos Crown, left in the Ghost Empire and the Sequence 1 Hand of Order Beander characteristic contained within it, it successfully replaced some of the underlying rules. But as the Chaos Crown left the Ghost Empire and entered the Nation of Disorder, the source of power for replacing the underlying rules disappeared, and the time flow within the Ghost Empire would gradually synchronize with the outside world, which is consistent with the rules followed when leaving Grossel's travels. Aaron didn't need to worry about that angel. After all, there are no angels who have died of old age, but the remaining 2 were a bit troublesome. Especially that Sequence 3 frenzied mage, although Aaron, possessing the Black Emperor card, already knew the potion formula and advancement ritual for Sequence 2 Duke of Entropy, he couldn't find them in a short amount of time. The path of advancing to extend lifespan was blocked, only using the Ghost Picture Frame to supplement his lifespan remained, but lifespans above demigod could only be supplemented by the lifespans of other demigods. There was no need to guess. Aaron knew that relying solely on the heavily injured and dormant undying he left in Grossel's travels would certainly not be enough to supplement it. The only one with a clue was that Sequence 4 bizarro sorcerer. He had already met the ritual requirements for advancing to Scholar of Yore, and if Aaron helped him successfully advance, it should be able to supplement enough lifespan. Another method was to return the Chaos Crown from the Nation of Disorder to the Ghost Empire, continuing to maintain the replacement of the underlying rules. But this method was also no longer viable. It was unclear whether it was during his slumber that the Chaos Eye or the Sephira itself developed some inexplicable connection with this Grade 0 sealed artifact. Even by displaying an incomplete mythical creature form, he could barely mobilize some of the Chaos Crown's power, and blocking that connection to send this sealed artifact out of the Nation of Disorder was not something Aaron could do currently. The only good news was that the originally replaced underlying rules within the Ghost Empire would not disappear immediately, but would gradually be assimilated by the fragmented rules of the battlefield ruin of the gods outside over the next year. Recalling what he had seen and heard in the Ghost Empire, Aaron couldn't help but think with some regret. Most demigods have backgrounds, true lone wolves are a minority. I wonder how many demigods all need to hunt to be enough. It's a pity that the rest of the Trentost Empire's legacy was stored with Alvin Gallo, the leader of the Night Emperor's personal guards. I wonder what good things are there. The central coffin only contained one Chaos Crown, even if he coveted the other legacies. Facing an angel whose state and attitude were unknown was not what he wanted to see right now. The current state of the Ghost Empire prevented other outsiders from entering, and Aaron, not wanting any accidents, controlled his greed very well, and not wanting to waste time, he directly left the Ghost Empire. Currently, he had two most urgent tasks. First, to hunt demigods as quickly as possible to supplement the ghost picture frame, and second, to help that bizarro sorcerer advance to Scholar of Yore as soon as possible. After all, a Scholar of Yore who had survived from the Fourth Epoch until now, having witnessed the most glorious period of the Trentost Empire, could play a role comparable to an angel and might even bring Aaron many surprises. As Aaron pondered, his spirituality subtly stirred, and he immediately looked towards Calderon City not far away. In the depths of that dilapidated city, a violent tremor suddenly occurred, as if a behemoth had been stimulated and awakened, causing countless dangerous creatures to pour out. That indescribable feeling even formed a vast, illusory grayish-white, like a flood, rising layer by layer from the lower areas. Aaron frowned, and a faint dark gold mist appeared around him, directly relying on the authority of the Nation of Disorder to resist Calderon City's rule of transforming all living beings into the undead. Although Calderon City involved another Sephira, any divination and prophecy would be interfered with, but Aaron had a strong intuition that this sudden change was related to the death statue that had been taken into a hidden world by the Evernight goddess's divine descent vessel. Aaron, on the outskirts of Calderon City, was considering whether to leave first when a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Just as he was about to counterattack, he felt a familiar aura and allowed the hand to drag him into a vortex. Dash 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 dash. East Barham, Loen Colonial Region, Ghislaine City Port. Louise stood at the bow of the Moonlight and waved goodbye to her grandfather, Count Mistral, on the opposite ship. She had been in the South Continent for almost 3 months, and the hunting competition officially ended last week. Backed by the Chaos Council, possessing a large number of high-level talismans, and with intelligence support from Sid Watson, who was also in the South Continent, she successfully secured second place in the hunting competition. The first place was taken by Baron Casimir, as the spokesperson for Blood Marquis Nebe Odra. Casimir, having been a baron for decades, benefited Louise greatly in both practical combat and intelligence control. Even without taking first place, Louise was not discouraged. As the youngest Blood Clan baron, she truly earned the respect of the other sanguine with her strength, as youth was her greatest asset. Of course, the most crucial and main reason was that the sanguine high-ranking officials temporarily increased the rewards for this hunting competition. Perhaps the gains from the war in Bayon were abundant enough, as the top 3 in this hunt would all receive the opportunity to advance to Blood Clan Viscount. Having completed her advancement in the South Continent and now a Blood Clan Viscount, Louise did not intend to return to Backland with Count Mistral, but instead planned to venture out into the sea. Being able to gain experience and digest the potion, Louise even came up with her title, Admiral of the Moon, and many sanguine, inspired, joined Louise's team to gain experience together. Perhaps thinking of the mysterious organization behind Louise, or perhaps simply wanting these sanguine to gain more experience, Count Mistral readily agreed. He not only gave the Moonlight to Louise but also gave her a powerful sealed artifact as a reward for providing intelligence and establishing communication in Bayon earlier. Withdrawing her arm, Louise watched the ship carrying Count Mistral gradually sail away, then turned back cheerfully to look at the crew members bustling about on the Moonlight. Some of them were Lonis who had received favors and pledged loyalty to the Sanguine, while the others were several Sanguine who had voluntarily followed Louise. Although their numbers were small and couldn't compare to the large fleets of hundreds or thousands of other pirate generals, their strength was by no means low. After all, as long as a Sanguine reached adulthood, they were at least a mid-sequence Beander, and furthermore, most Sanguine who ventured out to sea for experience were at sequence 6. In terms of high-end combat power alone, the Moonlight could rank among the existing pirate general fleets. Just as she was about to encourage her crew and explain her next plans, Louise suddenly paused, turning to look at the violent sea in the distance. There, it was shrouded in boundless white mist, with death concentrated. There was no fierce wind, no giant waves, no dark clouds, no lightning, no heavy rain, and no sunlight. Louise's mind involuntarily recalled what Count Mistral had said earlier. In the Pale Era, at the end of the last epoch, death fell in the violent sea, cutting off navigation between the north-south continent until safe passage was discovered and navigation resumed. The color blocks, which had become vividly distinct but overlapped, suddenly expanded, and countless illusory transparent entities of indescribable forms surrounding them seemed to sense a certain aura and swiftly fled the area. Astrolfo, who had been holding Aaron's shoulder, walked out of the expanding color blocks, glanced at the 7 clear, brightly colored lights slowly moving in the high sky. They seemed to possess life and contained endless knowledge. We have left the range of Calderon City. Although this is still considered the depths of the spirit world, it is now safe. Astrolfo did not ask Aaron what he had been doing in the battlefield ruin of the gods for the past 2 months, but instead restrained his curiosity. Looking at Astrolfo, whose divine patterns were subtly hidden and whose aura was even stronger than before he was injured, Aaron was still somewhat surprised. In the spirit world, information feedback is always faster than in reality, and Astrolfo easily noticed Aaron's surprise, calmly explaining. The puppet demigod of the Rose school of thought I devoured earlier also contained some of that one's corruption. Even though I suppressed it, it affected my strength. Last time, that one not only cleared the corruption of the feathered serpent behind the door but also removed the previous corruption, and I have recovered quite a bit as a result. Although Astrolfo repeatedly used that one as a pronoun, Aaron already understood its meaning. After all, this was the spirit world, where various abstract symbols and a large stream of information from the past, present, and future materialized. Both the mother tree of desire and the Evernight goddess could only be referred to as that one. Aaron nodded in understanding, not dwelling on the issue, and after some thought, asked. Astrolfo, do you know about the Hound of Fog? Astrolfo seemed not to have expected Aaron to ask this suddenly, or perhaps was just lost in thought. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Hounds of Fog are unique spirit world creatures that live in the fissures of history. Even the 7 lights can only know of them but cannot truly touch them. At this point, Astrolfo pointed to the 7 clear, brightly colored lights slowly moving high in the spirit world, then added. Unless they leave the fissures of history themselves to attempt hunting, but even then, what you see might only be their projections from the past. Even I, in the past, only saw Hounds of Fog a few times in the depths of the spirit world. Without corresponding authority, I cannot be certain if those were their true forms. At this point, Astrolfo paused, glanced at Aaron, whose brows were furrowed, and his tone finally showed some fluctuation. That ancient god of the second epoch, Phlegre, the king of demonic wolf, called the Hounds of Fog, Saphira Castle guardians, but no creature has ever entered Saphira Castle until now. Noticing the change in his messenger's tone, Aaron chuckled, but did not explain. Maintaining mystery when one is weak is the optimal solution. The high-level aura on me doesn't come from Saphira Castle, and in another year, I can find you someone who has entered Saphira Castle. Aaron mocked himself inwardly, slightly disappointed that he hadn't obtained any other information about the Hound of Fog from Astrolfo. Given this, the most feasible method currently was to fish for Hounds of Fog in the depths of the spirit world, using the Bayon characteristic aggregation law and the instinct of extraordinary creatures to complete themselves. And the only thing Aaron knew that could attract the attention of the Hound of Fog, and make it appear voluntarily was the frost crystal of the demonic wolf of mist. But the problem was that the demonic wolf of mist itself was a high-level demonic wolf, and after events like the fall of ancient gods and the Great Cataclysm, especially after the Church of the Night annihilated the Nation of Night, the existing demonic wolf are extremely rare, almost extinct in the north-south continent, just like pure-blooded elves. Even if there were a small number of demonic wolves, they would be in desolate, secret places, and all of them would be skilled in anti-divination and deception techniques, making them not so easy to find. Aaron clearly knew that the Forsaken Land of the Gods was a place where demonic wolves appeared, but that obviously had nothing to do with him. Rather than trying his luck in the Hornassus Mountains, it was better to directly pray to the Evernight goddess in exchange for materials. The flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf and the white frost crystal could both be obtained from the Evernight goddess, and with the flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf, he could then go to the spirit world to fish for the Hound of Fulgrim. However, as one of the main materials for a Sequence 3 potion, the flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf's value could no longer be measured purely by money. The death statue sacrificed last time was the price for gaining approval to enter the Ghost Empire. To get another flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf, he would need to find another way. Collecting his thoughts, Aaron glanced at the slightly empty surroundings and sighed. Since he couldn't find the Hound of Fulgrim now, and whatever happened in Calderon City was not something he could intervene in, he let Astrolfo take him through the spirit world. South Continent, Pass River Valley, Lloyd City. At the top of the mixed-style clock tower in the very center of the inner city, Aaron emerged from the richly colored blocks, looking down from the highest point at this largest city in the northern Barum colonial district of the Loen Kingdom. When he arrived at the spirit world area corresponding to Lloyd City, Aaron noticed his spirituality spreading outwards. This feeling became stronger after returning to the real world. Even without activating spirit vision, he vaguely saw the surrounding void, etherealness, emptiness, and an endless expanse of dark golden mist. Dense spiritual light spots undulated in his perception, and a strange sense of control emerged in his heart, somewhat similar to the control over a jurisdiction during his Sequence 8 sheriff period, but the scope of perception had evolved from a narrow jurisdiction to the broad Lloyd City where law enforcement was being promoted. In Aaron's perception, an area within 4 kilometers of Lloyd City was currently barely under his control, allowing him to detect abnormal factors and grasp subtle traces. After setting a disciplinary target, attacks against enemies who violated the rules set by the disciplinary knight would be strengthened by an unknown force, and Beyander abilities would also be suppressed to a certain extent, somewhat resembling a nascent form of the mysticism weakens, reality strengthens, imperative. After sensing for a while with his eyes closed, the smile on Aaron's face gradually faded, and his brows furrowed slightly. Although the promotion of law enforcement in Lloyd City during this period had been effective, it was far from meeting the requirements for the advancement ritual. According to Joseph Will, the advancement ritual for an imperative mage leaned more towards the establishment of order, serving as the cornerstone for a true transition from an enforcer of rules to a formulator of rules. It was not merely about establishing order, but also about gradually allowing the established order to form a certain social atmosphere, deeply embedding itself in the hearts of the people within the domain where the order was promulgated. The abstract cognition thus generated was the anchor that stabilized humanity and resisted madness during the disciplinary knight's advancement. The specific degree required to meet the ritual's requirements varied for each disciplinary knight. Joseph Will took 4 years, and the fastest in the family took 3 years. He had already completed the most basic promulgation and implementation of the imperative, and he had personally experienced the feedback gained, but the subsequent steps were the most difficult. Aaron couldn't wait that long. His current idea was to continue stabilizing his base in Lloyd City, pushing the imperative to take root in people's hearts, while also expanding his base. The essence of the ritual was to use the anchor formed by the abstract manifestation of order in the hearts of the people to stabilize humanity and resist madness. If the quality was insufficient, then he would rely on quantity to win. If one Lloyd City wasn't enough, then he would get another. While war wasn't a good way to resolve disputes, it was effective and swift. Rebuilding order on ruins might yield better feedback. A prolonged bell chime sounded from above. Aaron coldly looked south of Lloyd City, at the star plateau hidden in the evening glow, which belonged to the territory of the Highland resistance supported by the Rose School of Thought. His figure enveloped in faint light, Aaron teleported away from the bell tower and returned to his mansion in the inner city. Glenwill had already formed his own Beyander team and was cultivating rapport with his teammates according to the ritual requirements Aaron had provided earlier. Months ago, when Aaron left Lloyd City, he had used his identity as a favored one of the Evernight goddess to pay a price and secure an opportunity for Darren Sharoto to advance to marionettist. In the Sonia Sea, at the Church of Slumber on Dino's Island, amidst the singing of mermaids who had become followers of the Evernight goddess, Darren Sharoto also fulfilled his long-held wish, successfully advancing to marionettist. He revealed part of his plan to these two loyal followers, assigning them the task of gathering intelligence and preparing for war. He also took out the numerous low and mid-sequence Beyander characteristics he had acquired during this period. By properly utilizing the negative effects of the sun-chasing scepter, each high-sequence Beyander characteristic could provide Aaron with quite a few low and mid-sequence Beyander characteristics, which was his confidence in secretly cultivating a large number of Beyonders. After assigning the tasks, Aaron returned to the top of the dark golden mist. He glanced at the Chaos Crown floating above the Chaos Eye. Without activating the incomplete mythical creature form, he couldn't even command this Grade 0 sealed artifact. Sighing silently, Aaron took the ghostly portrait and entered Grossel's travels in spirit form, quickly finding Bayon. This demon hunter, still maintaining his burly physique, was guarding a gigantic black cocoon stained with a pale yellow oily white feather. A faint smell of decay and the sound of something slowly breathing drifted from it, giving an extreme sense of stillness. Upon closer inspection, the reason the giant cocoon was black was because nearly illusory black thin tubes were emerging from its surface. Aaron frowned as he watched this scene. He clearly remembered it hadn't reached this point last time. Thinking of the anomaly in Calderon City deep within the spirit world and the abnormality in the violent sea that Darren Sharoto had just reported, Aaron's brows furrowed even deeper. With Bayon's suppression and assistance, Aaron skillfully manipulated the ghostly portrait to float above the giant cocoon formed by the Undying. He had performed this cooperation many times. Previously, frequent use of the ghostly portrait in the outside world might have been sensed by Eamon. In the book world, there was no such concern. All low and mid-sequence Beyonders sent into the book world would be instantly suppressed by a demigod. Under the ghostly portrait, they would end their evil lives and contribute their final value. Thanks to this, after several months of accumulation, the accumulated time was almost enough for the elf singer Shadows to leave the book world. The hour hand of the ghostly portrait slowly rotated clockwise. To Aaron's surprise, it rotated 3 full circles, forming 3 more faint golden clock imprints in the corner. Adding the original unused imprints, the total reached 8, which was enough to increase the lifespan of an ordinary demigod by 960 years. Of course, this was only theoretical data. Everything had its limits. After reaching a certain threshold, the increased lifespan would gradually decrease. If calculated this way, at least 2 more demigods are needed to be safe. Aaron retrieved the ghostly portrait, watching Bayon completely destroy the shriveled, twisted, and increasingly deathly cocoon on the ground. Dispelling the pervasive black mist, Aaron scanned the bottom of the pit, where the Undying Beyander characteristic was still entangled by black suction tubes. He sealed and packaged it. Aaron then turned his head to look at Shadows, who was standing beside Grossel not far away, and said with a smile, "Bayon told me that you have already considered it and are willing to become a believer of my lord. Following the previous promise, I can take you away this time." Under Grossel's encouraging gaze, Shadows, who had read Mobert's letter and pondered for a long time, no longer hesitated. She stepped forward quickly, her head slightly bowed. Aaron had already learned the spirit world coordinates corresponding to the island where the elves existed in the Mist Sea from Feilun. Shadows's presence could save Aaron a lot of trouble. After the gray-white imprints on the ghostly portrait completely disappeared again, Shadows's life was replenished. As if thinking of something, Aaron lightly coughed and threw out a set of clothes, adding, "Remember to change your clothes. You can leave here in 10 minutes. Ending the summoning, Aaron returned to the top of the dark golden mist, quickly sending Grossel's travels and the obviously contaminated undying Beyander characteristic to the real world, as Aaron didn't want that elf lady to appear directly inside the Sephira. He immediately became a hands-off manager, entrusting this somewhat bewildered elf lady, who had just left the book world, to Darren Sharoto, letting Darren help her gradually adapt to 5th epic life. After a busy period, Aaron once again set up the altar, placing the undying Beyander characteristic in the center of the altar. He then stepped back 2 paces, surveying the surrounding environment. This undying from the numinous episcopate lost control in that death ruin, containing pollution originating from death. For the Evernight goddess, who has always sought the death authority, its value is barely enough to match a main material for sequence 3. I'll try sacrificing it first. If the Evernight goddess is willing to accept, she will grant a corresponding bestowal. Having made up his mind, Aaron no longer hesitated and immediately began the ritual. He lit the candles, burned the corresponding essential oils and herbal powders, stepped back 2 paces, and skillfully chanted the Evernight goddess's honored name, finally saying, "I offer this undying Beyander characteristic to you, wishing to receive your grace." He didn't directly mention the flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf and the white frost crystal. This way, it was equivalent to an equivalent exchange, rather than offering items and begging for a bestowal. As Aaron finished speaking, 2 of the 3 candle flames suddenly expanded, intertwining to form an illusory and dim mysterious grand door. The grand door slowly opened, bringing with it a strong, invisible wind. They swept up the undying Beyander characteristic, allowing it to pass through the gap of the illusory grand door, disappearing into a scene resembling the boundless cosmos. Immediately after, a flash of light, and 2 items pierced through the barrier, landing silently on the altar. They were a strange heart entwined with wisps of white mist, and a frost crystal emitting cold air. Aaron's heart filled with joy, and he quickly bowed his head to thank the Evernight goddess for her bestowal. By the time he raised his head again, the dim and mysterious grand door had already closed and was rapidly fading, and the altar area had completely returned to normal. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, took 2 steps forward, collected the flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf and the white frost crystal, and then ended the ritual and tidied up the altar. Then, he began to plan how to deal with the Hound of Fulgrim, the so-called Sephira Castle Guardian. After a period of busy preparation and contingency planning, Aaron first summoned Astrolfo. Their bodies quickly became transparent, and the messenger led him back into the depths of the spirit world. Glancing at the illusory, rich color blocks around them and the 7 different colored pure lights covering the high places, Aaron took out a box, removed the spirituality wall on its surface, allowing the scent of the flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf inside to emanate. Continuing forward, along the way, various bizarre spirit world creatures passed by them, like an oil painting depicting hell. However, upon sensing Astrolfo's aura, they quickly moved away. After an unknown amount of time, Aaron's danger premonition suddenly stirred, and a scene quickly formed in his mind. In a place where red, black, white, blue, and other colors were richly overlaid, a slender figure suddenly emerged. Its appearance was like a hound, covered in short black fur, with 2 burning, dark red flames in its eye sockets, and its mouth stretched all the way to the back of its head. Although it existed there in physical form, it gave a sense of illusion and unreality. Hound of Fulgrim. An instant later, the Hound of Fulgrim appeared. Astrolfo, who had gained earlier revelation in the spirit world, instantly controlled the spirit world to solidify that space and reached out to grab it. The 2 dark red flames in the eyes of this not too deformed but absolutely terrifying monster swiveled, looking at Aaron and Astrolfo, who was reaching out to grab it. Immediately after, its figure became even more illusory, disappearing instantly, as if it were merely a projection from history. That spirit world area was stirred. Astrolfo, who had grabbed nothing, withdrew his arm and didn't seem surprised, quietly watching Aaron, waiting for his next move. Aaron, who had witnessed everything, sighed in his heart. Although it was expected, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He removed the spirituality wall placed on the Lord of Mysteries. With Aaron's activation, this sealed artifact, originating from the spirit world dominator, instantly caused changes in this spirit world area. Boundless gray mist immediately surged forth, and several figures vaguely appeared. They sometimes overlapped with the gray mist, sometimes separated, all of them, Hound of Fulgrim, with dark red flames burning in their eyes and covered in short black fur. Aaron's heart filled with joy, but he found that these, Hound of Fulgrim, still remained within the gray mist. Although their dark red flaming pupils stared intently at him, not a single one left the gray mist. Somewhat unable to fathom the attitude of these Saphira Castle guardians, Aaron looked at Astrolfo beside him and proactively asked. As fellow spirit world creatures, can you communicate with them? Or if I continue to attract them, do you have the confidence to seize a Hound of Fulgrim? Astrolfo withdrew his gaze from the ring emitting strange fluctuations in Aaron's hand, and after a while, feeling the fluctuations that caused the spirit world to change, he responded. The Hound of Fulgrim are themselves hard to trace, and there has been no successful communication with them before. However, as spirit world creatures, I can convey what you want to express, but I don't know what will happen. Although they are visible now, they are still in the mists of history. If I act rashly, I'm not sure if I can catch them, and I might scare them away. Frowning, Aaron finally gave up on the straightforward and profitable method of direct capture, deciding to be more cautious and attempt to communicate. Maintaining the spread of the Lord of Mysteries, aura, Aaron nodded to Astrolfo beside him and carefully said, I believe you have already felt that aura. I have no ill intentions, I only wish to make an exchange with you. I need a pair of your eyes and 100 milliliters of blood. Although this transaction is a bit abrupt, I can offer compensation. Confirming once more that Astrolfo had conveyed his words, Aaron felt a hint of difficulty as he looked at the Hounds of Fulgrim, who remained motionless in the gray fog. It didn't matter if the transaction conditions were harsh, what was feared was this complete lack of reaction. Activating the aura of a spirit world dominator deep within the spirit world was inherently dangerous. Aaron was unsure if some kind of anomaly would occur over time. He sighed. Although there was some risk, there was no other way. With his spirituality spreading and filling the Lord of Mysteries, Aaron chanted in a low voice in Chinese, Boundless Honored Celestial. Before Aaron could continue, these few syllables seemed to trigger the Lord of Mysteries. The faint light expanded and contracted, and ripples appeared at the highest point of the spirit world. Aaron's ears were suddenly filled with familiar whispers and roars. They were sometimes sharp, sometimes deep, sometimes frantic, sometimes alluring, sometimes mad, sometimes ethereal. Aaron, already accustomed to the torment of the whispers, paid no attention. Instead, he stared intently at the illusory, grayish-white mist that had appeared before him. This mist permeated all around, with no visible boundary. Above, a majestic palace, like a divine dwelling, could vaguely be seen. Saphira Castle. He unconsciously murmured the name in his heart. Just as Aaron was about to observe this special Saphira more closely, it seemed to sense some kind of stimulation. All the images before him shattered. A denser, dark gold mist covered the illusory grayish-white mist, seemingly expelling it from its territory. Aaron was not one of the three pathways of the Go Sanjia. Even if he knew the correct ritual and honored name, he should have been unable to draw upon the gray fog without Saphira Castle's recognition. But he still held the Lord of Mysteries, which originated from the honored Celestial. Holding it was considered gaining recognition. Aaron's current state was somewhat similar to Grossel's state when he recalled the corresponding symbols after becoming a Savon demigod, able to draw upon Saphira Castle but unable to truly enter. Although the phantom of Saphira Castle had vanished, the grayish-white mist permeating the surroundings grew denser. After sensing the true Saphira Castle aura, two blurry figures emerged from the boundless gray fog. They sometimes overlapped with the gray fog and sometimes separated. Both were Hounds of Fulgrim with dark red flames burning in their eyes and short black fur covering their bodies. However, in the eye sockets of these two monsters, only one dark red flame remained, the other held in their claws. Aaron met the gaze of the remaining eyeballs of the two Hounds of Fulgrim lingering not far from him, and strangely, he understood their eyes. The transaction was to provide assistance to the next creature that truly drew upon Saphira Castle. Aaron nodded with a smile, glanced at the two hounds of Fulgen, extended his left hand, and caught the two clusters of dark red flames in a large amount of viscous, deep red blood. As soon as he touched these items, the whispers and roars he had heard earlier rang in Aaron's ears again, but they were quickly extinguished and dispelled. Watching Aaron collect them, the two hounds of Fulgen, each missing an eye, returned to their companions and merged into the darker patches within the gray fog. Looking at the hounds of Fulgen hidden in the mists of history, Aaron put away the materials in his hand, a thought involuntarily flashing through his mind. I suddenly want to see how Klein felt when he sought the hounds of Fulgen and saw those two eyeless hounds of Fulgen. The fool above the gray fog reached out a black hand, trying to shear some wool, but ended up shearing himself. What's more terrifying is that someone sheared earlier than him. Aaron lightly coughed, suppressing the unconscious smile on his face, and looked at Astrolfo, who had been silently beside him, while resealing the Lord of Mysteries with a wall of spirituality. Do not mention the incantation I just chanted in the outside world, or it will cause unnecessary trouble. Although Aaron only chanted, Boundless Honored Celestial, and not the complete honored name, and he did it in Chinese, out of caution, Aaron still reminded him. Looking at the young man shrouded in mist, Astrolfo's eyes flickered. Ever since he met Aaron, he had always brought him surprises. Both knew that the other hid many secrets, but they maintained a tacit understanding, not probing further. Astrolfo, who seemed to have laid everything bare, still harbored certain things in his heart. However, this would not affect the trust between them. Their mutual need for each other, forming a common interest, was the foundation of their trust. Astrolfo nodded. A ruthless fluctuation spread from its body, smoothing out this slightly chaotic area of the spirit world and erasing the traces left by himself and Aaron, then quickly led Aaron away. Colorful blocks of color refilled this empty area of the spirit world, and the lingering aura still deterred other spirit world creatures from approaching. Just then, a distorted, illusory, worm-like spirit world creature slowly appeared, wriggling and reforming into a man with a broad forehead, thin face, wearing a black classical robe, and a pointed soft hat. His lips curved upwards, and he pulled out a crystal monocle from somewhere, casually placing it on his right eye. A faint grayish-white mist, not yet dissipated, lingered on his fingertips as he chuckled softly. The aura of Saphira Castle. Dash 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 dash. Aaron, unaware that Aemon had been there, stood at a dark, bottomless crevice, the entrance to the Divine War ruins. The vast blue sea was cut off here by a massive chasm, and endless seawater, like a waterfall, plunged vertically into the unfathomable darkness. He leapt down, his vision suddenly becoming dim, then blazing. Aaron looked at the familiar golden ocean around him, exhaled lightly, and extended his spirituality along the sensation. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the burial hall inside the Ghost Empire mausoleum. Closing his eyes and sensing the rules, which were completely different from the outside world, Aaron realized that his previous estimate of 1 year was too conservative. In at most 10 months, the rules here would be assimilated by the outside world. A sense of urgency inexplicably arose in his heart. A golden token floated beside Aaron, and his spirituality extended towards the black coffin located slightly to the left of the center. At the same time, the night mark on his wrist diffused a faint light, enveloping the coffin. Aaron, having initially gained the Ghost Empire's approval, released the slumber and finally opened the coffin sealing Cavendish Lancer Pinto. This bizarro sorcerer had already awakened after Aaron released the power of slumber. His weathered eyes swept over the slightly wary Aaron, and after sensing the familiar bloodline, his gaze shifted to scan the surroundings. The Lord of Mysteries hidden in his sleeve concealed a faint light. Although he knew that the person in front of him should not harm him, who could say what a demigod, who had slumbered for 1,000 years and whose everything had been destroyed, would do. Looking at this bizarro sorcerer, Aaron's tense emotions slightly relaxed. Just as he was about to explain his origins, he heard a weathered, calm voice. His Majesty informed us of the consequences of this choice before sending us to slumber in the Ghost Empire. Perhaps we would perish silently in slumber, but as long as we can open our eyes again, the glory of the Trentost Empire will surely reappear. I am willing to give everything for this, and your presence here already explains everything. His Majesty chose you, and I am willing to follow you. Cavendish Lancer Pinto's gaze remained fixed on the opened coffin in the very center, hope and determination burning in his light gray eyes. As a member of the Trentost Empire's last spark plan, Cavendish learned from Alvin Gallo, the leader of the Imperial Guards, after entering the Ghost Empire, that the Supreme Emperor still had a child secretly outside. They were not isolated and helpless, nor would they be completely forgotten. The flame of Trentost would not be extinguished with the collapse of the Empire. This belief helped him endure the long, lonely slumber. Fortunately, he saw the dawn of hope. One day, he would make the traitors pay the price. Aaron didn't know what this bizarro sorcerer had experienced before falling into slumber, but he could feel the emotion contained in his words. Only when he heard the latter half of the sentence, remembering the golden figure that had vanished in the dark gold mist, did Aaron feel somewhat speechless. Aaron lightly coughed, masking the somewhat unnatural smile on his face, and told Cavendish Lancer Pinto about the major events that had occurred in the North-South continent in the nearly 2,000 years since the Trentost Empire's demise. Upon hearing that Augustus, Sauron, Einhorn, and Castile had established new kingdoms in the northern continent, and that the former capital Backland had become the capital of the traitors, the anger in Cavendish's eyes transformed into a deeper, more profound killing intent. Countless illusory black lines emerged from his body. Just as Aaron felt his movements becoming somewhat stiff, the illusory spirit body threads finally returned to calm and receded back into the void. Relieved, Aaron decided to quickly divert his bizarro sorcerer's attention. He directly took out several boxes and removed the wall of spirituality seals on them. Looking at the eyes and blood of the Hound of Folgen, the flocculated heart and white frost crystal of the demonic wolf of mist suspended before him, and Aaron's introduction to the advancement ritual, and feeling the hunger emanating from every part of his body, the killing intent in Cavendish's eyes gradually replaced by astonishment. He clearly remembered that the current remnants of the Trentost Empire, under the alias East-Taker family, wielded the Red Priest, Justiciar, and Black Emperor pathway, with the strongest being the Emperor's own son, a Sequence 2 angel. During the Fourth Epoch, the Seer pathway had always been controlled by the Zeradwal family of the Solomon Empire and Antigonus of the Tudor Empire. Even at the height of the Trentost Empire, they did not possess higher sequence Seer potion formulas. Although the Night Emperor had once seen the Blasphemy Slate, the knowledge on the Blasphemy Slate was presented in essence rather than text, and each viewer required time to interpret it. The Night Emperor's focus of interpretation was naturally the Justiciar and Black Emperor pathway. It was only when the Blasphemy Slate was taken away that he barely managed to remember these two pathways, making it difficult to attend to others. The Red Priest High Sequence formula held by Varna Will was the reward for the Night Emperor's tacit permission for Tudor to attempt to advance to Red Priest. Just awakened from slumber, immersed in the recollection of past events and the anger of betrayal, Cavendish Lancer Pinto finally turned his scrutinizing gaze upon Aaron. When he sensed that this young man, who had produced high sequence potion formulas and complete potions, was only a sequence 5, the curiosity in his eyes was replaced by a deeper shock. Looking at the suddenly silent Cavendish Lancer Pinto, Aaron pushed all the potions towards him and reminded him with a smile. The rules within the Ghost Empire have been replaced, and the flow of time here is inconsistent with the outside world. Only by successfully advancing and gaining a replenishment of lifespan will you not die of old age after leaving here. You have already met the ritual requirements for advancing to Scholar of Yore, and I also know many true hidden histories that can help you quickly digest the Scholar of Yore potion. The spirit worms in his mind frantically wriggled, digesting various pieces of information. Cavendish Lancer Pinto silently wrote down a large amount of ancient historical data on sheets of paper. This was also one of the auxiliary materials. A moment later, Cavendish Lancer Pinto looked at the dark red potion in his hand, almost the size of a baby's head, seemingly liquid yet gaseous. Spirit worms containing three-dimensional layered symbols drilled out from his body. Barely controlling the surging desire deep within his spirituality, Cavendish Lancer Pinto exhaled deeply, adjusted his state, and calmly raised his right hand, bringing the potion, entwined with mist, to his mouth. Dash 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 dash. In the mist sea, Bernardet stood listlessly on the Golden Dream's crow's nest, looking at the unchanging mist around him, when he suddenly vaguely saw an island ahead. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he hadn't mistaken it, Bernardet's lips nearly stretched to his ears. Fei Lun, who had discovered the elf island last time, was personally rewarded by the captain, and he had been envious for a long time. That's why he volunteered to come to the crow's nest, and he didn't expect to actually encounter one. Excitedly, he leapt down from the high platform. Under the strange gazes of the other crew members, Bernardet dusted himself off, climbed up from the deck, and lightly coughed to hide his embarrassment. Listening to the mocking laughter of Ironhide and Bucket, Bernardet walked without stopping straight to Iceberg Admiral's captain's cabin, muttering disdainfully in his heart. Shit. Laugh hard. When the captain personally pins a medal on me, I wonder if you'll still be able to laugh. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.